Chapter 20 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea, by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 20, A Ride for Liberty. While Jack is galloping towards Sherwood Forest, we'll give a short description of the plot which had been designed for the overthrow of William of Orange and the restoration of James II to the throne of England and the re-establishment of Romanism throughout the realm. The adherents of James, who desired to retain him on the throne of England in spite of the attempts to establish a despotic government and to restore the Roman Catholic religion in the country, were called by their opponents Jacobites. A large number of them belonged themselves to the Church of Rome, and instigated by their priests, many of whom, in consequence of the liberality of King William, were allowed to remain in the country, were with other discontented persons continually plotting for the restoration of King James. At length, the two plots which have been hinted at in the previous pages were concocted. One in which Mr. Harwood and a number of noblemen and gentlemen of honourable character were engaged, had for its object the rising of the Jacobites generally throughout England, while Louis XIV undertook to send an army of 20,000 men to their assistance. This was about the year 1693. At the same time, another plot of an atrocious character was either proposed to James or suggested by him. He had himself by this time become thoroughly imbued with Jesuit principles, being surrounded by priests of that order. At all events, there was no doubt that the plot met with his cordial sanction. The plan proposed was to assassinate William as he was on his way to hunt in Richmond Park, while the country by his death was thrown into a state of confusion. The Jacobites were to fly to arms, and the French army was to cross the Channel. Towards the end of 1695, the Duke of Berwick, a natural son of Charles II, came over secretly to England to try the temper of the Jacobites, Louis having promised to send his troops across immediately that they should rise. The Duke landed in Romney Marsh, where he took up his abode at the house of a smuggler of the name of Robert Hunt. By means of this man he was enabled to transmit the information he received to France. It appears, however, that the Jacobites were unwilling to risk their lives by rising while William remained firmly seated on the throne, dreading the arm of that bold and sagacious monarch. There is no doubt that in consequence of the failure of the Duke of Berwick's attempt in England to induce his friends to rise in arms, James and Louis agreed to the plot which had before been suggested for the assassination of William. The king was to be murdered on the 15th of February as he was leaving his palace at Kensington to hunt in Richmond Park. Now it appears that a few days before this, James left Paris and journeyed to Calais, where he set himself at the head of an army of about 20,000 men, who were drawn out of the garrisons which lay near the frontier. A considerable fleet also assembled there from Dunkirk and other ports, while transports and more men of war to convoy them over were also brought together. Several regiments, indeed, were already embarked, while James waited at Calais, and no one can doubt that he remained there to receive the first notice of the projected assassination. Louis had communicated to the various courts in which he had ministers the facts that he had acknowledged James King of England, and that he proposed to invade that country to re-establish him on the throne. At this time William had a large fleet at Spithead, and an army attached to him, while the larger part of the nation were desirous that he should remain their king. With all of these facts Louis was well acquainted, and there can be no doubt that he was himself also aware of the intended assassination, as he had far too much sense to suppose that while William lived any invasion of England would have been successful. The chief promoter of the scheme for the invasion of England was Sir John Fenwick, a baronet of good family, but it does not appear that he was in any way connected with the assassination plot. Sir John Friend, a city knight, was also implicated in this plot. The Earl of Aylesbury and Lord Montgomery, with many others, were also connected with it. Charnock, Sir William Parkyns, Rookwood, Lowick, Cranbourne, Knightley were among the chief persons engaged in the assassination plot. The conspirators were to be scattered about Turnham Green in taverns and alehouses, and to be brought together upon a signal being given. Each body of them was under a leader, so as to give the proceeding the air of a military act. While some were to attack the king's guards, others had been especially selected to shoot at the king himself. James had sent over a number of his own bodyguard to be in readiness to support the conspirators. It appears, however, that the military men engaged in the work were very unwilling to undertake it, unless they received a commission from James himself. This document was therefore drawn up and signed by the king, and on seeing it some of them imagined that the undertaking in which they were engaged, although of a somewhat desperate character, was as honourable as that of entering into a campaign in regular service. Some, however, felt great doubts about the matter, as they could not help viewing it in its true light. Among these were two captains, Pendergrast, an Irish officer, and Fisher, an Englishman, and a Frenchman named Delarue, who, without any agreement with each other, at different times gave information to the Earl of Portland of the contemplated assassination of the king. William at first was very unwilling to believe in the plot, and it was not without difficulty that the Earl of Portland could persuade his Majesty not to go forth on his hunting expedition on that eventful 15th day of February. The greater number of the conspirators, not having received such early information as did Sir George Berkeley, continued to meet, even on that very day, hoping still to carry out their plan on the following Saturday. They were nearly all seized, most of them in their beds, before they had received any notice of the discovery of the plot. Charnock, who had been a Fellow of Magdalen College, Oxford, and had become its popish vice-president, was an indefatigable agent of the Jacobites. So completely imbued had he become with Jesuitical principles that he had persuaded himself that he had full right to murder the king, having, as he supposed, a commission from the person he considered the legal proprietor of the throne. He offered to disclose all he knew of the consultations and designs of the Jacobites if his life were spared, and the reply of King William is worthy of note. "I desire not to know them," feeling assured, probably, that many were in it whom he hoped still to win over by generosity and kindness. Sir John Friend and Sir William Parkyns were next tried, and were executed on being found guilty at Tyburn, on which occasion 3 of the non-jurying clergy attended them, and had the audacity at the place of execution to give them public absolution, with an imposition of hands, in the view of all people, for the act in which they had been engaged. Sir John Fenwick was captured shortly after the discovery of the plot, while attempting to escape to France. His trial lasted for a considerable time. He was, however, clearly found guilty and executed. He richly merited the fate he met, for although he did not propose to assassinate the king, his aim was to bring over an army of foreigners and subjugate those of his countrymen who differed from him in opinion, and to re-establish the Romish faith in England. The people had before this been grumbling at the British fleet being detained so long at Spithead by contrary winds, but it was the presence of this fleet which contributed greatly to prevent James from attempting to cross the Channel with an army placed under his command by the French king. Immediately, also, on hearing of the plot, a number of seamen who had remained concealed for fear of the press gangs came forward and volunteered on board the various ships which had commenced fitting out. Indeed, the discovery of this abominable Jacobite plot had such an effect upon the nation generally, that many who formerly pitied the condition of the exiled king were now completely alienated from him, by this means producing a more perfect establishment of King William on the throne. John Deane's residence in the Fens, and the experience he there gained in finding his way across country, assisted him greatly in the ride he was now taking northward. He had carefully noted every spot as he came by with Long Sam, and he was thus able to ride forward without having to inquire the road. His nerves were well strung, and he was constitutionally brave, but never before had he felt so uncomfortable as he now did. Every moment he expected to have Long Sam galloping after him, and he felt very sure that those who contemplated the assassination of the king would not hesitate to kill him if they fancied it would conduce to their safety or interest to put him out of the way. He could not help expecting also to be stopped by adherents of King William who might have heard of the plot, and would naturally inquire why he was thus spurring onward away from London. They might, he thought, suppose that he was one of the conspirators. It could be shown that he had been associating with those who had engaged in the plot. He might thus probably, from being unable to prove his innocence, lose his life along with them. He rode on through that long winter's night without stopping. His horse was well trained, having both spirit and bottom, and thus daylight found him still pressing onward. At length he was obliged to pull up at the sign of the Fox and Chickens, a small roadside inn some 50 miles or more from London. The landlord eyed him askance as he led his horse into the stable, and began carefully to rub down the animal to prepare it for its food.
"Will it please you to take some breakfast, my master?" asked Boniface, with a peculiar expression. "You seem to have ridden pretty hard since sunrise." "Yes," answered Jack, "my poor beast has borne me well. He has a few more miles to go before I can stable him for the night, and he needs rest and refreshment more than I do after his gallop over these bad roads." "I will go in and tell my dam to get breakfast for you," said the landlord, "while you're looking after your horse. I like to see a man treat his beast well, as you are doing, and you deserve the best rasher my dam can cook for you."
The landlord was as good as his word, and when shortly afterwards Jack entered the inn, he found a dish smoking on the board, and a tankard of good ale standing by its side. His anxiety had not deprived him of his appetite, and he resolved, if his horse could hold out, to push on till nightfall. He, however, was not perfectly satisfied with the manner of his host, and could not help fancying that he suspected him of being either a highwayman or a fugitive from justice, and every time the door opened he expected to see a bailiff or a government official of some sort enter to interrogate him as to what he was about and where he was going. He fully experienced the truth of Shakespeare's saying, "Conscience does make cowards of us all." As soon, therefore, as he thought his horse was in a condition again to take to the road, he started up, and paying his score, walked out to the stables. The landlord followed him, and touched him on the shoulder. "I like your looks, young master," he said, "but still there are one or two things about you which might excite suspicion. I would advise you, therefore, not to stop at any large town, if you have again to put up before you reach your destination." Jack, while he thanked the landlord for his kind intentions, put on an indifferent air, as if his advice was unnecessary, and springing into the saddle, wished him good day, and trotted at an easy pace till he was out of sight of the inn. He then once again put spurs to his steed, and away he flew along the road. Master Pearson had not overpraised his horse when he told him that at a push he could cover a long distance, for bad as was the road in many places, the good steed never stumbled nor hesitated, but kept up his pace, as if well aware that much depended on the progress he could make. The farther north Jack advanced, the better he knew the country, and as he found that it would be impossible to get to the other side of Nottingham that night, he turned aside off the high road to put up at the house of a miller, where he had several times stopped when making holiday excursions from Nottingham. The man was hearty and good-natured, with a buxom, kind wife, and a pretty little daughter. He thought he might there possibly gain some information of what had taken place at home, and be guided accordingly. He might probably also, should his own good steed be unable to proceed, obtain another horse from the miller, on which to continue his journey to Harwood Grange. It was getting dark as Jack rode up to the mill, and he found the miller knocking off work and disconnecting his water wheels. "Don't you know me, Master Simpson?" said Jack, as the miller stared at him from beneath his well-powdered brows. "Ay, in troth, that do I, Mr. John Deane, if I mistake not," answered the honest miller. "Why, lad, you seem to have ridden hard this evening. What is your pleasure?" "A night's rest, and some food for my horse and myself," answered Jack, dismounting. "You will give it me, like a kind man, and ask no questions. I have business of importance which takes me some distance from hence, and I am afraid if I were to ride on through the night with my tired steed, that we both of us should roll in the mud before day dawns." The miller made Jack welcome, and having stabled his horse as usual, he was soon seated opposite pretty Marjorie Simpson, by the side of the kind dame. Jack had to confess that he had not been at home for some time, in order to make inquiries respecting his friends at Nottingham. He could, however, gain no information, but the miller told him that as soon as the roads dried up a little with the March winds, he proposed going there. It struck Jack, therefore, that by this means he might communicate with his family, and fortunately, having some paper in his valise, he was able to write a few lines to his brother Jasper. He told him of his welfare, and that he proposed immediately going on board a man of war and seeking his fortunes at sea. "I will not enter into my reasons, brother Jasper," he wrote, "but I find the land not suited for me, and I wish to prove my loyalty to our brave King William, and to seek for adventures on the ocean, where I have an idea more gold and as much honour is to be gained as on shore." Jack sent his best love to his father and mother and sisters, and begged that they would not forget him or condemn him, whatever they might hear to his discredit. He carefully sealed this letter, which Master Simpson promised faithfully to deliver either to Jasper or to Polly, should the former be absent from home. "Now, Master Simpson, I will ask you still another favour. The moon will be up in 4 or 5 hours. Let me sleep till then, and allow me to rise and proceed on my way. I shall thus reach the end of my journey soon after daybreak, where I can get further rest for myself and horse." Although the good miller at first objected to this, Jack induced him to agree to let him take his departure. The air was bitterly cold, for the wind was from the north, and a sharp frost had set in, and Jack feared lest a snowstorm should come on and impede his progress. He was therefore thankful that he had started at that early hour, hoping without impediment to reach Harwood Grange. His good steed, after a few hours' rest, carried him as well as when he first started from Hammersmith, and the sun had only just risen as he rode up the avenue to the Grange. He was anxious to make as little disturbance as possible, and he therefore at once rode up to the stable and begged the groom to attend to his horse, while he went up to the house. The man, who did not know him, seemed indisposed at first to obey his orders. "It is a matter of importance," said Jack, "and I may have but little time to rest my tired beast." As the housemaid was just opening the front door, Jack entered and learned that the squire was already on foot, and that Mistress Alethea would soon be down to breakfast. Jack hurried into the squire's own room, where he was examining several firearms placed against the wall. "Mr. Harwood," he exclaimed, "I fear that you are in danger. If you have been connected with those engaged in the conspiracy to bring over a foreign army and to dethrone King William, let me urge you to fly or to conceal yourself. The plot has been discovered." Mr. Harwood turned deadly pale on hearing this, and trembled in every limb. "I am deeply thankful to you for the warning you have given me," he answered. "But what am I to do? I cannot leave my daughter, and know not where to conceal myself." "Mistress Alethea will surely find a welcome and shelter in the house of my father," answered Jack. "I will endeavour to assist you to escape to a place of safety. It may be that no one will search for you here, but if you think it more advisable to go abroad, I will accompany you either to Yarmouth or Harwich, where you may take ship and get across to France." Mr. Harwood overwhelmed Jack with thanks, and gladly accepted his offer. Their plans were scarcely arranged when Alethea entered the room. She showed far more courage than her father had done on hearing of the discovery of the plot. Though anxious about his safety, she at once declared her intention of accompanying him. "That cannot be, my child," said Mr. Harwood. "You know not the difficulties and dangers I may have to go through, and though you might be willing to share them, they must of necessity be greatly increased should you be with me. We have friends in this neighbourhood who will, I am sure, take care of you. With them you will live happily and securely, and I trust that in a short time, when this matter has blown over, I may be able to return once more to England." Jack's heart beat violently when he heard these remarks of Mr. Harwood. "Oh yes," he exclaimed, "I feel sure that my mother and sisters will gladly afford all the protection Miss Harwood requires. I wish that I could accompany her to Nottingham. Could I not do it, and rejoin you, Mr. Harwood?" "What, and run the risk of being apprehended yourself?" exclaimed the squire. "No, I will send Alethea under the escort of 2 trusty grooms, with her tirewoman, and will throw myself on the kindness of your family. Already I am deeply indebted to them, and shall but add to the obligation." The squire spoke with some hesitation. Even at that moment his aristocratic feelings influenced him, and he felt as if he was honouring the Deane family by thus confiding his daughter to their charge. Some time had thus passed when the squire recollected that Jack must require food. "It would never do to set forward without being prepared," he observed. "Take your breakfast with Alethea, while I go and put together such valuables as it may be prudent for me to carry, and you, my daughter, will take the remainder, for I know not, should I be informed against, what will be the fate of the old grange, and of the estate my fathers have held for so many centuries." Jack, as he sat by the side of Alethea, endeavouring to eat his breakfast, in vain tried to utter the sentiments with which his heart was full. Whenever he attempted to speak, he hesitated and stammered, and his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. Alethea was more serious, naturally, than he had ever seen her before. "I foresaw that it might come to this," she said at last to Jack. "But do you know, I rather glory in suffering for what I believe to be a right cause." "But oh, Miss Harwood," exclaimed Jack, now able to speak, "surely no cause would justify the means by which the conspirators have attempted to carry out their project, to murder the great and brave king. Surely nothing can justify assassination." "Oh, no, no!" exclaimed Alethea. "But surely those with whom my father was associated have not attempted to commit so fearful a crime." "Most certainly the crime was contemplated," answered Jack. "I've heard the whole plan discussed, but whether Mr. Harwood's especial friends were acquainted with it or not, I cannot say. But of one thing I feel very sure, from what I heard, that James was well aware of the project, and sanctioned it by the countenance he gave to those who undertook to carry it out." "If I were sure of that," exclaimed Alethea, with a tone of indignation, "my whole feelings towards King James would be changed. While I thought him an honourable and an injured man, and the rightful sovereign of these realms, my feelings were in his favour. But if his principles would allow him to act as you describe, then I cannot but feel that the nobles and commons of England were right in their dread of having such a man to reign over them." "I wish Mr. Harwood had seen the matters in that light before he allowed himself to be drawn into the plot," said Jack. "Perhaps, however, he may now be induced to do so. If so, and those who have principally engaged in it have suffered the penalty of their crimes, he will probably be allowed to return home and live quietly as heretofore. For my own part, as I have been consorting with the king's enemies, though unknowingly, I have determined from henceforth to fight for him and his friends, and to try my fortune on the ocean. It will be more to my taste than being pinched up in breastplate and helmet, and having to fight on shore. I may there win a name and fame, Alethea, and perchance when I come back I may look forward to—" Whatever Jack was going to say was interrupted by the entrance of Mr. Harwood. As may be supposed, he had but a small appetite for breakfast, though pressed by his daughter, who in every way tried to keep up his spirits, to partake of it. The steward and head groom were ordered to accompany Miss Harwood into Nottingham, while his own fleetest hunter was to be got ready to start as soon as Jack's horse was sufficiently rested. In vain Jack waited for an opportunity to finish the sentence he had begun, for having, as he thought, broken the ice, he hoped to get yet farther in. But just as the party were rising from breakfast, which had been put off to a later hour than usual, a visitor was announced, and Jasper Deane entered the room. His surprise at seeing Jack was very great. They greeted each other, however, as affectionate brothers, though Jasper refrained from asking Jack questions which it might have been disagreeable to him to answer in the presence of Alethea and Mr. Harwood. "I am sure, Jasper, you will answer for our parents being ready to receive Miss Harwood," said Jack, during the temporary absence of her father. "I have brought him some news, with which I need not trouble you, which requires him to leave home immediately." "Why not trust me?" answered Jasper. "Surely I would not betray Mr. Harwood's secrets." "For your own sake, it may be better for you not to know them," answered Jack. "It is time that we should be on the road. Bear my duty to my father and mother, and my love to our sisters, and I will write to them of my proceedings as soon as I have an opportunity." Jack saw that Mr. Harwood was impatient to be off, while he himself knew the importance of losing no time in getting to a place of safety. He had no opportunity, therefore, of asking Jasper questions as to what had taken place at Nottingham, nor did he himself wish to tell him what he had been about. He merely mentioned his letter entrusted to the miller. "That will tell you more about my intentions," he observed. If a pang of jealousy crossed his heart when he saw his brother ride off by the side of Alethea, he quickly banished it, and immediately afterwards he and Mr. Harwood, with their valises strapped to their saddles, were making their way through the forest to the east. End of chapter 20. Reading by John Brandon. Chapter 21 of John Deane of Nottingham. Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. John Deane of Nottingham. Historic Adventures by Land and Sea by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 21. John Deane turns sailor and joins the Weymouth. Captain Jumper. At no time for many years had there been greater activity in the chief naval ports of England than in February 1696. All the ships in the service were ordered to be brought forward, and as many more as could be obtained were purchased for the Royal Navy. Officers and men eagerly offered their services. Indeed, the enthusiasm of all ranks and professions was very great. Numerous seamen from the merchant service joined the Navy, and there was no lack of volunteers eager to be employed. A squadron lay in the Medway, fitting out as quickly as stores could be brought on board them, and the men could be collected. Among them was the Weymouth, a ship of 40 guns, commanded by the well-known Captain Jumper. Her sails were bent, and she only waited for her powder to be brought on board to go to sea, as soon as she could fill up with her proper complement of men. A boat had just come alongside, and the first lieutenant reported that she contained a number of volunteers. Among the first who stepped on board was a fine, active-looking young man, though to the nautical eye he had not much the look of a sailor. "Where have you served before, my man?" asked Mr. Commack, the first lieutenant. "And what do you know of seamanship?" "I've served nowhere, please you, sir," was the answer, "but I'm ready to learn, and I know how to handle a cutlass and shoot a partridge or pheasant flying." "You are the lad for us, then," answered the officer. "What is your name?" "We will enter you as a landsman, but you will soon make an able seaman." "John Deane, at your service, sir," answered our friend. For he it was who, having put his purpose of joining the navy into execution, had volunteered for the Weymouth. It was the first time he had ever stood on the deck of a ship. No wonder, then, that he gazed about him with a look of astonishment at the guns thickly arranged on either side, at the numerous brass swivels and other pieces which graced her quarters and forecastle, and the high lanterns of brass astern, and the numberless ropes which led here and there from the masts and spars, with their ends neatly coiled down on deck, at the seamen in their loose dresses, shirts and trousers, with belts round their waists, contrasting with the officers in their three-cornered hats and long coats, laced with gold or silver, large embroidered belts by which hung their rapiers, each dressed rather according to his fancy and means than to any authorized uniform. A number of other men were then called up. Among the first was one whose countenance Jack thought he knew. He looked at him several times, till at length it struck him that it must be the very man who had guided him to Pearson's farm in the Fens, Ned Burdale. There was the same sturdy, independent look, bold eye, and manner. What, however, had induced him to enter on board a king's ship, Jack could not divine. At all events, he felt it would be wise in him not to claim acquaintance with a person of so doubtful a character. He little expected to find anybody else whom he had met before, but he had not been long on board when a seaman came up to him and, putting out his hand, exclaimed, "What, Jack Deane, don't you know me?" "Yes," said Jack, at last wringing him by the hand, "but I should not have recognized you in that dress, and with that ugly cut down your cheek, if I did not remember your voice." "Yes, I've seen some service already," answered the seaman. "I have a bullet through my leg, and this pretty little remembrance on my cheek. But it's what we have to expect. We're paid for it, you know, and besides, we give as good as we take, and that's a consolation." "But what made you come to sea?" asked Jack. "I had no idea you had any fancy that way." "I may ask the same question of you, friend Deane," said Smedley, for it was Jack's old poaching acquaintance. "The honest truth is, I found Nottingham too hot to hold me, and so here I am come to serve his Majesty. It is a pretty hard life, I will own, but I have brought myself into it, and so I have determined not to grumble." "Well, I have my own reasons too, Smedley, for coming to sea," said Jack, "but you will excuse me if I don't explain them. I hope we may both do our duty and fight bravely for our country. That's what I have come to sea for, with the hope of seeing a little more of the world than I should if I had remained at Nottingham, or continued to drive oxen between Scotland and Sturbridge." Smedley, who had already been some weeks at sea, was able to give Jack a good deal of instruction in his duties, and found him an apt scholar. Jack was determined to make himself a seaman as soon as he could. From morning till night he was employed in picking up information, and he soon gained some knowledge in the arts of knotting and splicing. He quickly, too, found his way aloft, and though at first he felt rather giddy at the masthead, his eye soon got accustomed to look down on the deck below, and he could run out on the yards in a short time with any man on board. He soon indeed surpassed Smedley himself. The man he took to be Burdale, from the way he walked the deck, was evidently accustomed to a sailor's life. So rapidly were the ships got ready for sea that in a short time a large fleet was collected in the Downs under the command of Admiral Russell. He had under him Lord Berkeley, Admiral of the Blue, and Sir Cloudesley Shovel, Vice Admiral of the Red. Mr. Aylmer, Vice Admiral of the Blue, with 2 Dutch squadrons under 2 rear admirals. As soon as the fleet was collected, they set sail for the coast of France, arriving shortly afterwards off Dunkirk. It was here that the celebrated French Admiral Jean Bart held the command of a French fleet. As the English fleet passed Calais, 300 or 400 vessels of all sorts were seen with their sails bent ready for sea. As soon as the French saw the English fleet approaching Dunkirk, several of their men of war ran close up to the pier. Hopes were now entertained by the English crews that some fighting would take place. Sir Cloudesley Shovel, with several captains, stood in towards Dunkirk to see if there was any possibility of burning the fleet. This, however, was declared to be impracticable, and Admiral Russell therefore sailed back to Dover, leaving a squadron under Sir Cloudesley Shovel to watch the movements of the enemy. A short time after this, Sir Cloudesley Shovel, who had returned to the Downs, was ordered to take with him the bomb vessels and such small ships as he should think necessary, and attempt the burning of Calais with the transports and other ships in that harbour. Calais was soon in sight. The English could see the harbour crowded with vessels, which as they approached, however, ran close up under their batteries, where the ships could not get at them. The wind was offshore, which gave them smooth water, and the squadron, in gallant style, beat up as near to the town as the water would allow. They now anchored their men of war protecting the bomb vessels, which instantly commenced throwing shells into the place. It was a fine sight to see them, like vast rockets, rising in the air and curling over until they fell into the devoted town. For several hours the fiery shower continued. Now flames were seen to burst out in one part of the town, now in another, and now the vessels in the harbour caught fire. Several in succession exploded. As each of the enemy's vessels blew up, the English crews burst forth with loud cheers and redoubled their efforts. The enemy were not idle, but the English ships were so placed that not many of the French shot did damage. The shipping in the harbour suffered most, as the chief aim of the English was to destroy them, and a large number of privateers were blown up or burned. A strong wind was blowing when the action began, and it continued increasing till the squadron could with difficulty hold their position before the town. Still the English persevered. A large portion of the town was burnt down, and a considerable amount of shipping was destroyed. Such would have been the fate of the whole, had not the gale at length compelled Sir Cloudesley Shovel to throw out a signal for retiring. This was done in good order, and the squadron returned to the Downs. Soon after this, a squadron, of which the Weymouth formed one of the ships, was sent to cruise off Dunkirk. where it was understood that Jean Bart, with several ships of war, was still lying ready for sea. Rear Admiral Benbow was placed in command of this squadron, but on his arrival before the place, he found the number of ships he had with him too small to guard both channels. The weather also proving extremely foggy, Du Bart slipped out, and steering to the northeast, fell in with the Dutch Baltic fleet of about 100 sail, escorted by 5 frigates, all of which he took, and above half the merchantmen. In the midst of Du Bart's victory, he was surprised by the appearance of the Dutch outward-bound Baltic fleet, under the convoy of 13 men of war, which so closely pursued him that he was obliged to abandon most of his prizes. He burned 4 of the frigates, and putting their crews on board the 5th, turned her adrift, which with 35 of the merchant ships were retaken. A fast galley brought the news to Admiral Benbow, who immediately steered in pursuit of the French squadron. The Weymouth was one of the leading ships. John Deane, who was now rated as an able seaman, was constantly at the masthead, looking out for the enemy, eager as any on board to come up with them. "Several sail ahead!" he shouted out one morning at daybreak. There was no doubt that this was the enemy. The signal was thrown out accordingly, and the English crowded all sail in chase. The wind, however, which was in their favour, began to fall, and greatly to their disappointment it became almost a calm. The Frenchmen, however, retained the breeze, and were soon again out of sight. In vain the English seamen whistled for a wind. Noon passed by, and still they remained becalmed. Whether it was their whistling or not produced the breeze, one sprung up towards evening, and the brave Benbow steered after the French. Again they were discovered, and again lost sight of. Once more their white canvas was seen ahead, and hopes were entertained that they would be overtaken before they could reach the shelter of Dunkirk, towards which they were steering. They, however, made good use of their heels, and before a shot could reach them, they had run into Dunkirk. The fleets of England were, however, enabled to punish the French severely for their audacious project of invading our tight little island, and for their still more nefarious plan, which had been hatched under the sanction of their king, for assassinating the constitutional and Protestant monarch whom her people had chosen, and imposing on them in his stead a papist and a tyrant. Jack kept his eyes and ears open, and picked up all the information he could as to what was going forward in all directions. He had resolved when he joined to become an officer, and he knew very well that the only way of accomplishing his object was to attend strictly to his duties, to be obedient to his superiors, and to gain all the information in his power. Among the novelties which had lately been introduced into the ships of the Royal Navy were brass box compasses. These were placed in front of the steering wheels, and were a great improvement upon the former contrivances for the same object. A large number of ships having been wrecked on the Eddystone Rock off Plymouth, an application was made to the Trinity House to erect a lighthouse on it, which was begun that very year, and it was supposed that it would be completed in the course of the next 3 years. The masters and owners of ships agreed to pay a penny per ton outwards and inwards to assist in defraying the expense. A register for 30,000 seamen was established. They were to be in readiness at all times for supplying the Royal Navy, and were to receive a bounty of 40 shillings yearly. On the 29th of January of that year, the Royal Sovereign, built in the reign of Charles I, and at that time the largest ship ever built in England, was by accident burned at her moorings in Gillingham Reach, in the River Medway. "Well, Deane, and how do you like a sea life?" asked Smedley, after Jack had been some time on board. "I will tell you when I've been longer afloat," answered Jack. "From what I have seen of it, I'm ready to stick to it. That's what I've got to say. And how do you like it?" "To confess the truth, I'm getting rather tired of it," answered Smedley. "I thought it would be an easier life than I find it, but this cruising up and down the Channel and blockading the enemy's ports is trying work, and often I wish myself on shore again, taking a stroll or galloping through Sherwood Forest." "That's because you have not a right object in view," answered Jack. "Now that I've made up my mind to take the roughs and smooths as I find them, if I get shot or wounded, it is the fate of many a better man, and if I escape, I hope to fight my way up to wear a cocked hat and laced coat." "That's very well for you, Deane, because you were born a gentleman," said Smedley. "I came to sea because I could not help it. All about that poaching affair and the burning of the houses. I wish we had never engaged in it, I own," said Jack. "It has cost me dear, and what I regret most is the injury it did my character in the place, and the annoyance it must have caused my family when it was found out." "What do you mean?" asked Smedley. "I do not understand you." "Why, that man who met us on that night and showed us how to spear the salmon told me that a warrant was out against me for poaching and firing the huts, and that if I went back to Nottingham I should be sent to prison," answered Jack. "He told you a lie, then. Your name has never been mentioned in connection with the affair, and to this day, unless you have told anybody, I am very sure that no one in Nottingham knows anything about it." "Then what object could Pearson have had for saying so?" said Jack. "I have no idea," said Smedley. "I may be right or I may be wrong, and from what you have told me of the man, he has just wanted to keep you from going back to Nottingham. Why he did so I cannot exactly say, except that he probably wanted to make use of you in some way or other." The light at length burst on Jack's mind, and at once he saw the danger of getting into bad company. Had he refrained from joining in that fatal expedition, he would not have met Pearson, and if he had not met Pearson, he would never have been drawn into the plot which had so nearly cost him dear. Perhaps even his life might have been sacrificed in consequence. He did not say this to Smedley, because he had determined not to say anything to him about the plot in which he had been unintentionally mixed up. "It shall be a lesson to me through life," he thought. "If a person once associates with evil-disposed people, he knows not how soon he may be led to do as they're doing." Often he thought of honest Will Brinsmead and his wise sayings, and the advice he had bestowed on him. Jack was every day becoming far more thoughtful than he had been hitherto. He was living among a wild, careless, rough set of men. Most of them were brave and honest, but there were rogues and cowards among them. The greatest number lived only for the present moment, and were utterly thoughtless about the future. Now John Deane felt that he must either be drawn in to act as they were acting, and to become like them, or he must keep himself as much as possible aloof from them. This, however difficult it might be, he determined to do. In former days, laws had been passed, not only to maintain a discipline in the navy, but for regulating the moral conduct of the men. There were regulations against profane swearing or gambling, or fighting or quarreling, and orders were issued for the performance of divine service, not only on Sundays, but on weekdays, and on every occasion before going into action with an enemy. Unhappily, however, by this time this had become a dead letter, and a general indulgence was allowed to the seamen in all the vices which have been mentioned. The men were also badly and tyrannically treated, and often their pay was kept back from them. The provisions were frequently very bad, and the greater number of men who were sent as surgeons on board the ships were grossly ignorant of their professional duties. Still, the love of adventure existing in the breasts of English lads, the opportunities which seamen enjoyed of obtaining prize money, and the efforts of the press gangs, kept the Royal Navy tolerably supplied with men. A large number also joined, whatever can be said to the contrary, from patriotic motives, desirous of maintaining the honour of the British flag, protecting the commerce of the country, and guarding their native shores from foreign aggression. Such was the feeling which animated the breasts of thousands when Jack Deane joined the Navy. Such is the feeling which has induced many thousands more on various occasions, when their country needed their services to assist in manning her fleets. It was a great relief to Jack Deane to find that he still maintained an honourable name in his native town, and he at once wrote home in a strain he had not before ventured to use, telling his father, to whom he addressed his letter, that he had come to sea for the sake of fighting for the cause of King William, and that he hoped, when he returned home, to present himself in the rank of an officer. End of chapter 21. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 22 of John Deane of Nottingham. Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. John Deane of Nottingham. Historic Adventures by Land and Sea by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 22. First Sea Fight. John Deane had soon the opportunity he had long wished for of engaging in a naval fight. As the Weymouth was cruising in the Channel, a sail was seen on the lee bow. Captain Jumper immediately ordered the ship to be kept away, and clapped on all the canvas she could carry and chase. The stranger, on seeing this, bore away, but the Weymouth was a fast ship, and rapidly came up with her. The drum beat to quarters, and the ship was prepared for action. Shot was brought up from below, and placed in the racks ready for use. The powder magazine was opened, and the powder boys were sent up with their tubs, and arranged in rows along the deck, ready to supply the seamen who fought the guns with powder. The slow matches were got ready, and pistols, boarding pikes, and hangers served out to the men. Jackets and shirts were discarded, and the crew stood ready, dressed alone in their trousers, with belts round their waists in which their pistols were stuck, and their hangers attached. There could be no doubt that the stranger was an enemy, though he had not yet shown his colours. Few would have supposed that the crew who now stood at their guns were about in a short time to be engaged in deadly fight. Jokes of all sorts were passed along the decks, and peals of laughter were indulged in, till silenced, when they became too uproarious by the officers. Jack found Smedley standing close to him, both having been appointed to the same gun. A handkerchief was bound round his head to keep his hair, which in the fashion of seamen in those days was worn long away from his eyes. He was as cool and collected as the rest of his shipmates, but did not seem inclined to join in the jokes in which they were indulging. "You seem somewhat out of sorts, Jem," said John Deane. "What makes you so grave?" "We're sure to thrash the enemy, however big he may be." "Just the thoughts of home, Jack," answered Smedley. "I was thinking just now whether I should not have been better off attending to my father's business, with the prospect of marrying pretty Mary Smithers, than out here, stripped to the waist, with a chance of having my head carried off before the day is over." "Nonsense, Jem," answered Deane. "You should not let such thoughts trouble you. Your head is as firm on your shoulders as that of any other man on board." "Aye, but how many other men will lose theirs?" said Smedley. "I cannot help thinking of home, at all events, and though I may come out of this day's fight unscathed, I often wish I had remained quietly at home, without hankering after the sea. It all comes of that wild life we boys led in the forest. We did many things we ought not to have done, and it's to those I owe being out here. However, I will try to do my duty, and bring no discredit on our native town." "I am sure you will not do that," said Jack, "and I hope I see you throw up your cap with the rest of us when the enemy strikes to our flag." As the Weymouth drew near the stranger, it was seen that she was a very large ship, considerably larger than the former, and probably carrying many more guns, with a more numerous crew. Still, this in no way daunted the courage of the British seamen, but only made them the more eager for the attack. Most of them had already engaged in many a hard-fought battle with superior numbers, and come off victorious. They knew what British pluck and British muscle could do, and that if they could handle their guns twice as fast as the enemy could haul in and out theirs, that even should they have only half the number of their antagonist, they might still hope to beat her. Jack had frequently spoken to the man whose countenance he thought he knew when he first came on board, but the latter denied ever having seen him before. Jack now saw him standing at a gun not far from the one where he was stationed. The man looked very pale, and, like Smedley, was not joining in the jokes of his shipmates. Jack watched his countenance, and now was more convinced than ever that he was Burdale. As the Weymouth drew near, the stranger hoisted French colours, and finding that escape was impossible, hauled up her courses and fired a gun in defiance, which was answered by one from the Weymouth. Both of the shots, however, fell short of their aim. The combatants, without again firing, now rapidly drew near each other, with their flags and streamers flying and their trumpets loudly sounding. Men armed with muskets were stationed in the large, heavy round tops, each holding a dozen or more soldiers, while others were stationed in the topgallant forecastle, and others at the poop. Guns were also placed inside the forecastle, as also under the poop, with their muzzles turned inboard, so that should the enemy attempt to board, the decks might be swept by their fire. These guns, however, were not loaded with round shot, but with langrage, which by scattering around might kill a number of persons at each discharge. The wind was moderate, the sea tolerably smooth. Captain Jumper stood in the mizzen rigging, directing the movements of his ship, while the other officers were stationed in different parts in command of the guns, some on the upper and main deck, others on the forecastle and poop. The surgeons were below in the cockpit, getting ready their instruments and lint and bandages, and preparing the tables on which amputation, when necessary, might be performed. Here also were restoratives arranged for those who might faint from loss of blood. They had taken a look at the enemy, and aware from her superior size that the fight would be a desperate one, were coolly talking over the amount of work in store for them. Not a word was now spoken along the decks, for all jokes were silenced by command of the officers. The captains of the guns stood ready with their slow matches in their hands, prepared to fire at the signal being given. Already the two antagonists were within range of each other's artillery, but both waited to get still nearer, that the greater effect might be produced by their fire. John Deane could not help holding his breath, as did many a brave man on board, not from any sensation of fear, but from intense eagerness for the moment when the combat was to begin. They had not long to delay. Captain Jumper had contrived to place his ship in the position which British officers of all ages have wished to hold with regard to the enemy, that is, broadside to broadside. And now he saw that the wished-for moment had arrived. "Fire!" he shouted. The word was echoed along the decks. The trumpets now brayed out their loudest sounds of defiance. The captains of the guns applied their matches, and the loud roar of artillery broke the silence which had hitherto reigned over the water. The Frenchmen were not slow to answer, and their shot came crashing on board with terrible effect. Many a fine fellow who had been laughing and joking with the rest was laid low. The white splinters were flying on either side, and ropes which had just before been trim and taut hung in festoons or flew out in the breeze, while many a shot hole was seen through the sails. Without a moment's delay, the guns were hauled in, the powder boys sprang up from their tubs, and handed out the powder, which being quickly rammed home, the shot was thrown into the muzzle. Again the guns were run out. No order was now required for firing, but as rapidly as the guns could be loaded, they were discharged towards the enemy. Thus for some time the English ship ran alongside her huge antagonist. Her name, painted on her stern, was the Vigo, and 30 ports were counted on each side. Jack Deane stood at his gun, hauling it in with right good will, and running it out still more eagerly as fast as his arms and those of his mates could work it, thinking of nothing else, and not looking round, even to see what had become of any of those near him. Now and then he heard a groan or a cry, and as he turned around to hand on the powder or the shot, he saw perchance a poor fellow amidst the smoke struggling on the deck. Next moment there was a loud crash close to him, and he found himself sprinkled over from head to foot with blood. He felt no pain, and scarcely knew whether it was his own or that of a shipmate. No sound was heard, but he saw that the man who had stood next to him the moment before was no longer there. But a few feet off a human being lay stretched on the deck. He was about to stoop down to help the man during the interval that the charge was being rammed home. "Let him alone," said the captain of the gun. "He has drunk his last glass of grog." See, that's his blood which has turned you into a red Indian. Hurrah, lads! We'll revenge him, and all those who lose the number of their mess today." At this time the small-arm men were not idle. Showers of bullets were flying from the tops and forecastle, returned from those of the enemy. Now an attempt was made by the Vigo, by bracing up her yards, to cross under the stern of the Weymouth. This, however, was quickly prevented by Captain Jumper by a similar manoeuvre, as he had no intention of giving up the advantageous position he held. It was impossible to ascertain the effect which the fire of the British ship was producing among the French crew, but Jack could not help fearing that a considerable number of his shipmates were either killed or wounded. Those who were wounded were immediately carried below, while the killed were borne to the other side of the deck and slipped overboard through the ports, in order to avoid discouraging the survivors. Still the fight continued with unabated fury. "Fire away, my lads!" cried Captain Jumper, and his words were echoed by the officers in all directions. "We will sink the enemy, or go down with our own colours flying. Never let it be said that the Weymouth had to strike to a Frenchman." The speech was a very short one, but it had its effect in encouraging the crew. Scarcely a minute afterwards a fearful sound was heard. It was that of an explosion, and the ship trembled from stem to stern, while those on the quarter-deck saw the poop lifting up into the air, sending some of those on it overboard and killing several others. "Fire! Fire!" was shouted. "The ship's on fire!" "We have water enough alongside, my lads, to extinguish it," cried the captain, in an undaunted tone, and in an instant those of the crew not actually working the guns were hurried up with buckets, with which they soon put out the flames. The Frenchmen shouted, thinking that they were about to gain the victory, but they were answered by a loud cheer of defiance from the British seamen. It became now absolutely necessary for the Weymouth to stand away from the enemy for a short time to repair damages. The only fear of the British sailors was that in the meantime the enemy might try to escape. "No fear of that, lads," cried the brave captain, who knew what they were speaking of. "See, we have made too many shot holes between wind and water, and in a few minutes the main mast will go by the board if the wind increases." This was very evident, for while the Weymouth put her helm down to stand away from the Vigo for a short distance, the other immediately ceased firing. The survivors of her crew were probably engaged in attempting to repair the damages she had received. This gave the English leisure to perform their own work without interruption. Jack, as he was leaving his gun to go aloft, looked round him. Of those who had stood but lately by his side, several were missing. Smedley was nowhere to be seen. He inquired among the crew of his gun. Yes, a shot struck him, and he was carried below, but whether mortally wounded or not, no one could tell. As he passed up the hatchway, the man whom he took to be Burdale lay on the deck. A bullet which had found its way through a port had struck him down. He was bleeding also from a wound in his shoulder. Jack sprang forward to assist him, but just at that instant the men who were appointed to carry the wounded below lifted him off the deck and bore him from his sight. The decks now presented a very different scene to that which they did a short hour ago. Fore and aft they were covered with blood, and in many places they were blackened and torn up by the shot which had ploughed its way across them. The beams and stanchions in every direction were shattered and broken, and the whole ship showed the severity of the action in which she had been engaged. "We may be in a bad shape enough," Jack heard an old seaman say, "but if you were to go on board the enemy, you would see matters 10 times worse." Their decks, depend on it, are slippery with gore all over, and for one man we have lost, they have lost 5. There was little time, however, for talking. The officers were shouting here and there, giving their directions, and the men were springing aloft to obey them, or running wherever they were summoned. In a short time the ropes were knotted, the yards braced up, the damage done to the poop partially repaired, and the Weymouth again stood towards her opponent. As she approached, she was received with a hot fire, which she returned with interest, while the big guns once more with loud roars sent forth their shot. The soldiers and small-arm men rattled away with their musketry, and the swivels, culverins, and other small guns in rapid succession added to the uproar by their sharper reports. Bullets, round shot, and langrage were flying thickly around. "Depress your guns and fire at her hull," cried the captain, seeing the effect that had already been produced on the enemy. As the Frenchman's fire grew slacker, that of the English became more and more brisk. Scarcely had a gun been discharged when it was again hauled in, and once more sent forth its deadly missile into the hull of the enemy. Just as the action recommenced, the enemy's mainmast went by the board. A loud shout burst from the throats of the British seamen. Scarcely had it died away when the mizzenmast followed, and now the stout ship was seen to be heeling over. A cry ran along the decks, "She's sinking! She's sinking!" Still her guns continued to send forth her shot, though with far less frequency than at first. Another and another broadside was fired into her, and now it became evident that there was truth in the belief that she was about to go down. "Cease firing!" cried the English captain. "Not another shot will she discharge at us." As he spoke, the bow of the Vigo was seen to rise out of the water. Loud shrieks and cries rose from her decks. Her stern gradually sank. "Lower the boats!" cried the English captain. "Be smart, my lads. We must save the poor fellows' lives." Unhappily, several of the English boats had been almost knocked to pieces. Those which could yet swim were immediately lowered. John Deane jumped into one of the first that reached the water. Ere, however, they could get up to the foundering ship, the sea had washed over her deck. Down, down she went, carrying with her all her wounded and a large number of those who had escaped unhurt. The rest had thrown themselves into the water, some to swim, some holding on to planks or broken spars, but of those, many who had delayed leaving to the last were drawn down in the vortex of the sinking ship. As the first English boat reached the spot, the streamer at her foreroyal masthead was alone to be seen fluttering for a moment above the eddying waters, and then downwards it was drawn after the mast to which it had been attached. Some were still striking out bravely towards their late antagonists. The boats were soon among them, taking up all they met. Many, however, sunk before the very eyes of the English sailors as they pulled towards them. The boats were soon loaded and returned to the Weymouth, fearing lest they should be swamped should they take on board any more of the struggling wretches. Having handed up those they had saved, they once more returned, but in the meantime many of those they desired to help had sunk beneath the waves, and out of a crew of 600 or 700 who had lately manned that tall ship, scarcely 80 remained alive. They confessed that upwards of 100 had been killed or wounded since the commencement of the action, as they acknowledged to the rapidity with which the English fired at them. Thus the hard-won prize was lost. End of chapter 22. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 23 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter number 23, After the Battle. The brave crew of the Weymouth had enough to do to repair their own damages to escape a similar fate. As it was, the Weymouth was in a perilous condition from the number of shot holes she had received in her hull, and probably, had a gale sprung up, she also would have gone down to the bottom of the ocean. Exhausted by the action, as the men were, they still laboured away, as British seamen are ever ready to do, to repair damages, and to keep the ship afloat. A course was then shaped for Plymouth Sound. As soon as Jack was able to go below, he inquired anxiously for Smedley. He had been carried to the cockpit. Jack went there. It was the first time he had ever entered that place of horrors, and his heart sank, and he almost fainted at the sickly odour which reached him. As he approached it, cries and groans reached his ears. On the table lay a poor fellow, stripped naked, looking already a corpse, on whose leg the surgeons had been operating. His leg, with several other limbs, lay in a basket of sawdust beneath the table. The blood had completely left his face, which still bore the marks of the agony he had suffered, which in those days there were few means of alleviating. One of the surgeons was pouring brandy and water down his throat, while another was applying burnt feathers and other restoratives to his nose. "It's of little use, I'm afraid," said the elder surgeon. "He has slipped through our fingers after all." At first Jack did not recognize the countenance of the sufferer. He looked again. The features were those of Smedley. The surgeon spoke too truly. The previous loss of blood and the agony he had suffered during amputation had been more than his system could bear, and the lamp of life was already flickering in its socket. For an instant he returned to consciousness. Jack went up to him and took his hand while the surgeons continued to apply their remedies. "Shall I bear any message to your friends at Nottingham, poor Jem?" he asked. A slight pressure of the hand was the only answer the sufferer could make. A sigh escaped his bosom. The surgeon put his hand upon his wrist. "He has gone, poor fellow. There's no calling him back," he observed. "Here, take the body away and put Ned Jones in his place. His arm must come off, if I mistake not." Jack turned away with a sad heart. In the cots around him were numerous forms. He was about to return on deck when he recognized among them the countenance of Burdale. The man's eyes followed Jack and seemed to ask him to return. He went up to him. "Can I do anything for you?" he asked. "We've met before, I think." "We have. But you cannot help me much, I suspect. Still, I thank you kindly for the offer. I knew you also when you came on board, and was glad to find that you had escaped the trouble into which I thought you would have fallen." The ice was thus broken, and Jack, while wishing to be of use to the wounded man, whose time on earth he thought was likely to be short, determined to gain all the information he could from him respecting Pearson, and the circumstances which had brought them together. As soon as the ship had been put to rights, those who could be removed were carried to the main deck and placed in a part screened off called the sick bay. Here Jack had an opportunity of visiting his wounded acquaintance whenever he chose. The man grew weaker and weaker, and seemed indeed to suspect that his own end was approaching. "Deane," he said, "there's nobody on board this ship I can trust but you. For though you know little about me, I know you to be an honest young gentleman, and very different from the greater number of wild blades on board. I have a wife and child living at Carlisle, and the poor girl does not know what has become of me, and never will, unless you will undertake, should you ever get on shore, to inform her. I had to leave the country in a hurry to save my life, for when they took to hanging a poor trumpeter for that affair of Sir George Berkeley's, I felt very sure, if I was caught hold of, they would not spare me." "What? Were you engaged in that fearful plot?" asked Jack. "Ay, lad, was I. You may well call it fearful," answered Burdale. "And I should think you were too, Mr. Deane, whether you knew it or not." "I'm afraid that I was, though. I did not know it," said Jack. "Still, no man could have hated the thoughts of what was proposed to be done more than I did. But how were you mixed up with it, Burdale?" "Why, just in this way," was the answer. "The man whom you know as Master Pearson, though he has as many different names as there are days in the week, was once one of the most noted smugglers on the coast, and I for several years served under him. We also took 2 or 3 trips to the Spanish Main, where we had varied fortune. Mr. Pearson on all occasions got the lion's share. I was a youngster, and could not look after my own interest in those days. We came back with a couple of chests of gold and plate and jewels. Somehow or other my master seemed to think that he had had enough of the sea. He met a lady, a real lady she was too, though I don't know her name, and he married her, and for the sake of her company he determined to remain on shore. He knew better how to make money than to keep it, and so did I for that matter, and in a short time the greater part of it was gone. However, he promised his wife not to go to sea, or we should soon have replenished our coffers. He set up, therefore, as a farmer and drover, though he did other turns of business as occasion offered. He understood as much about horses as he did about ships, and as he had been accustomed to levy taxes on all merchantmen he met, with very little regard for the flag they carried, he now took to levying blackmail on shore. I, of course, joined him. What else could I do? Pearson also hoped to make friends at court, and as he fully believed that King James would come back to rule over the land, he heartily entered into the Jacobite plot which has so signally failed. Then was it he who stopped our cattle as we were bound for Sturbridge Fair?" exclaimed Jack suddenly. "There's no doubt about it," answered Burdale. "He made old Will pay pretty dear for his protection." "Then were you the horseman I met, who advised me to offer payment?" "Ay, my lad, that I was," was the answer. "I wonder you did not know me again when I came to you as a guide to conduct you to Pearson's farm in the Fens." "I thought it was you, and I was right."
Yes, but I had good reason for not telling you so, said Burdale. Then who is Master Pearson? Asked Jack. Did you ever hear of the famous northern cateran Ben Nevis? Asked Burdale. Indeed have I, answered Jack. Ay, and you know him well, said Burdale. Your friend and he are the same. I would not tell you this, even though it would not matter to me, but I feel sure that you and he are not likely to meet again. In the Fens he's known as Master Pearson, but he has gone by a dozen different names at various times, and taken up almost as many different characters. Both sea and land are much the same to him, though I think the sea was most to his taste. If it had not been for his wife, he would have stuck to that probably. Next to Captain Kidd, I don't suppose there has been a more successful man out on the Spanish Main than he was, and I should not be surprised but what he will take to the same calling again, if England once again becomes too hot for him. I think differently now that I see death coming on to grip hold of me, to what I did when I was in health and strength, and I tell you, John Deane, you are fortunate in getting clear of him. When he first met you, he wished to get you to join his gang, thinking that you would be ready enough to do so from the way in which you were engaged. He would have invited Smedley and the others, but he saw at a glance that they were not lads to suit him, and so he kept an eye upon you. When he saw that you were not likely to be drawn in for that sort of work, he found employment for you in Sir John Fenwick's plot, and if it had not been for that, I can tell you that Mr. Strelley and Will Brinsmead would never have seen the cattle he had undertaken to send south. As it was, it answered his purpose to send them safe. You were thus still further deceived about him. He was employed, as you know, by Squire Harwood and other Jacobite gentlemen. Not that he cared for one side more than the other, and if King William's party had paid him better, he would have served them just as willingly. I say this because it's the truth, which you wish me to tell you, and I forgive him for all the harm he did me, for it was he who first led me away from an honest course when I was a mere lad, and tempted me to take to smuggling, and in the end to turn pirate and land robber. I am thankful that I at last got free of him. If it was not for my wife and child in my quiet little cottage in the north, I would not complain of dying now, shot down for my brave king and country. But when I think of them, it's hard and bitter to go out of the world and leave them to suffer the neglect and poverty which too likely will be their lot. The speaker's voice grew fainter and fainter as he went on with his narrative, till Jack could with difficulty hear what he said. I promise you, Ned, I will act the part of an honest shipmate, and try to find out those you love, and look after them. Besides, you know your widow will be entitled to a pension, and I will put down her address and write to her as soon as we get into port, that she may apply for it. Ah, that's a comfort. Are you sure you're right, Jack? I've heard several of the men talking about it, and I'm confident I am not wrong, answered Deane. The wives of seamen killed in action are always provided for, and for a proper thing it should be so. It's one of the reasons I have an idea that our brave fellows fight so well. God looks after the fatherless and widows, and as long as our country professes to be a God-fearing nation, She must obey his commands. Burdale put out his hand. Jack pressed it, and promised him again that he would not forget his wishes. Before another sun shone over the world of waters, poor Ned's spirit had winged its flight away from his once sturdy form, and before the ship entered Plymouth Sound, several others who had been wounded in the action breathed their last. End of chapter 23. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 24 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea, by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 24. Cutting Out Expedition. John Deane is promoted. Capture of 2 galleys. It was no easy matter to find a place in which to write a letter on board. Jack, however, got a board for a desk, and sitting down near a port on the deck, wrote to Ned Burdale's widow, according to the address given him, telling her of her husband's death, and directing her how at once to apply for her pension. He promised also to go and see her, if he could possibly manage the journey, and bring a few things which Ned had left to her and her boy, begging her, if she ever moved away, to write to him at Nottingham, that he might know how to find her. So busily were all hands employed in refitting the ship, aided by extra carpenters and riggers, that Jack was unable to obtain even an hour's leave on shore. Immediately the ship was ready for sea, Blue Peter was hoisted, the anchor was run up to the bows, and under all sail she stood down the Sound. Captain Jumper was worthy of his name. A more active officer was not to be found, and he soon made himself as much feared by the French as were Admiral Benbow, Sir Cloudesley Shovel, Sir George Rooke, and Captain Dilkes, who was soon to become an admiral. Under such a commander, John Deane had many opportunities of distinguishing himself. A squadron, of which the Weymouth formed a part, was sent in to attack the island of Rhe and Belle Isle, accompanied by several bomb vessels. St. Martin's was bombarded, and several small towns and villages were burned and plundered. The loss the French suffered on this occasion induced them to go to great expense in defending their coast, the cost to them being far greater than was that to the English in attacking it. Jack volunteered on all occasions of this sort, and on all cutting-out expeditions, and had thus an opportunity of bringing himself before the notice of his captain. As the Weymouth was standing off and on the French coast, several vessels, supposed by their size to be privateers, were seen at anchor within a small harbour, guarded by a fort. As these vessels, if allowed to get out, would probably commit great havoc among the English merchant shipping, it was very important to destroy them. An expedition was accordingly planned by Captain Jumper for that purpose. It was likely, however, to be a dangerous one, as the boats could not get in without passing under the fire of the fort, while the privateers themselves were likely to be prepared with springs on their cables, and guns ready to receive their assailants. Captain Jumper therefore resolved, as is usual on such occasions, to send in only those who would volunteer for the expedition. He had no lack, however, of men ready to undertake it. The more daring and desperate, the more it suited the taste of his brave crew. He had himself proposed to go in command of it, but his second lieutenant begged that he might have that honour. Among the first who volunteered was John Deane. The captain ordered 4 boats to be prepared, carrying in all 50 men. John Deane was in the boat with the first lieutenant, Mr. Cammock, the leader of the expedition. The third lieutenant and 2 master's mates commanded the other boats. To mislead the French, the frigate stood off shore as evening approached, so that they might be led to believe that she had gone altogether. The night being very dark, her return could not be discovered. Jack and his shipmates, in the meantime, were busily employed in resharpening their hangers, and looking to their pistols and ammunition, putting in fresh flints, and seeing that they were not likely to miss fire. By midnight the ship came off the mouth of the harbour. The wind was off shore, so that she could lay to, and at the same time no noise which might be made in lowering the boats would be heard on shore. The boats were quickly lowered and manned, and with muffled oars their brave leader, Lieutenant Cammock, pulled with steady strokes towards the harbour. The outermost vessels were to be first attacked. While 2 of the boats boarded one, the other 2 were to attack the next. Their aim was to pass the fort without being discovered. If they were seen, they were to pull rapidly by, in the hopes that in the darkness the shot might not hit them. Desperate as the work in which they were engaged was likely to prove, John Deane felt a strange pleasure in the undertaking. The dim outline of the shore was seen before them, and on one side the straight line of the fort appeared up against the sky, though as yet the masts of the vessels could not be discerned. There was no doubt, however, of their being on the right course. Not a word was spoken. The men scarcely dared to breathe as they pulled on, so anxious were they to avoid discovery. Like a snake coiling its way among the grass, the line of boats advanced steadily up the harbour. The fort was passed. Deane thought he could hear the footsteps of the sentry as he passed up and down, but as yet they were not seen or heard. Probably not dreaming of an enemy approaching the harbour, he had neglected to turn his eyes towards the entrance. Now he burst forth in a song about his distant home and its vine-clad hills. Jack could almost hear the words as they came floating over the still water. The boats had got some way up the harbour, and now the vessels which were to be attacked appeared before them. Suddenly a sharp report of a musket was heard. It was fired from the fort. The sounds of the oars borne from the harbour must have reached the sentry's ears. Another shot succeeded it from the same direction. The boats glided rapidly on. Lights were seen on board the vessels, and several sharp reports of muskets told them they were discovered. Not a moment was to be lost. The first vessel was a large ship, probably mounting between 20 and 30 guns. Mr. Cammock ordered the boat next to him to board her along with him, while the 2 latter boats were to attack the vessel astern of her, which was not much inferior in size. The Frenchmen, roused from their sleep, started up on deck to meet the English climbing up the sides with their cutlasses in their teeth. Jack, following Mr. Cammock, was among the first on board. They were met by a party of the French, led by one of their officers. On every side pistols were flashing, and steel was clashing furiously. "Clear the decks of them, my lads!" cried Mr. Cammock, as with his hanger he rushed towards those who opposed him. The Frenchmen gave way, so furious and sudden was the attack. Some leaped overboard, others jumped down below, and others cried for quarter. The lieutenant, ordering the crew of the other boat to cut the cable and make sail, cried out to Jack and his own boat's crew to follow him, that they might take the next vessel. All obeyed with alacrity. But the work was far more serious than that which had just been performed, for the Frenchmen were on the alert, and prepared to receive the boarders. In spite, however, of the pikes thrust at them, and the pistols fired in their faces, the English climbed up the sides and made good their footing on deck. Jack, with his trusty hanger in his hand, kept close to the side of the brave lieutenant. The Frenchmen gathered thickly before them, and a tall figure, whom by his dress Jack saw was an officer, led them on, assailing Mr. Cammock with great fury. His sword was about to descend on the head of the English lieutenant, when Jack, rushing between them, received the blow on his own blade, returning it with such interest that the French officer stretched his length on the deck. The fall of their leader discouraged the rest of the crew. Although they once or twice rallied, they were driven forward. Many were cut down, and others cried out for quarter. There was no time to be lost in getting the vessels out, for it was very evident that a greater number of the crew was on shore, and from the lights which appeared on every side, and the shouts which reached them, it was probable that they were coming off to the assistance of their shipmates. The next vessel appeared to have still fewer people on board. "We cannot get her off," observed Mr Cammock, "but we can burn her, perhaps." "I will do it," cried Jack. "Who will follow me?" Several men instantly volunteered, and Jack, jumping into the boat, led the way on board. The Frenchmen, perhaps, were not expecting an attack, for they made no resistance. Jack had snatched a slow match as he left the other vessel. With this, light was set to different parts of the ship on board which he now found himself. The astonished crew were either drunk or frightened, and did nothing to put out the flames, but were seen to lower a boat and jump into her. The work accomplished, Jack returned to the last vessel, which had been taken just as the cable was cut, and sail was made on her to carry her out of the harbour. So rapidly did the flames of the vessel which had been set on fire burst forth, that even she with difficulty escaped from them, while as they glided down the harbour they were seen to extend to several other vessels near. "Deane, you have rendered an important service tonight," said Mr Cammock, as Jack returned on board. "I can make a favourable report of you to the captain, if we get safe out of this, as I hope we may." Scarcely a quarter of an hour had passed since the first vessel was attacked, and 4 prizes, the reward of British valour, were now being carried off down the harbour with a considerable number of prisoners on board. They were not, however, to escape without molestation. The other vessels which had hitherto escaped the flames opened their fire upon them, as did the fort, but the number of vessels, which kept some little way apart from each other, prevented the French gunners from taking very good aim. Several shots, however, struck the prizes. The French prisoners on board were the chief sufferers. They, poor fellows, shrieked out to their countrymen, entreating them not to fire, as nothing they could do would stop the desperate Englishmen from carrying off the vessels. Their voices, however, were probably not heard, and their entreaties were certainly not attended to. The breeze, blowing directly down the harbour, carried the prizes quickly clear of the fort, and in a short time they were alongside the Weymouth, which made sail and stood off with them towards the English coast. Jack's heart beat high when the next morning he was summoned on the quarter-deck, where the captain and several of his officers were standing together. Jack stood hat in hand before the captain. "Mr Cammock has spoken highly of your coolness and courage last night, John Deane," he said. "He tells me also that you saved his life by coming between him and an officer who would have cut him down. From what has been told me, I believe you will do honour to the quarter-deck, and I will therefore from this day rate you as a master's mate. It is the first step in the ratlines, and I have no doubt, if you go on as you have begun, that you will in time reach the top." Jack's heart beat high at these words. He had hoped some day to become an officer, but he had not expected so soon to attain his wishes, and he was determined the captain's words should be verified, and that he would lose no opportunity of distinguishing himself. He had already a fair store of prize money, so that he was able, without writing home, to fit himself out as became an officer, not so difficult in those days as in later years. He had no great fancy for gold-lace suits, but a good serviceable coat and cocked hat was more according to his taste. He could now, however, write home with some degree of satisfaction to say that he had become an officer, and that he hoped by sticking to the service to rise in the profession he had chosen. He certainly had a longing at times to go home and see those he loved so dearly. Often a vision of Alethea rose up before him, but still not without some doubts as to the position he held with her. It would be impossible to describe all the exploits performed by Captain Jumper and his brave crew during the time the Weymouth was in commission. Few ships remained a shorter time in harbour than she did, and the crew might, with a show of reason, have complained of the hard work they had to go through. They were, however, well satisfied with the amount of prize money which fell to their lot. Jack, in his new position, got a good share of it, and found himself better supplied with cash than he had ever before been in his life. Some time passed away, when one day the Weymouth was standing towards the French coast in the direction the wind blew to St. Martin's, the scene of some of her former exploits, when two vessels were seen to leeward. From the cut of their sails and general appearance they were known to be French. Every stratagem is considered lawful in warfare. Captain Jumper therefore hoisted the French ensign, and as he was running down before the wind, the cut of his own sails could not so clearly be discerned, by which the character of the Weymouth would have been discovered. The two vessels for some time made no attempt to escape, believing probably that the stranger in sight was really French, and wishing for some reason or other to speak to her. By yawing occasionally, that is, moving the ship's head from one side to the other, the French ensign was visible to the two vessels to leeward. Thus the Weymouth was able to get within gunshot of them before her character was discovered. Quickly bracing up her yards, she poured a broadside into her two opponents, which were close together. They were found to be two large galleys, which carried some 20 guns on the upper deck and several on the quarter deck, while between decks were small ports, out of which their oars projected. They now began to work their oars in the hopes of placing themselves on the quarters of the Weymouth. But before one of them could do so, so tremendous a fire was poured into her that she was rendered unmanageable, many of the unhappy galley-slaves having apparently been killed, and her rudder shot away. The other galley attempted to make her escape, but the Weymouth, following her, treated her in the same way that she had done her consort, and she was compelled to strike her colours. Boats were now lowered to take possession of the prizes. Deane was sent on board the first, which lay almost a wreck on the waters. As he clambered up the sides, he gazed with horror on the scene of slaughter which the decks presented. Numbers of the unhappy galley-slaves, chained to their benches, lay cut in two, with limbs shot off, and fearfully mangled in every possible way. Groans and cries ascended from the survivors, though many had already, more fortunate than them, ceased to breathe. A number of the crew had also been killed and wounded, and the galley herself appeared to be in a sinking state. Deane made a signal to the Weymouth to this effect, and begged that the other boats might be sent to rescue the crew. Calling on those who had charge of the slaves, he ordered them immediately to knock off their shackles, he and his men holding pistols to their heads, as they seemed rather disinclined to obey the order. As soon as the poor fellows were released, he had them at once placed in the boats, greatly to the anger of the French crew, who considered that they ought first to have been carried off. It is true that many of the slaves were ruffians of the lowest order, sent to the galleys for their crimes, but Jack knew well also that many were Huguenots, whose only crime was adhering to the Protestant faith. At that moment it was difficult to discriminate between them, and he therefore determined to carry off all at once. The first cargo were quickly conveyed on board the Weymouth, when the boats returned for the survivors of the crew, with whom Deane and his men had remained. He could not help looking anxiously for the return of the boats, for every moment the water was rising higher and higher in the hold of the prize. Again and again he urged the crew to man the pumps and endeavour to keep their vessel afloat, but they were in no way disposed to do this, probably fearing that if the English returned in time they might save her altogether from sinking, and carry her off as a prize. This the Frenchmen were anxious that their conquerors should not do. Once more, as the boats were seen approaching the galley for the remainder of the crew, Deane went round the between decks to ascertain if any of the wounded slaves still remained alive. A low groan reached his ears from a man who lay stretched out under one of the benches. The chain was still round his leg. Deane raised up the man's head. Though wounded, he was still perfectly conscious, and had become aware of the dreadful fate awaiting him had he been overlooked. Deane shouted to those on deck to come to his assistance. By the sound which the water made rushing into the hold of the vessel, he was very sure she would not float many minutes longer. To leave the poor man was contrary to his nature, and yet to release him without knocking off the shackle was impossible. The glance he had of the countenance of the wounded man convinced him that he was not one of the low class of criminals which formed a portion of the gang of galley-slaves, but that he was probably a Huguenot. Deane heard those on deck shouting to the boats to make haste, as the galley was about to sink. At that moment one of his own men, finding that he was not on deck, sprung down below to look for him. Deane at once ordered him to bring the French master-at-arms with his keys, or chisel, to emancipate the unfortunate prisoner. The Frenchman pretended not to understand him, but a pistol placed at his head quickly made him come below and take off the shackle which held the slave to the bench. Jack, in a moment, bearing the rescued man in his arms, leaped up on deck just as the boats came alongside. The French crew made a spring into them, for already they felt the galley sinking beneath their feet. Jack had only just time to lower the man down and spring in after him before the galley, rolling heavily, settled down under the water. The boats rapidly pulled away from her, and in another minute she and the mangled remains of humanity with which her decks were covered were hid beneath the waves. The rescued galley-slave warmly expressed his thanks to Deane for having preserved his life. He had been struck on the head by a piece of one of the oars, shattered by a shot, and stunned. Little blood having flowed from the wound, his strength was unimpaired. "You have saved my life by your activity, young sir," he said in broken English, "and I am grateful to you. But alas, when too probably all I once loved on earth, my property, and my friends, will never again be restored to me, I have, I own, but little to live for." "Cheer up, sir," answered Jack. "Your Huguenot countrymen are always welcome in England, and I doubt not that you will find many friends among them. And at all events the English will receive you as one, if you are, as I conclude, also a Huguenot." "Yes, indeed I am," was the answer. "The faith of the gospel has sustained me under all the trials and hardships I have gone through. Though at times I have been cast down and fainted, I have once more gained courage and determination to await calmly whatever Providence has had in store for me." On getting on board, Deane took the Huguenot to the captain and explained who he was. He, therefore, and others whom he named, were separated from the rest of the prisoners and treated as friends rather than as captured enemies. Some of the slaves were, however, ruffians, whom it was evident it would not be safe to leave at large. They, therefore, were treated as the rest of the prisoners. As the other galley was taken possession of, a ship was seen standing out from under the land towards the Weymouth, attracted probably by the firing, and the English seamen exultingly hoped that they should have another action to fight, and gain another prize. The Frenchmen, however, on discerning the fate of the two galleys, again kept away, and ran back towards the land, taking shelter under the guns of the fort, from which it would have been difficult to cut him out. The Weymouth, with her prize, now stood up channel. As she had now been several years in commission, great hopes were entertained that she would be paid off. Her crew were not disappointed, and being ordered into Portsmouth, those who had lived and fought for so long together were once again separated and scattered in all directions. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea, by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 25. The Galley-slave and who he was. Jack took an especial interest in the unfortunate man whose life he had saved on board the galley. From his manners and language he guessed at once that he was a gentleman, although his hair was long and matted, and his countenance had that sickly hue which long confinement and hard labour had given to it. He visited him in his hammock, where he lay alongside other wounded men. The stranger recognized him at once. "Ah, my brave friend," he said, "this is indeed kind in you to come and see me. I know not whether my days on earth are already numbered, but as long as I remain here, my heart will never cease to beat with gratitude to you." Jack replied that he should have done the same for any human being, but that he was very thankful he had been of service in saving the life of one who appeared to be a gentleman and a man of feeling, especially one who had gone through so many hardships as he had. "Ah, indeed I have," he answered, "because I loved Protestant truth, and desired to worship God according to the dictates of my conscience, I was cruelly deprived of my property, and my wife and child snatched from me, while I was carried off, and after undergoing numberless hardships, was sent on board a galley, associated with many of the greatest villains and most hardened wretches in the country. I was not entirely alone with them, however, for many other Huguenots were suffering with me, and we were thus enabled to support and console each other. But alas, I might have borne the loss of my liberty and my property, and the sufferings and hardships I had to go through, but I could not bear the thought of being separated from my beloved wife and our sweet daughter, and never being able to gain tidings of them. Even now I know not whether they escaped from France, or whether they suffered, as did many who were attempting to fly from the country. Sometimes I fancy that they are alive, but whether the child and mother are still together I know not, or whether they have been separated by our cruel enemies. The fate of our little girl often presses heavily on me. I think sometimes she may have been seized by the Romanists and brought up in their faith, as have many children who have been taken from Huguenots." Jack did his best to console his new friend, and assured him, as he had done before, that he would be kindly treated in England, and that perhaps his Protestant countrymen could give him some tidings of his wife. "My only hope is that she may have returned to Holland," he said, "to which country she belonged, though she had resided many years in France. It was also my father's country, but by right of my mother I inherited a property in France, though little did I think at the time, when I went to take possession of it, that it would have cost me all the suffering I have endured. As I had become a naturalized Frenchman, so as a Frenchman I was treated, but I love the country of my ancestors, and my wife's country, and would gladly return to that. Indeed, could I effect my escape, I would do so, as I have some property there, which the French have not been able to take from me." Jack listened with great interest to this account. "I was acquainted a few years ago with an English merchant at Norwich, one Mr. Gournay, who has been very kind to the Huguenots, and as he has correspondents in all parts of the country, and throughout Holland also, and many other places on the continent, if you will tell me your name, and describe your wife and child, I will write to him, and I have no doubt that he will make inquiries in that direction for you," he said. Thank you, my kind friend," said the wounded man. "Your promise gives me hopes which I dared not before entertain. My name is de Mertens. My dear wife was tall and graceful, and noted for her beauty, and our little girl was called Elise, or as you would call her in England, Elizabeth." "This is indeed very strange," exclaimed Jack, "for I met a lady at the house of the very gentleman I spoke of, Mr. Gournay, who told me that her name was de Mertens, and that her husband had been carried off to the galleys, while, I grieve to tell you, for it will pain you much to hear it, the little girl had been snatched away from her just as she was embarking, and since then she has been unable to gather any tidings of her. She begged me to make inquiries, which I did as far as I was able, but circumstances compelled me to leave the country soon afterwards, and I was not able to gather any clue to her lost child. "My wife still alive, and under the charge of kind friends!" exclaimed the wounded man, sitting up. "This is indeed joyful news, though alas that it should not be without its alloy. Yet the kind Providence which has preserved my wife may have preserved our child to be restored to us. But what do I see, young man?" he exclaimed, seizing Jack's hand. "Let me look at that ring on your finger. It is strange that it should be there. Did my wife give it to you?" "No," replied Jack, somewhat astonished. "I did not receive it till some time after I last saw Madame de Mertens. It was given to me by a young girl, the daughter of a farmer and his wife, at whose house I was residing for some time. She was a sweet, dear little girl, and when I came away she told me that she had nothing else to give, and she insisted on placing that ring on my finger. She said she had worn it round her own neck since she was a child, and though she valued it greatly, she would be unhappy if I would not take it. Directly after I received it, I proposed restoring it to her, as I did not think it right to deprive her of it, but was unable again to return to the farm before I came away to sea." "This is indeed wonderful!" exclaimed Monsieur de Mertens. "Oh, let me entreat you to describe the little girl to me." Jack did so, and did not draw an unfavourable picture. "The description is indeed like what I should suppose my sweet little girl to be by this time: fair, with bright blue eyes, light hair, and gentle winning manners. But you tell me that she was the daughter of a farmer and his wife?" "For such she always passed," answered Jack. "But often I thought so rough a man as the farmer could not have so sweet and gentle a child. And from what I have since heard, I am inclined to believe that she was not really their child." "Oh, no, no! I am sure she was not!" exclaimed Monsieur de Mertens, clasping his hands. "She must be my own dear little daughter. Oh, what joy and happiness it will be to see her again, with her dear mother! If I can possibly get leave when we go into port, I will promise to accompany you to Norwich, where you will, I trust, find Madame de Mertens, and after that we will pay a visit to the Fens, and ascertain if little Elizabeth Pearson is really or not your child," said Deane. "Thank you, thank you," answered de Mertens. "But let me look at that ring again. I cannot be mistaken about it." Jack took off the ring, which de Mertens eagerly examined. "Yes, yes," he exclaimed. "It is one I myself gave her mother, telling her that it was an heirloom, and that she should bestow it upon her daughter. I doubt not that she fastened it round her neck before she fled from home, that should she and the child be separated, she might again recognize her by it. And you say the little girl you met was called Elizabeth? That would be the name of my dear child in English, and as she could speak quite clearly at the time of our separation, she would certainly have told those into whose hands she fell her Christian name, though it is possible that she might not have known the name of her parents." As may be supposed, after this interesting conversation, Jack and Monsieur de Mertens constantly discussed the subject as they sailed up the Channel. At length the Isle of Wight hove in sight. Each well-known point and headland, village and town, was welcomed, as the frigate ran round the back of that lovely island, and at length anchored at Spithead. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea, by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 26, Visit to Norwich, and to the farm at the Fens, a bitter disappointment. As soon as the ship was paid off, Jack took his new friend on shore, and procured for him a proper costume and other necessaries. He had himself a considerable amount of prize money to receive, and instead of spending it, as did many of his shipmates, throwing it away lavishly on every side, he visited the nearest horse dealers in order to purchase a couple of stout animals to carry him and Monsieur de Mertens on their way. The horse dealer was rather astonished when the naval officer, whom he naturally supposed knew as much about horseflesh as he himself did about the management of a ship, indignantly refused a couple of spavined animals, which he offered for sale. Several others were brought forward, which Jack in like manner rejected. At length he fixed upon 2 beasts which, after passing his hands over their shoulders and down their legs, he thought might suit for the purpose of carrying them safe to Norwich, and from thence on to Master Pearson's farm. "The finest animals in my stud," exclaimed the horse dealer, as Jack ordered them to be led out. "Fit for chargers for the Duke of Marlborough himself, or suited to carry any nobleman as hunters across the country." "I have not so long ploughed salt water as not to know something about ploughing the land," answered Jack. "Don't you see the hayseed still in my hair? Come, come, Mr. Crupper, the horses will carry us along the roads without coming down on their knees at a decent pace, and if you like to take the sum I offer, we'll have them. If not, we will soon go and seek another dealer who is not so ready to pass off his broken-kneed beasts on poor ignorant Joctars." The dealer, seeing that Jack was not to be taken in, at length agreed to the price offered. In a short time, with their valises strapped to their saddles, their pistols in their holsters, with serviceable swords by their sides, the travellers took their way towards London. In those days not a few highwaymen beset the roads, especially those leading from the chief naval ports to London, as they were pretty certain of finding seamen and officers travelling up and down, those travelling towards the metropolis, generally with an ample supply of cash in their pockets. Hounslow Heath, over which they had to pass, was one of the spots most frequented by those knights of the highway. It did not matter much that the horses possessed but little speed, as de Mertens, not having ridden for so many years, was unable to proceed at a fast rate, and even Jack found that it was far pleasanter not to attempt going as fast as he would once have wished to have gone over the road. They were therefore obliged to sleep at an inn about halfway between Portsmouth and London, hoping to get into the big city at an early hour the next day. Jack's chief puzzle was to know where to find a lodging. As may be supposed, he had no fancy to go back to the only one he knew of at Hammersmith, although on their way they should pass not far from it. He felt very sure, however, that he might do so without any risk of being discovered, for instead of the rosy-cheeked lad he then was, he now wore a full black beard, while his countenance was thoroughly well bronzed, and there was a bold, dashing look about him, which often marked the naval officer of those days who had seen hard service. As de Mertens had no wish to remain in London, they agreed to pass through the city and to stop for the night at Hertford or some other town to the north of it. On passing across Hounslow Heath, they encountered more than one suspicious-looking gentleman, armed to the teeth, and mounted on a strong, active horse. But probably Jack's appearance made the highwayman, if such he was, think it more prudent to allow the travellers to pass unquestioned. That sort of gentry, even in those days, in spite of all their boasting, were generally cowards at heart, and took good care not to attack those whom they did not feel sure they could intimidate or overcome without difficulty. Jack did his best to keep up the spirits of poor Monsieur de Mertens, who, as he approached Norwich, became more and more nervous, dreading to hear that some accident had happened to his wife, that she was ill, or perhaps had died. Then he dreaded the effect which his sudden return might have on her, and more than all, he pictured to himself her sorrow, when at their meeting she would be unable to present to him their beloved child. On reaching Norwich, Jack took his companion to the inn at which he had put up with Will Brinsmead, and begged him to remain there while he himself went on to the house of Mr Gournay, that he might prepare Madame de Mertens for his appearance. Jack now began to feel very nervous himself. He would 10 times rather have boarded a French ship, with pistols flashing and cold steel flourishing round his head, than go through the necessary interview with the wife of his friend. He first made his way to Mr Gournay's counting-house, that he might inquire for his intended brother-in-law, Giles Dainsforth. Mr Gournay himself had returned home, but the clerks were still there. Giles Dainsforth was not among them. "Oh, did you not know that he left us last year to go to Nottingham, to be married to Mr Deane's daughter?" "They sailed some time since for Mr Penn's new colony in America, which they call Pennsylvania," was the answer. "Several friends have gone out there from thence, and it's one of the most flourishing settlements in the New World." Jack accordingly hastened to Mr Gournay's residence, and first asked to see Mrs Gournay. She received Jack very kindly, though she expressed her regret at finding that he was following a profession in which he was likely to shed the blood of his fellow creatures. "Young man, thou hadst better have taken a quill in thine hand to labour as a clerk in a counting-house, or have remained a drover to conduct cattle up and down the country, than used a sword to deface God's image, as I fear too often thou must have done." Jack did not wish to argue the point, but he assured her that he had no pleasure in killing his fellow creatures, and that he had the consolation of believing that the navy had been the means of preventing a popish king from coming over and re-establishing papacy in the country, and that he also, in his humble way, had been of some benefit to his fellow creatures. "For instance," he said, "I was the means not long since of saving the life of a gentleman, a French Protestant, whom I have brought with me to see you." Jack then explained who his companion was. Good Mrs Gournay was overjoyed. "Mr Deane," she said, "we must break it gently to dear Madame de Mertens. She has been, especially lately, in delicate health, and any sudden surprise might be injurious to her. I will go and gradually tell her of what has occurred, and do you return to the inn and bring Monsieur de Mertens here. By the time that he arrives, it may probably be safe to allow them to meet." It was very long since Jack had trod the ground with the elastic step with which he hastened back to bring his friend to Mr Gournay's house. He felt, indeed, very proud at the thought that he should thus have been the means of restoring 2 loving hearts to each other, and still more proud he felt he should be if he could discover their long-lost child. This he had great hopes of doing, and as he thought of Elizabeth Pearson's manner, her way of speaking, and many other little circumstances, he recollected that her accent was somewhat that of a foreigner. There was an intelligence and refinement, too, which he should not have expected to find in a young girl in her position in life, except, however, that Dame Pearson was herself very superior to any farmer's wife he had ever met, and was evidently a person who had belonged to a higher rank of society. He was also sacrificing himself for the good of others, for had he been left to his own disposal, he would, in the first place, have hastened on to Nottingham to enjoy the society of his own family, and more than all, as he thought, to renew his acquaintance with Alethea Harwood. Often and often had her lovely countenance risen up before him, and he had enjoyed the hope that she would one day become his. At the same time, it must be owned that another sweet face frequently presented itself before him, and though he had never associated it with the thought of love, yet surely it was one which must of necessity be very dear to him. It was that of little Elizabeth Pearson, so gentle, so bright and intelligent, and so confiding. He had now arranged to go and visit her, not for his own satisfaction, but for that of the friends who had hopes of discovering in her their long-lost daughter. Leaving Mistress Gournay, Jack hurried back through the narrow streets of Norwich to the Bear Inn, where he found Monsieur de Mertens anxiously waiting for him. His friend trembled as he took his arm and led him out of the house. "A kind friend will inform your wife of your arrival, and by the time we reach her house, Madame de Mertens will, I trust, be prepared to receive you," said Jack. "But she will, I fear, scarcely know me," said the poor man. "You cannot tell how anxiety of mind and physical hardships have changed me. When we parted I was young, and full of life and spirits, and now my hair is grey, the colour has left my cheeks, and I tremble in every limb." Jack tried to console him by assuring him that he had greatly improved in his appearance since he had been freed from the galley, and that he was sure his wife would know him by the expression of his countenance and the tone of his voice, even should she discover the change of which he spoke. "Alas!" he said, "our joyful meeting must, however, be tinged with sorrow when she cannot present to me our dear child. May Heaven grant that through your assistance, my kind friend, that dear one may still be restored to us." "I have little doubt about it, my dear sir," answered Jack, who was not apt to indulge in what he called the sentimental mood. "I am sure that if little Elizabeth Pearson turns out to be your daughter, you will have reason to be thankful, even though she may not be the polished young lady she would have been had she remained under the charge of her mother." Thus conversing, they reached the door of Mr Gournay's mansion, and Jack had almost to drag in his poor friend, who appeared totally overcome by the agitation of the expected meeting. Mrs Gournay had kindly stationed a servant at the door to open it as soon as they were seen coming up the steps. She herself then came down, and taking Monsieur de Mertens by the hand, led him forward to the room where she said his wife was waiting to receive him. This meeting need not be described, nor does it matter much whether the affectionate husband and wife thought each other greatly changed. It was not until they had been some time together that Madame de Mertens ventured to speak of their long-lost daughter. And then she heard with grateful joy that her husband entertained a hope of her recovery, with the aid of John Deane. When her husband showed her the ring which Jack had given him, and which she herself had fastened round her child's neck, all doubt as to the fact of Elizabeth Pearson being their child vanished. Both she and her husband were eager at once to set out to the farm in the Fens, but good Mistress Gournay would not hear of her commencing so fatiguing a journey, nor was her husband indeed at all fit to undertake it at that time. Jack offered to go alone, but of that Monsieur de Mertens would not hear. It was finally settled that they should start together after a day's rest. The 2 horses which had brought them to Norwich not being well suited for the continuance of the journey, Mr Gournay placed at their disposal 2 of the strongest animals he could procure. He also prepared a palfrey, and directed a groom to accompany it, that Elizabeth might be able to return without delay to the arms of her mother. When the hour arrived for their departure, Monsieur de Mertens declared himself fully able to undertake the journey, and urged Jack to push on over the roads as fast as their horses could go. So eager was he, naturally, to solve any remaining doubts with regard to the existence of his long-lost child. Jack had been so thoroughly acquainted with all the country round the farm, that as he approached the neighbourhood of it, where the high road ceased and the devious tracks across the marshy land commenced, he had no difficulty in finding his way. He heard, however, that since he had been there, engineers had come over from Holland, and were engaged with large gangs of workmen in draining the fen country. He was able to traverse, therefore, many places which had before been impassable, and deep canals had been cut through others, which could only be passed by means of wooden bridges at considerable distances from each other. Still, he felt sure that he could not mistake his way to the farm. The nearer, however, he approached the spot where he expected to find it, the greater difficulty did he experience in making his way. Several times he had to pull up his horse, and look around to consider which direction he should take. Whenever he thought he was right, he pushed on across the country. Although there were many hard places, There were still many wide districts of fenland, in no way changed in appearance to what it had been when he left it, and often with difficulty he avoided riding into bogs, out of which it would have been almost impossible to extricate the horses. At length, to his great satisfaction, he reached a group of willows which he remembered well. He was now sure that he could not be mistaken. His own heart beat quick. He saw by the working of Monsieur de Merton's countenance the agitation with which he suffered, as at length he pointed out to him in the far distance the trees which grew round the farmhouse to which they were bound. Jack took the lead, his companion following close behind him. Already he could distinguish the windows of the house, and he expected every moment to see the old dogs, which once knew him so well, come out barking loudly, and then, when they should recognize him, leap up as they had been accustomed to do, and lick his hands. He hoped to see Dame Pearson or Elizabeth appear at the door, attracted by the noise, to observe the approaching horsemen. In vain he waited, however. Not a sound was heard. No barking of dogs, either in anger or in welcome, reached his ears. As he advanced, his heart began to sink. There was an air of desolation about the place which it had never been accustomed to wear. No cattle were to be seen in the neighbouring meadow. Many of the fences were thrown down. There were no fowls in the farmyard. No pigeons circled around the barn. An ominous silence reigned over the place. Still he went on. He felt that he must speak to his friend. Yet it seemed to him almost cruel to utter the words which he had to say. "You must be prepared for a disappointment, my dear sir. I fear that the former inhabitants of the place have left it. We may, however, be able to learn where they have gone." The ground was now sufficiently hard to enable them to gallop on. On reaching the front door, he threw himself from his horse and struck loudly against it. A hollow sound was the only answer returned. He lifted the latch, for the door was unlocked. He gazed round the room where the dame and Elizabeth had been accustomed to sit, after the chief labours of the day were over, with their distaffs or spinning wheels, that very room where he had last parted from the young girl. The lighter articles of value had been removed, though the heavy pieces of furniture still remained in their places, thickly covered with dust. It was evident that for many months no one had entered the house. Green mildew was on the walls. The very floors were covered with damp. Poor Monsieur de Mertens sank down on a seat, overcome by the bitter disappointment which he experienced. Jack endeavoured to reassure him by telling him that he knew several persons in the neighbourhood, and that he should probably be able to ascertain from them where Master Pearson and his family had gone. Before leaving the house, however, he would go over every part of it, to try and discover anything which might give them the desired information. The examination of the house was a very melancholy one, for not a sign could he discover to afford the wished-for clue. One of the rooms was locked. He hesitated about attempting to break it open. At length, on searching around, he found a bunch of keys. They had evidently been dropped by accident, and unintentionally left behind. Among them he discovered the key which opened the door of the closed room. He at first almost dreaded to enter, though he could scarcely tell why. At length he mustered courage. He breathed more freely when he found that the room was simply filled with bedding and bedclothes and household implements. They had been placed there probably for the purpose of being afterwards sent for and brought away, and if such was the intention of the occupants of the house, it had by some reason been frustrated. There were many signs, however, of a hasty departure, though why Master Pearson had suddenly gone away with his wife and reputed daughter, Jack could not determine. He feared, however, from the contents of the room which he had examined, that they must have gone to some distance, or otherwise these articles would probably have been sent for and brought away. Not a particle of food was to be found in the house, and it was therefore impossible for them to remain for the night, and Jack believed that there was time to return to the nearest village, where accommodation could be obtained. He there also hoped to gain some information regarding Master Pearson's movements. With heavy hearts the two horsemen mounted their steeds and took their way across the marsh. Night, however, closed in upon them before they were clear of it. At length a light appeared before them. It seemed to come from a cottage window close down to the ground. Jack was on the point of riding towards it, when he knew by the hesitation shown by his horse that he was approaching treacherous ground. At that instant the light vanished, again to appear, however, at a little distance farther off. "Oh, how foolish I was to be tempted by such a will-o'-the-wisp as that!" he exclaimed. "We must keep away, my dear sir, to the left, and I hope ere long that we shall escape from this treacherous neighbourhood." He had been through a good many trying scenes, but he had never felt more perplexed than he did at this moment. He was grieved, too, and sick at heart, somewhat surprised also, perhaps, to find how much he felt the absence of Elizabeth, though he soon persuaded himself that it was more on his friend's account than his own. After riding some way, Jack did what under such circumstances is the only course to pursue. Going first himself, he allowed his horse to follow the path which his own instinct dictated, and by so doing, in the course of an hour, the hoofs of his animal once more tread hard ground. In a short time afterwards a twinkling light appeared, far brighter, however, than the will-o'-the-wisp which had before deceived them, and they rode up to the very inn which Jack had hoped to reach. The landlord was well pleased to see two well-equipped cavaliers arrive at his humble hostel, and undertook to supply them with everything they required. Jack's first inquiry, however, after Master Pearson, made him look more suspiciously at them. "Master Pearson," he said, "the farmer who lived out there in the fens? Ah, curious things have been told about him since he went away. I cannot exactly make out what to say about it." "But where has he gone?" asked Jack eagerly. "Can you tell me that?" "No, nor no one either, master," he answered. "It's the better part of 6 months gone, when Bill Green, who was riding across the fen, made his way to the farm, and found not a human soul there. Why they had gone, or how they had gone, or where they had gone, no one from that day to this can tell. The only thing we know is, that they did not come by this road, and so it is supposed that they made for the sea-coast. There was Master Pearson and Mistress Pearson, who all said was a very good woman, and their young daughter, but not a servant or a follower of any sort did they take with them, that we know of. None of the farm servants belonged to this part of the country, and they had all gone away some time before, although the matter was a mystery, and is a mystery still, to my belief." This information, given by Master Bowlegs, the landlord of the Goose and Goslings, was very unsatisfactory to Jack and his friend. They feared, from the circumstantial way in which it was given them, that it was too likely to be true. Jack had therefore great difficulty in keeping up the spirits of his companion. He undertook to make further inquiries in the neighbourhood, and to devote himself to the search for Elizabeth. Leaving the anxious father at the little inn, Jack the next day rode off to call on different people with whom he had been acquainted during his stay at the farm. Several days were employed in this manner, but none of those on whom he called could give him the slightest information. They all believed that Master Pearson had left the country, and some supposed that he had gone to one of the plantations in America, but that was only a surmise, for he had for some reason or other left no trace of the direction he had taken. Very unwillingly, therefore, Jack and his companion returned to Norwich. Poor Madame de Mertens suffered greatly from the disappointment she felt at the account which her husband and John Deane brought. Her kind friends, however, entreated her to keep up her spirits, pointing out to her how thankful she should be at having her husband restored to her, and that the same kind Providence which had given her that blessing might yet further increase it by sending back to her her long-lost daughter. Jack's mission at Norwich having been accomplished, though not in the satisfactory way he had hoped, he set forward to Nottingham. The greater part of his journey was speedily accomplished, and wishing to learn how matters were going on in that town, and also to arrive at home at an early hour of the day, he put up at his old friend the miller's, where he had stopped on his last visit to Harwood Grange. He had some difficulty in making the miller believe who he was, for from his dress and the arms he carried, the good man at first took him to be a highwayman, and even his dame would not believe for some time that he was the same lad she had known but a few years back. As far as he could learn, all his family at home were well, though the miller told him of the death of several people he knew. He inquired, not without some hesitation, about Harwood Grange and its owner. Ah, the squire! He had to go abroad some years ago about the matter, it was supposed, of Sir John Fenwick, whose head was cut off, you mind. Well, the poor gentleman never came back again, and it is believed that he took on so about leaving his native land and horses and hounds that he at last died. Certain it is that his daughter came into the property, and is now mistress of the Grange. Not that she lives there, though, for I heard that she was going to marry some young gentleman in Nottingham, and she has taken up her abode there. Well, it is as well that she should give the Grange a master, for it is a pretty property, and it requires a gentleman to look after it." This news was not over pleasant to Jack. He was sorry, certainly, to hear of the death of Mr. Harwood, but the account of Alethea's intended marriage made his heart sink somewhat lower than it had ever sunk before. His only hope was that the miller's story might not be true. He could not believe that all his bright dreams should prove to be cruel unrealities, just as he was returning home. He therefore answered the miller with as indifferent an air as he could, but the effort was somewhat vain, and the good dame, observing that he must be tired after his long journey, recommended him, as soon as supper was over, to seek his bed. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea, by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 27, Returns Home. Next morning John Deane set out to Nottingham, mounted on his strong horse, with a hanger slung to a sash over his shoulder, a laced coat, having an undoubted nautical cut about it, with a cocked hat, his waistcoat with long flaps, also richly embroidered. Altogether, with his hat cocked rakishly on one side, though he was unaware of the fact, he presented a gallant and bold appearance. He was just crossing the bridge over the Trent into the town when he saw a party of ladies and gentlemen on horseback approaching him. First came a gentleman in a laced riding suit, wearing a fair peruke with a buckle, as the mode then was, engaged in low conversation with a young lady in a cherry-coloured riding habit, her long hair hanging in loose curls over her shoulders. In the first he recognized his brother Jasper, and in the lady the fair Alethea. She glanced slightly at Jack's bronzed countenance, surrounded by a bushy beard and whiskers, and well-knit figure. He drew his horse on one side to let the party pass, but though she looked up a second time, she evidently did not recognize him, nor did his brother. Following them came another young gentleman with his merry sister, Polly, by his side. She was laughing loudly, as was her wont, either at her own jokes or at something her companion had said. Jack fully thought that she, at all events, would find him out, but she was possibly too much engaged in her own pleasant thoughts to do so, for though she gave a look at the naval gallant whom she was passing, she took no further notice of him. "I won't stop them," thought Jack, "but go home and have a talk with father and mother first, and if Jasper is the gentleman who it is said is going to marry Alethea, the sooner I'm off to sea again the better." It looked something like it, for it's certain he never used to dress so bravely, and by the way he was looking at her, I cannot help thinking it's too true. Well, I wish him every happiness. There's no use repining, and I don't see how I could have expected it to be otherwise. Of course he would fall in love with her, and she certainly never gave me any reason to suppose that she cared especially for me." Such were the thoughts which occupied his mind as he rode up to the well-known door of his father's house in the market-place. The servant who opened the door bowed respectfully to the gallant stranger who was inquiring for Mistress Deane, and Jack had actually entered the parlour where his mother was sitting with her knitting in hand, and been desired to take a seat, when he wonderfully astonished the old lady by springing up and throwing his arms round her neck. She knew him then well enough, and after giving him a maternal embrace in return, holding him by both hands, she looked again and again into his honest countenance, as if to trace his well-known features. "Yes, Jack," she exclaimed, "you are my boy. I would not believe any one who told me otherwise, though the sun and the sea air have given you a more brazen face than I ever expected you would wear, and you have grown into a big, sturdy young man, well able to fight the king's enemies." Old Mr. Deane soon afterwards entered, hearing that a stranger had been inquiring for him. He confessed that if Mistress Deane had not been there to swear to him, he should scarcely have known his own son. Jack did not allow any thoughts which would mar his happiness to intrude while he sat between his kind parents, each of them holding one of his hands in theirs, while he gave them an account of his various proceedings since he had last written, among which he described his rescue of the Dutch gentleman and his visit to Mr. Gournay. His mother told him of Mr. Harwood's supposed death abroad. "Yes, dame, it was not so unfortunate, however," observed Mr. Deane. "The poor gentleman was so deeply implicated in the Jacobite plots that he would have lost his property if he had come back. But through the interest of many friends, and I may say I was one of them, we contrived to preserve his estates for Alethea. Poor man! His last days were very sad. He went to James's court at St. Germain's, where he expected to be received with respect, as having suffered in the cause of the king. He wrote me an account of his visit. The palace in which James resided was magnificent. A handsome pension was allowed him by the French king, and he had guards, and a large establishment of hounds and huntsmen, and every means of amusing himself. He was, however, surrounded by ecclesiastics, who ruled everything, including the king himself. Nothing indeed could be more dull than the life spent by the courtiers, their sole employment appearing to be backbiting each other. Mr. Harwood soon found also that he himself had committed a great crime in the eyes of those by whom he was surrounded. He was a Protestant. He, with all the other Protestant Jacobites who appeared at the court, were treated with the greatest indignity by the Roman Catholics. In every instance the Roman Catholic was preferred to the Protestant, and in every quarrel the Roman Catholic was supposed to be right. Several Protestant clergy, who had given up their livings and sacrificed everything in the cause of James, were grossly insulted by the Romish priests. When they requested to be allowed to hold a service for their Protestant countrymen, their prayers were refused. The Protestant ministers were kept away from the deathbeds of the Protestants, who were allowed to be beset by the Romish priests. These men endeavouring by all the arts they possessed, and often by force, to win them over to their church. Several royalists, indeed, who died, were denied a Christian burial, and were thrown into holes dug in the fields at the dead of night, without any form or ceremony. The unfortunate Earl of Dunfermline, who had lost everything for James, and had fought bravely for him at the battle of Killiecrankie, was treated in this way. While alive he had been grossly insulted on several occasions. A number of Scotch officers who had served under him requested that they might be formed into a company, and that he might be placed at their head, but this was refused on the plea that he was a Protestant, and therefore unfit to command men serving a Catholic prince. Those only who, at the last gasp, scarcely conscious what was being done, were turned into Catholics, by having the consecrated wafer thrust into their mouths, were buried with all the pomp of the Romish Church. Poor Mr. Harwood expressed his fears that he should be treated in the same way. He died at last of a broken heart, though he was able a short time before his death to remove from the court. His account shows us how James would have acted had he recovered the English throne, and we may be truly thankful to heaven that he was prevented from obtaining his wishes." Mrs. Deane and Jack heartily responded to this sentiment. "You know Alethea, Jack. A pretty, sweet girl she is, I can assure you, though you saw so little of her that you might not have discovered her good qualities," continued the old gentleman. Jack's heart sank somewhat. He expected to hear his father give an account of the intended marriage of Alethea to Jasper. The old gentleman went on for some time, enlarging on her beauty and accomplishments and other attractive qualities. "Your father means to say, Jack, that it has not been her fortune which has captivated your brother Jasper, for you must know that he has won her heart, and in the course of another week is to possess her hand. You have come just in time for the wedding. I am sure it will be a great pleasure to you to see Jasper made happy, as it adds greatly to our pleasure to have you back again amongst us." Poor Jack's heart sank down to zero. His worst anticipations were thus realized. For some moments his head was in a whirl, and he knew not what to say. He speedily, however, recovered himself. "I am thankful to hear of Jasper's expected happiness," he forced himself to say at last. He said it sincerely in one sense, for he loved his brother, and he felt that if Alethea was not to be his, he was glad that she should become Jasper's wife. The time passed so rapidly that he was surprised when at length the riding party returned just in time to get ready for dinner. His brother and sister were truly glad to see him. Alethea received him with some little embarrassment, not that she was conscious of having given him any encouragement, but she recollected how she had endeavoured to draw him into the Jacobite plot, and she fancied that she was the principal cause of separating him from his family and sending him away to sea. Polly and her intended husband, who was something in her own style, soon, by the racket they made and the shouts of laughter in which they indulged, drove away anything like sentiment, and set everybody at their ease. Kind cousin Nat shortly made his appearance, and holding Jack at arm's length, scanned him all over. "I was not quite certain when I first saw you whether you were a buccaneer from the Spanish Main, or some other cavalier of fortune, but I now see that you are my own honest good Jack, in spite of your somewhat ferocious appearance," he exclaimed, shaking him by both hands. "You should get yourself, however, trimmed and docked, Jack, and you will be much more presentable in polite society." Jack had not come without a few curiosities and trinkets which had been collected on board the prizes or taken on shore. He was thus able to bestow some acceptable presents upon the intended brides. Again the old house in the market-place was the scene of festivity. 2 couples were to pledge their faith to each other, and guests from far and near assembled to do honour to the occasion. Jack wrung Jasper's hand. "I wish you every happiness the world can give you," he exclaimed, though as he spoke his voice trembled, and the tears stood in his eyes. Alethea looked more beautiful and attractive than she had ever done before, and Polly was more merry and full of life, not a bit abashed by the ceremony through which she had then to go. Jack performed his part well throughout the whole of it, and in the evening no one danced more lightly and merrily or laughed louder than he did. At supper he sang some of his best sea-songs, and everyone declared that Jack Deane was one of the finest young fellows who had appeared at Nottingham for many a long day. Nottingham at that time could boast of some of the most agreeable society to be met out of London. It had been assigned as the residence of Marshal Tallard, the opponent of the great Duke of Marlborough at the Battle of Blenheim, who was now a prisoner of war with a number of other gallant and polished French officers, who bore their captivity with resignation and cheerfulness, making themselves perfectly at home, and doing their best to amuse those among whom they lived. Several curious traditions of their stay in the town still linger there. It was a French prisoner who first observed celery growing wild on the rock on which Nottingham Castle stands, Alainon franchise, and having cultivated it successfully in his own little garden, he made that pleasant addition to English tables, from that time forth common everywhere throughout the kingdom. French rolls were also introduced from a receipt sent by the Marshal himself to a baker in Bridlesmith Gate. It had been arranged that Cousin Nat should reside with Jasper Deane, to whom he proposed giving up his practice when he should retire, which he expected to do in the course of a few years. Jack was received in a friendly way wherever he went. The errors and wild pranks of the boy were entirely forgotten when it was known that he had been fighting bravely for his king and country, and that he had by his own good conduct gained the rank he already held in the navy. Jack, however, very soon got tired of leading an idle life. Routs and card parties were not at all to his taste, and although Nottingham was not destitute of damsels possessed of a fair amount of beauty, he did not find himself attracted by any of them. He had speedily taught himself to think no more of Alethea, but in her stead another young and pretty form often rose up before him. He met with no one, indeed, in his opinion, to be compared with sweet little Elizabeth Pearson, or rather, as he believed she should be called, Elise de Mertens. He made up his mind, therefore, to leave home at a short notice, and hasten down to Portsmouth, where he saw in the columns of the Post-Boy that a fleet was fitting out, under the brave Admiral Benbow, for the West Indies. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea, by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 28, Serves under Benbow in the West Indies. It was early in March in the year 1702. As Jack Deane was approaching London, he heard a postman shouting, "Sad news! Sad news!" "What is it?" asked Jack. "The king is dead," was the answer. "Our good King William is no more." Jack, on making further inquiry, learned that the king had, on Saturday 21st, gone out to hunt, as was his custom, near Hampton Court, when his horse fell, and he fractured his collarbone. The injury was not considered serious, and he was conveyed to his palace at Kensington. Having been, however, in a very weak state, he did not rally, and it was evident to those around him that he was near his end. On the 8th of March, one of the best and most sagacious of English monarchs breathed his last, holding the hand of the faithful Duke of Portland. His voice had gone ere that, but his reason and all his senses were entire to the last. He died with a clear and full presence of mind, and with a wonderful tranquillity. On the accession of Queen Anne, the Jacobites remained quiet, under the belief that she would leave the crown to the son of James II, now known as the Chevalier St. George. They were not aware of the sound Protestant principles of the great mass of Englishmen, and that any attempt to bring back a Romanist member of the hated House of Stuart, so often tried and found utterly unfit for ruling, would have produced another civil war. Those infatuated men, the Jacobites, did not conceal their joy at the death of the Protestant monarch. Banquets were held among them to celebrate the event, and some had the audacity and wickedness, it may be said, to toast the health of the horse which had thrown William. Another toast they drank was to the health of the little gentleman dressed in velvet, in other words, the mole that raised the hill over which Sorrel, the king's favourite horse, stumbled. Jack Deane, on hearing these things, felt as if, had he been present, he should have been very much inclined to challenge those who showed this disrespect to a sovereign whom he had learned to honour and love. The fleet had taken its departure some time before John Deane reached Portsmouth, but he found a fast frigate on the point of sailing to carry dispatches to the admiral, the Venus. Admiral Benbow's object in going out to the West Indies had been to detain the Spanish galleons. When war was declared on the accession of Queen Anne, a French admiral had also sailed from Brest for the same station, with 14 sail of the line and 16 frigates, to meet the galleons and convoy them to Cadiz. Although the brave Benbow's squadron was far smaller than that of the French, he kept a sharp lookout for the enemy. He had performed many services in the West Indies to the merchants by capturing privateers and protecting their settlements from the attacks of the enemy. Admiral Benbow's ship was the Breda, of 70 guns, and her youngest lieutenant, having died of fever, Jack Deane, greatly to his satisfaction, found himself appointed to that ship. Early in July the admiral sailed from Jamaica with 7 sail of men of war, in the hope of joining Admiral Whitstone, who had been sent from England with a reinforcement to endeavour to intercept the French squadron which had sailed under Monsieur Ducasse. The admiral, on the 10th of August, being off Donna Maria Bay, received advice that Ducasse had sailed for Carthagena and Portobello. He instantly went in quest of him, and in the evening of the 19th discovered off Santa Martha 10 sail of ships. On his nearer approach he found the greatest number of them to be French men of war. 4 ships of from 60 to 70 guns, 1 great Dutch ship of about 30 or 40 guns, and another full of soldiers, the rest being of a smaller size. They were steering along shore under their topsails. The admiral made a signal to form a line of battle ahead, and bore away under an easy sail, that those to leeward might the more readily get into their station. It was the admiral's intention not to make the signal of battle, but only of defiance, when he had got abreast of the enemy's headmost ship. Before he reached his station, however, the Falmouth, which was in the rear, began to fire, as did also the Windsor and Advance, and soon after the vice-admiral was engaged. And now an act was performed which has rarely happened in the British Navy. After exchanging 2 or 3 broadsides, the Windsor and Advance luffed to windward out of gunshot, and left the admiral exposed to the fire of the 2 sternmost ships of the enemy, by whom he was very much galled. Neither did the ships in the rear come up to his assistance with the alacrity he expected. In spite of this, the brave Benbow continued to engage the enemy from 4 o'clock until night, and although the latter then ceased firing, yet he kept sight of them, intending to renew the action in the morning. On the following day at daybreak he found himself close to the enemy, with the Ruby only near enough to support him. Unintimidated by the misconduct of those who had so shamefully deserted him, he pursued the enemy, who were using every effort to escape. The Ruby, in a short time, was so dreadfully knocked about that he was obliged to order her to return to Port Royal. 2 more days passed away, and still the brave old admiral kept up the pursuit. On the morning of the 24th he got up with the sternmost ships of the French, and although receiving but little assistance from the rest of the squadron, he brought them to close action. Round shot and chain shot and langrage came flying on board the Breda, the British seamen sending back much the same sort of missiles as those with which they were complimented. Volumes of smoke from the guns rolled out of the ports. Still undaunted, and excited by the example of their brave admiral, the British sailors fought on. At length a shot swept across the quarter-deck, on which the admiral was standing. He was seen to fall. His right leg was shattered by it. Immediately he was carried below. He urged the surgeons to dress the wound as rapidly as they could, and then, being placed in his cradle, he directed himself to be brought once more on the deck. There, in spite of the agony he was suffering, he continued to give his orders. One of the last he issued was to direct the other captains to keep the line and behave like men. Great was his grief, vexation, and rage when the recreant captains came on board and declared that enough had been done, and that it would be dangerous to follow the enemy. In vain the old admiral pleaded with them. They persisted that by so doing they would ensure the destruction of their ships and crews. Wounded and sick at heart, he had at length to yield to them, and he issued the order for the squadron to return to Jamaica. Here the brave old admiral was carried on shore, and shortly afterwards died of the wound he had received. The captains who had refused to support him were tried by a court-martial, and 2 of them were carried home and shot on the decks of their ships as soon as they arrived in an English port. To return to John Deane. Soon after the Breda reached Port Royal, as she was likely to remain there for some time, and he was anxious for active employment, he got reappointed to the Venus, which was sent to cruise for the protection of British commerce. As soon as the frigate was clear of the island, a bright lookout was kept for the French privateers or any other of the enemy's vessels. The frigate had been cruising for a week or more, and had already got some distance from Jamaica, having during the time captured several small vessels, some of which had been destroyed and others sent to Port Royal, when one forenoon a large ship was descried to leeward. All sail was crowded in chase, and as the frigate had the advantage of the wind, the stranger being almost becalmed, she soon came up with her. As soon as the breeze reached the stranger, without hoisting her colours, she made all sail in an attempt to escape. Various opinions were offered as to her character. Some thought she was a Spanish galleon, though how she should have come thus far north was a question not easily answered. Others believed she was a large French merchantman, and some pronounced her to be a privateer. She was a fast craft, at all events, for as soon as she felt the breeze she slipped through the water at a rate which made it doubtful whether the Venus would come up with her. This made the English still more anxious for her capture, as, in the first place, if a merchantman, she was likely to have a rich cargo on board, and, at all events, she might be converted into a useful cruiser. It was a general opinion in those days that the French vessels were faster sailors than the English, and certainly it is that many of the best models of men of war were taken from the French. The Genoese, however, were reputed to be better shipbuilders than either. A stern chase is a long chase always. The stranger persevered in her flight in the hope that some accident might secure her escape. The English pursued in the hope that an accident to the chase might enable them to capture her. The day wore on, and fears were entertained that the chase would escape during the darkness of the night. Every stitch of canvas which the frigate could carry was set on her, while the sails which could be reached were kept constantly wet, that no wind might pass through them. The crew cheered with glee when they found that their efforts were not without good effect, and that the frigate at last was overhauling the chase. At length she got near enough to fire a bow chaser. The shot took effect, and cut away several of her braces. This allowed the sails to fly wildly in the air. In consequence, the frigate now came up more rapidly, and, as she did so, continued firing with good effect. The chase at length let fly all her sheets, and hauled down the French flag, which had just before been run up. As soon as the frigate hove to, Lieutenant Deane was ordered to board the prize with a boat's crew. She proved to be a rich merchant vessel, outward bound to the French colonies on the Main, with a large and valuable assorted cargo, and was evidently a prize worth taking. The captain of the Venus was ordered to send in his prizes, as he should take them, to Port Royal, but as long as he had sufficient men to fight, his ship not to return himself. It was important, however, that so rich a prize should be carefully navigated, and he accordingly ordered his junior lieutenant, John Deane, to take charge of her with a crew of 15 men to carry her into Port Royal. 10 of her former crew volunteered to assist in navigating her, and they were allowed to remain, while the rest, with the captain and officers, were carried on board the Venus. Jack now found himself for the first time in his life in command of a large ship. As may be supposed, he had not been asleep all the time he had been at sea, and he already possessed a very good knowledge of seamanship as well as of navigation. He had no doubt, therefore, that he should be able safely to carry his prize to her destined port. 2 midshipmen were sent with him to act as lieutenants, and an old quartermaster to do the duty of boatswain. Jack was a great favourite among all with whom he had served, both with his superiors and with those beneath him. His 2 young midshipmen, Dick Lovett and Ned Hooke, had become particularly attached to him, while Will Burridge, the old quartermaster, would have gone through fire and water to serve him. On one occasion, Burridge, whether he had had too much Jamaica rum on board or not, it was difficult to say, managed to fall overboard into the harbour, swarming with sharks. As the tide was running strong at the time, Burridge had already been swept some distance from the ship before he was perceived. Jack, regardless of the sharks, leaped overboard, and swimming towards the sinking seaman, kept him up, splashing about so as to make the monsters of the deep keep at a respectful distance, till a boat arrived to take them both on board. Jack declared it was not a thing to be talked about. Anybody might have done the same, and therefore it was not mentioned at the time of its occurrence. It, however, raised Deane's character among the crew, and made them all ready to volunteer in any expedition where he was to lead. As soon as the damages which the prize had received were repaired, the frigate stood on her course, and Jack made sail for Port Royal. The prize was called the Coquille, and carried 12 guns, so that Jack hoped, should he be attacked by one of the enemy's privateers, or any small man-of-war, he might make a good fight of it, and beat off his opponent if he could not take her. The first day the weather was very fine. The wind then fell, and there was a dead calm. The sun struck down with intense heat on the deck of the vessel, making the very pitch in her seams bubble up. The crew began to feel the effects of the heat, and moved languidly about the decks, exhibiting a listlessness very different to their usual activity. Jack, with one of his officers, was sitting below at dinner, when Hooke, the other, who had the watch on deck, entered the cabin. "I thought it as well to tell you, sir," he said, "that I don't quite like the way the Frenchmen are carrying on. I have observed them for some time past whispering together, and I cannot help thinking that they expect to find us napping, and to set on us and try to retake the vessel." "It's as well to be prepared," answered Jack. "Thank you for your forethought. But it will scarcely be right to put them in irons unless we have evidence of their intention. I will tell Burridge and hint to the men to be on the lookout, so that we shall be even with the Messieurs if they make the attempt which you fancy they propose." Burridge soon made his appearance in the cabin, hat in hand, and receiving his directions, hurried back to speak to the English crew. Jack and his 2 young officers, having loaded their pistols and stuck them in their belts, and fastened on their swords, made their appearance also on deck. The Frenchmen seemed to be watching them, but if they had any sinister intentions, the preparations which Jack had made to oppose them compelled them for the moment to keep quiet. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea, by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 29, Hurricane, Captured by Pirates. Jack had not had much experience with the West India climate, but he had heard enough of the signs preceding a hurricane to make him somewhat anxious about the state of the weather. Gradually a thick mist seemed to be overspreading the sky, while there was not a breath of wind sufficient to move a feather in the rigging. "We shall have the wind down upon us presently," he observed to Hooke. "We will clew up everything and strike the top gallant masts. If the wind does not come, it will be no great harm, as it will only give the Frenchmen something more to do. And if it does come, and we have all this gear aloft, it will be carried away to a certainty." The order was immediately issued, and the hands flew aloft to carry it out. Before, however, the canvas was all secured, a white line of foam was seen rushing towards the ship, extending on either side as far as the eye could reach. On it came, rising in height, while a loud roar burst on the ears of the crew. "Down for your lives, men, down!" shouted Jack, as the ship, struck by the furious blast, heeled over. Some obeyed the summons and slid down on deck in time, but others, who did not hear the order, remained aloft, many in their terror clinging to spars and shrouds, unable to move. Overheeled the stout ship. The masts, like willow wands bent, and then snapping in two, were carried away to leeward. The lower yards dipped in the water, and most of those upon them were torn away from their grasp, while others were hurled to a distance from the ship. For a few minutes she lay helplessly on her beam ends, then, happily feeling the power of her helm, which was put up, the canvas at the same time being blown away, her head paid off, and righting herself, she flew before the gale. In vain the poor wretches who had been hurled into the water shrieked for help. No human help could reach them. In a few minutes they were left far behind, while the ship, lately so trim and gallant, was hurried on, too likely to meet that destruction which overtook many other stout vessels at that time. More than half the English crew had been lost, and only one of the Frenchmen, so that their numbers were now more equal. On flew the ship, the sea torn and throwing up by the force of the hurricane. Loud roaring billows foamed and hissed on either side, while darkness soon came on to add to the horrors of the scene. Undaunted, Jack and his crew exerted themselves to clear away the wreck of the masts and spars. The fearful working of the ship, however, made it too probable that if not very strongly built, she would spring a leak and go down. Every instant the seas grew higher and higher, and it was with difficulty that she could be kept before the wind. Her boats were washed away by the seas which broke on board, and though often she was in danger of being pooped by those which dashed against her stern, still she floated on. When morning at length dawned, the hurricane began to abate. The wind ceased almost as rapidly as it had commenced, but the once stout ship, now almost a wreck, rolled heavily in the still tumbling seas. As yet little could be done to get her put to rights. She was still at a considerable distance from Jamaica, and with its diminished crew, Jack saw that it would take some time to rig jury masts, and thus enable him to shape a proper course for Port Royal. As soon, however, as the sea went sufficiently down and the ship became steadier, he ordered the crew to commence the work. His own men willingly obeyed, but the Frenchmen walked forward sullenly, declaring that there would be no use in exerting themselves, and positively refusing to work. While they were acting thus, Burridge brought him word that several had, by some means or other, got hold of firearms and hangers, and were evidently prepared for mischief. "We must watch our opportunity and try to disarm them," observed John Deane. "Work they must, by some means or other, or else they must be put in irons." To do this, however, was no easy task, considering that there were as many Frenchmen as Englishmen, and the former were evidently desperate fellows. Hooke was fortunately able to speak French very well, and Jack directed him, therefore, to address the mutineers, and ask them again whether they would assist in putting the ship into order. A flat refusal was the answer, and thus the whole day was occupied. The following night was one of great anxiety, as it became necessary to keep a constant watch over the Frenchmen. lest they should suddenly attack the English and attempt to regain the ship. Jack did not allow himself a moment's rest, but continued, with arms by his side, pacing the deck, while a constant watch was kept on the movements of the mutineers. Dawn at length broke, and soon after the sun rose above the horizon. Its bright rays struck on the sails of a large vessel which was seen standing towards the Coquille, with a light breeze then blowing. Jack anxiously watched her through his glass, hoping, from the cut of her sails, that she might prove an English man-of-war. As she came on, he hoisted on the stump of the mainmast the English ensign reversed, the signal of distress. On the nearer approach of the stranger, however, Deane observed that the English flag was not hoisted in return, which would have been the case had she been a friend. If she had been at sea during the hurricane, she had escaped wonderfully well, for her masts and yards were as trim as if she had just come out of port. Her decks, too, seemed crowded with men. In a short time, running under the stern of the Coquille, she hove to, and a man with a speaking trumpet hailed from her deck, demanding the name of the vessel and where she was bound to. "A prize to Her Majesty's ship Venus, and bound for Port Royal," answered Jack. "And very little chance you'll have of getting there," replied the man with the speaking trumpet. "We will send a boat aboard you, and see about the matter." In another minute 2 well-armed boats were lowered from the stranger, and soon came alongside the Coquille. Their crews jumped on board. "You have been caught in the hurricane, I see," said the man, who seemed to act as the officer. "What is your cargo?" Jack told him. "Lucky for us, then, that you did not go down," was the answer. "And now set to work and get the ship in order. You must understand that you are a prize to the Black Hawk, belonging to a company of gentlemen adventurers. There's no use grumbling, it's the fortune of war. And now bear a hand and get your ship to rights as fast as you can. We will help you and carry you safely into port, though not the port, maybe, you were bound for." Jack's heart sank within him when he heard this. Resistance would be utterly useless. Even had the Frenchmen remained faithful, the pirates, for which he had little doubt they were, numbered 10 to 1 of his own diminished crew. At first he and his young officers felt disposed to refuse the work, but Burridge, an experienced old seaman, strongly advised them to obey. "There's no use whatsomever, sir, to quarrel with these sort of gentry," he observed. "They would as likely as not make a man walk the plank if they're angry with him, and if we don't try to please them, they will probably send every one of us to be food for the sharks before another day passes over our heads." Jack saw the wisdom of this advice, so, putting the best face on the matter he could, he ordered his own people to commence the work he had been about to carry out when the pirate appeared. The Frenchmen were quickly made to change their tone, and the pirates, observing that they did not work with as good a will as the English, kept pricking them on, every now and then, with the points of their swords, amusing themselves greatly at the sight of the grimaces which were made in consequence of this treatment. Poor Jack! This was the greatest trial he had ever gone through in his life. After having fully expected to enter Port Royal in triumph with a fine prize, thus to have it snatched from him by a band of rascally pirates. Still, he did the best to keep up his spirits, hoping that some opportunity might occur to enable him, ere long, to make his escape. "It cannot be helped," observed Burridge, "and what cannot be cured must be endured, as my old woman used to say when she allowed the porridge to burn on the fire. It's a long lane, too, you know, sir, which has no turning, and though maybe these gentry will make us do a few things we shall not like, still, as long as they don't cut our throats, we will manage some day or other to get clear of them." The pirates, to do them justice, were not idle themselves. A considerable number more now came on board to help get the ship into order, and it was very evident to them that she was a valuable prize. As soon as sail could be made on the ship, Jack and his officers were ordered to keep to their cabins, as he supposed, to prevent them ascertaining the direction which the ship was steering. This, so far, proved satisfactory, as it proved that the pirates had no immediate intention of taking their lives. 3 days thus passed away, when from the perfectly smooth way in which the vessel glided on, Deane suspected that they were entering some harbour. The midshipmen were of the same opinion, and Hooke volunteered to try to reach the deck, to ascertain where they had got to. On going out, however, he found a sentry at the door, who ordered him back, telling him that without the captain's leave they would not be allowed to leave their cabin. In a short time longer the sound of the anchor let go, and the perfect stillness of the ship, convinced Jack that he was right in his conjectures. Soon after this a person they had not before seen came to the cabin. "Now, friends," he said, "if you are wise men, you will enter with us and cut the service to which you have belonged. We don't serve either king or queen, and have only ourselves to obey, while instead of handing over the profits of our labours to others, we keep them for ourselves. We have a jovial life of it, no lack of adventure and excitement, and as much gold and silver as we can pick up, though, to be sure, we now and then have a little fighting for it, but that only adds to its value. What say you, lads? Will you join us?" "Thank you for your polite offer," answered Deane, "but we are well content with the service in which we're engaged, and have no fancy for changing it. We, too, have plenty of fighting, and can generally scrape up as much gold as we want." "Enough is as good as a feast," observed Burridge, "and I'll tell you what, sir, with due respect to you, we would rather serve Queen Anne than King Mob Sog, or any other king in or out of Christendom, and though you gentlemen buccaneers are very fine fellows, we have no fancy just at present of becoming one of your number." "It would have been better for you if you had made up your minds to follow my advice," answered the pirate officer. "I should have been able to set you at liberty at once, and let you wander all over our island. As it is, you must be content to remain shut up on board, or maybe on shore, where we have a sort of prison which is sometimes useful." Jack and his companions were in no way ill-treated, except in being confined to the cabin, while an abundance of provisions were brought to them. From the noises they heard, they judged that the cargo of the vessel was being taken out of her, and they hoped when that was done that some change or other might take place in their condition. They had no fancy to remain prisoners forever, and they determined that if not released by their captors, they would endeavour if possible to escape by themselves. Burridge had been allowed to join them in the cabin. He told them he was afraid that the rest of the crew had joined the pirates, as they had all left the vessel shouting and singing, and apparently in very good humour. He alone had refused to do so, in spite of the threats of punishment which the pirates uttered. "I have sworn to fight for our country and for our new queen, and I intend to do so as long as there is life in me," he observed. In those days the bands of buccaneers, which had made themselves a terror to the Spaniards, had been dispersed. At the Peace of Ryswick, finding that their occupation was gone, and that they would no longer receive the support of the English government, many of them accepted offers of land in the plantations and became settlers. Those who were unwilling to lead a quiet life turned regular pirates, mostly hoisting black flags, with some hideous device, such as skulls and crossbones, and attacked all nations indiscriminately. Deane fully believed that he had fallen into the hands of characters of this sort, though he was surprised that they had hitherto treated him and his companions with so much leniency. At length an officer visited them. He was a fierce-looking fellow, with his broad-brimmed hat and leather cocked on one side. A huge belt was slung across his shoulders, in which 2 or 3 brace of pistols were stuck. A hanger was by his side, with a silk coat covered with gold lace, while his face was adorned with a large moustache and a long black beard. "Well, my hearties," he exclaimed as he entered, "I hope you like being shut up here like dogs in a kennel. It's a strange fancy if you do. To my mind it would be better to have your freedom, and enjoy yourselves on shore. What would you say now if I was to offer it to you?" "We should be obliged to you, master," answered Jack, "for we should like to stretch our legs on shore amazingly." "Ah, that's sensible," answered the visitor, "but you must agree to my terms if you do." "That may alter the case," said Jack. "Let us hear your terms, though, and we may judge whether we can accept them." "Ah, they're easy enough," said their visitor. "All you have to do is swear to be faithful to our fraternity, and if you're ordered to draw your sword and fight on our side, you will do it, even though our enemies should be your former friends." "This is only mockery," exclaimed Jack. "If you tell us to draw our swords against our countrymen, we tell you at once we would die rather than do so." "Then you must remain prisoners and be treated as such," answered their visitor. "However, as this craft will prove a fine cruiser, we are going to fit her out for sea, and if you don't choose to go in her, you will have to come on shore." The pirate continued talking much in this way for some time, but without producing any effect upon his hearers. At last he got angry, and slamming the door after him, went on deck. He soon returned, however, with a dozen men, whom he ordered to take charge of the 4 prisoners and to convey them on shore. They were accordingly marched up on deck, where for the first time Jack was enabled to examine the place into which the ship had been carried. It was a large lagoon, the entrance from the sea being so narrow that he could with difficulty make it out. Coconut and palm trees thickly lined the shore, between which a few huts were seen, but no rising ground was visible, and Deane conjectured that they were on one of the quays which are to be found in the neighbourhood of St. Domingo, and which had been the resort for many ages of pirates. The boat in which they were placed proceeded up the lagoon for some distance, when they were landed on one side of it, and surrounded by their guards, and marched up away from the water. In a short time some huts of considerably larger dimensions than those they had already seen were reached, and one of them was pointed out as their future prison. It was close to the other houses, and was one of the largest in the village. Being ordered to go in, the door was closed behind them. It had, however, the advantage of a window, which, though strongly grated, gave them light and air, and enabled them to look out. It was, in other respects, a very undesirable residence, the furniture consisting of merely a couple of rough stools and a bench, with a rickety table. "I am afraid, sir, we've fallen out of the frying pan into the fire," observed Burridge, as he surveyed the apartment. "On board we had our beds to sleep on, and decent furniture, but here we have nothing to boast of that sort, while I'm afraid it will be even more than ever difficult for us to get away." It seemed but too likely that they were to be starved into compliance with the pirates' wishes, for hour after hour passed away, and no provisions were brought them. At length Burridge, who had been examining the place, expressed his belief that they might be able to work their way through the roof, and so get out. "If they attempt to starve us, it's a thing we must do," he observed, "and it will be hard if we go foraging about the island and cannot find any food. And then, if it's impossible to get off, we must even before morning get back into our present prison, and maybe it will not be discovered that we have ever left it." The 2 midshipmen were delighted with this proposal, though Deane doubted somewhat that it would be carried out. Their only amusement was looking out of the window, which there was room for 2 of them to do at a time, but it was too small to allow more than that number to look out of it together. Now and then people were seen moving about, and passing at a distance from the prison, but no one came near enough for the prisoners to speak to them. Jack determined to do so if he could, however, that he might try to ascertain something more of the character of the people among whom they had fallen. He had been looking out for some time, when he saw a person approaching, whom, by his dress and gay sash full of pistols, his hat with a feather, and the rich jewelled hilt to his sword, he concluded was an officer. The man turned his face for an instant up to the window. Although his hair was somewhat grizzled, and his beard bushy and long, partly concealing his face, the conviction flashed across Jack's mind that he was no other than Master Pearson, as he called himself, with whom he had parted in the fens of Lincolnshire. The man turned away and passed on, but from his gait and manner Deane felt still more convinced that he was not mistaken. Instantly a number of thoughts crowded into his mind. Was he there alone, or had he brought with him his wife and reputed daughter? Robber and outlaw as he might be in England, Deane still thought he was not debased enough to place them in so dangerous a position. And yet if they were not with him, where could he have left them? The one redeeming quality of the man was his devotion to his wife, and the affection with which he seemed to regard the little Elizabeth. Jack felt more than ever anxious that he might get out of prison, that he might solve this question. Still, if it was Pearson, he had no wish to make himself known to him. He felt also a disinclination to mention the circumstances by which he had become acquainted with the man to his companions. He thought over and over again how he should act, but at the end of the time had arrived at no conclusion. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea, by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 30. Imprisonment in the Pirates' Island, the Lovers' Meeting. Notwithstanding the fears of the prisoners, the pirates seemed to have no intention of starving them, for in a short time a man came to the hut with an ample supply of cooked meat and a basket containing several bottles of wine. "There, mates," he said, "our captain sent you these things, and advises you to think over the matter our chief mate spoke to you about the other day. You will judge how we fare ourselves by the way we treat you." As there was food enough to last for some time, they naturally expected they should not receive another visit during the day. As soon, therefore, as they had satisfied their hunger, Burridge continued his examination of the roof, and found, by removing the bamboo rafters, he could, without difficulty, force his way out through it. He proposed, therefore, as soon as it was dark, to get out, and find his way down to the shore, as, in all probability, the island being but small, he could do so without difficulty. He thought then that, if a boat or a small vessel could be found, they might all manage to get on board, and make their escape without being discovered. "You see," he observed, "all is fish which comes to the nets of these gentlemen, and they will take small craft as well as large vessels. They are very likely to have captured a small schooner or sloop, and to have brought her into the harbour. They're certain also, if they have done so, not to keep any strict watch over her, and if we bide our time, we shall find a way of getting on board without interruption. I have heard of the doings of these gentry, and, depend upon it, some night they will be having a carouse when no one will be on the lookout." These remarks of the honest boatswain raised the spirits of his companions, and they determined, at all risks, to take advantage of the opportunity, should it occur. The midshipman proposed that the whole party should go together, but this Jack overruled, considering that should anybody come to the hut and find it empty, search would be made for them, whereas by only one being absent, discovery was less likely. As soon, therefore, as it was dark, Burridge made his way through the roof, and they heard him drop gently to the ground on the other side of the hut. He immediately afterwards came round to the window. "All right, sir," he said. "I saw the glimmer of the water when I was on top of the hut, and I shall easily find my way to it. The pirates are carousing down by the huts on the shore, for I heard their voices singing and shouting, so I shall have a good chance of not being found out." Saying this, Burridge glided away through the coconut grove by which the village was surrounded. His companions waited anxiously for his return. "If he is taken, I have a fancy they would not hesitate to send a pistol bullet through his head," said Hooke. "I wish that I could have gone with him, Mr. Deane." "You would only have shared his fate, and so have gained nothing, and done him no good," answered Jack. "Let us wait patiently. He has his wits about him, and he will take good care not to be caught." 2 or 3 hours passed by, and still Burridge did not make his appearance. His companions grew more and more anxious, both on his account and on their own. If he was taken, their prospect of escape would be much lessened. In Jack's mind also a new difficulty had arisen. Even supposing that the opportunity should occur of escaping, he could not bring himself to leave the island without ascertaining whether Dame Pearson and Elizabeth were residing on it. Before, therefore, he could go, he must settle this point, one almost as difficult as that of escaping. At length a voice was heard under the window. "All right," said Burridge in a whisper. "I'll tell you all about it as soon as I'm safe inside again." He soon made his way up to the top of the hut, and getting through the hole, replaced the thatch and bamboo rafters before he jumped down to the ground. "I was right," he said, "and made my way down to the harbour. It is further off, though, than I supposed, and I heard people moving about, so I had to be cautious. And more than all, they have 2 or 3 of those Spanish bloodhounds with them, and it's a wonder the beasts did not find me out, and if they had come across my track, they would have done so to a certainty. However, I got down to the shore safe. I counted 6 or 7 vessels in the harbour, besides 2 or 3 small ones, and several boats hauled up on the beach. So far as a craft is concerned, we have only to pick and choose. Then comes the difficulty of getting on board, and finding our way out of the harbour. If we had been on deck when we came in, we might have done that more easily, but to get out at night without knowing the passage will be a hard job indeed. However, it must be done by some means or other." It was agreed at last that they must wait for a moonlight night, when, by sounding with a boat, they might hope to get the vessel, in which they finally expected to make their escape, safe through the passage. It would also be necessary that the pirates should be indulging in a carouse and be off the watch, and that the wind should blow down the harbour. Every time the men who brought them their provisions came, Jack sent a message to the captain, begging that they might be released and allowed to wander at their will throughout the island. Several days had passed, however, and no answer had been returned. Deane possessed an iron frame, but the anxiety which he endured began to tell greatly upon him, and for the first time in his life he felt that he was becoming seriously ill. The thought occurred to him that it might be the yellow fever. Every day he grew worse and worse. His head ached. His limbs were full of pains. Still he kept up his spirits as well as he could, and he and his companions continued to entertain hopes of escaping. One night Burridge returned from his usual expedition in high spirits. He had important information to give. While wandering along the shore, he came suddenly upon a person seated on a rock, apparently watching the harbour as he had been. At first he felt very nervous about approaching the man, doubting who he could be. Still it struck him that it was not likely to be one of the pirates. He therefore cautiously approached him, and, in a low voice, asked him who he was. "You may suppose, sir," said Burridge, "when he gave me the account, my heart did leap with joy, when I found that he was an old shipmate, the pilot of a vessel I once sailed in. And what was more curious, he has been thinking of the same thing that we have, and hoping to make his escape in the same manner. He tells me that he has 2 companions on the island who are kept at work by the pirates as slaves, but that he has had an opportunity of speaking to them, and that they're ready to help him make off with a vessel. If I had not known him, I should have been afraid of treachery, but he is a true man, and we need have no fear on that score. There will be moon enough for our purpose about 5 days hence, and I've arranged that we should all meet him at the spot where I found him at midnight at that time." This information raised Jack's spirits, which had become very low in consequence of his illness. The effect, however, was only temporary, for the following day he became worse, and his companions began to fear that he would be taken from them. Their daily visitor, as it happened, remained in the hut longer than usual, and had thus an opportunity of observing how ill Deane looked. The midshipmen and Burridge also told him that they were afraid their officer would die if he had not some help. "True enough, master," said the man. "I will tell our captain, and perhaps he will do something for him. We have no objection to killing men in fair fight, but it is not our way to put them out of the world by clapping them into prisons, as they do in some countries." Saying this, the man took his departure, promising to inform his captain of Deane's state of health. "Whatever happens to me," said Deane to his companions, "you must endeavour to make your escape, according to the present arrangement. If you can find your way to Jamaica, you will be able to tell the authorities whereabouts this island is situated, and they will then probably send a man of war to bargain with the pirates for my release, or, if they do not do that, to get me off by force." About an hour after their first visitor had left them, footsteps were heard approaching the door. It opened, and Jack, as he lifted his head from the bed of straw on which he lay in one corner, saw standing before him his old acquaintance, Pearson. "They tell me you have fallen sick," he said, "and want a doctor. Now, I'm none myself, and there's no one I can send here to cure you, but as I don't want you to suppose that we are entire barbarians, if you wish it, I will have you taken to my house, and there are some there who, maybe, will look after you, and help cure you better than any doctor we can find in these parts." Under other circumstances, Deane would certainly have declined the offer, which would have made his escape impossible, but from the remarks made by the pirate captain, he could not help hoping that the persons he spoke of might prove to be Dame Pearson and Elizabeth. He felt, too, that even should he wish to attempt escaping, from his weakness he would be a great burden to his companions, while he would run the risk of losing his own life. He therefore replied that he was thankful for the offer made to him, and gladly accepted it. At this the captain summoned a couple of men who were waiting outside with a litter, and lifting Jack upon it, without allowing him much time to bid farewell to his companions, they carried him off. The midshipmen were greatly afraid that he would exact a promise from them not to attempt to escape. They were therefore greatly relieved when they saw him take his departure, leaving them at liberty to act as they thought best. They immediately consulted what should be done, and agreed, for his sake as well as their own, that they should endeavour to make their way to Port Royal as soon as possible, and dispatch an expedition to destroy the nest of pirates. Deane's bearers carried him along through the coconut grove for some distance. Then they came upon a cottage far superior in appearance to any of those he had before passed. A garden in front bloomed with flowers, and a wide veranda afforded shade to the rooms within. Deane's heart beat somewhat quicker than usual as he saw these and other signs of the presence of females. "Here, dame, is a man who wants looking after. It will be to your and fair Bessie's tastes, and he will be grateful, I doubt not. He was brought in here some time since, on board a prize, and if it had not been for me, he and his companions would have been food for sharks by this time." Jack heard these words spoken as his bearers reached the door of the cottage. He had little difficulty in recognizing the voice of Master Pearson, though perhaps, Had he not previously seen that individual, he might not have done so. Pearson, for some reason or other, kept out of sight, and Deane found himself carried into a room and placed on a couch formed out of bamboos. The room was, however, in other respects, richly furnished, with silk hangings, and gold and silver ornaments of all descriptions, quite out of character with the general appearance of the building. "Dare, massa, you will do well," said one of the negro bearers, with a good-natured expression of countenance. "Soon lily-white lady come look after you. I is Tello. You remember me, massa. I love Englishmen." Jack was not left long alone. Scarcely had the negroes taken their departure when he heard footsteps approaching the door. His heart beat quickly, for he fully expected to see Elizabeth Pearson, who he could not help persuading himself was an inhabitant of the island. Instead of Elizabeth, however, an old lady entered the room, followed by a black damsel. He turned his eyes towards the former, expecting to recognize the features of Dame Pearson. At first he could scarcely believe that a few years could have made so great an alteration in her, and he had to look twice before he was certain that she was the good dame who had treated him so kindly in the Fens, sickness and anxiety having already worked a great change in her. Yet Dame Pearson was the person who had just entered the room, of that he was sure. "I was told that an English officer is ill and requires aid," she said. "I therefore desired that he might be brought here. I will feel your pulse, sir, that I may judge what remedies to apply." Jack was not surprised that she did not recognize him, and he thought it better not to make himself known to her at first. He felt, however, great disappointment at the non-appearance of Elizabeth. Still, till he had told Dame Pearson who he was, he could not ask after her. From what the negro said, however, he still hoped that she might be in the house. The dame, after consulting with her attendant, retired again, saying that she would prepare such remedies as were most likely to benefit him. He thanked her, begging that they might be applied soon, for he felt so ill that, stout of heart as he was, he could not help at times believing that he should not recover. "We will do our best for you, but the issue is in the hands of God," answered the dame calmly. "However, in the meantime I will send my daughter, that she may read to you from His word. Thence you will obtain more comfort than man can bestow." Saying this, she left the room. Jack's eyes kept continually turned towards the door, and in another minute it opened, and a fair girl entered the room. She was taller, however, and of larger proportions than the little Elizabeth he had so often thought of. She carried a Bible in her hand, and taking a seat at a short distance from him, scarcely giving him more than a slight glance, opened the book. "You will undoubtedly draw comfort, as we have done, sir, from God's blessed word. I will therefore read to you from the Psalms of David, who was a man tried and afflicted." She commenced reading in a low, gentle voice. Jack could with difficulty refrain from making himself known, for he at once recognized that sweet voice which he had known so well. She read on for some short time, and then turned to passages in other parts of the book, which she thought calculated to bring comfort to one in sickness and distress. Jack at length could restrain himself no longer. "Elizabeth!" he exclaimed. "Elizabeth de Mertens! Do you not know me?" She flew to his side, and trembling took his hand, which he stretched out towards her. "Who are you?" she exclaimed. "Yes, yes, I know you. I know your voice. Jack Deane you are. Yes, you must be. But oh, how did you come here? How do you know me, and that name by which you call me? I remember it well. It was my own name, though I had well nigh forgotten it. Have you come to take me away from this dreadful place, and oh, from that dreadful man too?" "Yes, indeed, I am Jack Deane, and often have I thought of you, Elizabeth," he answered, "and it was in consequence of the ring you gave me that I discovered your name. But sit down, and I will tell you by degrees what has occurred. If I was to give the history all at once, I have so many things to say that I should bewilder you. But I also want to learn about you, how you came here, and your adventures, for it seems strange that you have been brought out to this lonely island to live among pirates and outlaws." "I am afraid you give them but their true name," answered Elizabeth. "But let me hear about yourself, and those from whom you learnt my name." Jack could not speak without difficulty, but he managed, however, to give Elizabeth a brief account of himself, entering more particularly into the way in which he had discovered her parents. They were interrupted by the return of Dame Pearson and her black attendant. "Hush," said Elizabeth. "Say nothing now. I will tell my mother when the girl is not present. I fear she is not to be trusted." The discovery Jack had made, instead of increasing his fever, had a beneficial effect, so it seemed, as it restored his spirits in a way that nothing else would have done. All his thoughts were now occupied in devising a scheme for carrying off Elizabeth from the island. So completely had the fever deprived Jack of strength that for several days he was unable to rise from his couch, although, thanks to the kind and constant attention he received, he was gradually recovering. He was especially anxious all this time to hear from his companions, but Dame Pearson could give him no information, nor could Elizabeth, although they believed that they still remained shut up in their prison. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea, by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 31, Dame Pearson's History, Engagement between the Pirate and Queen's Ship. Pearson all this time had never appeared, though Elizabeth told Jack that he was still on the island. One day, however, he heard his voice raised to a high and angry pitch, very unlike the calm tone in which he used generally to speak. "This is the sort of watch you fellows keep over your prisoners?" Pearson was exclaiming. "While you are in your drunken fits, the whole island might be attacked and taken, and all our vessels cut out. You say you do not know when they got off? Then why did you not, the instant you made the discovery, put to sea in the first vessel you could get ready, and make chase after them? Go! Hasten now, villains! They can scarcely be many leagues away, and are sure to be steering a course for Port Royal." Some grumbling remonstrances were heard in return to this address. "Well, knaves, well, you shall sail in the sloop, and I'll follow in the ship as soon as she can be got ready for sea," exclaimed the pirate chief. "If you are afraid of being caught by a queen's ship, we shall be in time to save you from hanging. Why, and if not, you will only meet the fate which is certain to be yours one of these days." "And yours too, Captain," shouted one of the men. "Why do you bring that up before us?" "Marry, indeed, because I have a fancy to please you. There's this difference between us, however. You are afraid of it, and would do any sneaking thing to avoid the noose. I have no fear of that or anything else, and so would not step out of my way to escape it. And now delay no longer, but be off with you all. I'll be down at the harbour anon, and we'll see how quickly we gentlemen rovers can get a ship ready for sea." From the conversation he had overheard, Jack thus knew that his friends had escaped. At the same time he dreaded the consequences of their being overtaken, well knowing from the temper of the pirate and his followers that, should they be captured, they would have but little chance of preserving their lives. He earnestly hoped, therefore, that they might escape safely to Port Royal. 2 days after this,
He heard from Elizabeth that Pearson and his followers had left the island in their big ship. Now you may, without risk, tell my kind second mother who you are. It will make her more ready, I doubt not, to plead for you with her husband, should such become necessary. If your friends escape him, he will probably return in a very bad humour, and be much disposed to wreak his vengeance on your head," said Elizabeth. Elizabeth very naturally took every opportunity of being with Jack alone, that she might hear more about her parents, of whom he had so much to tell, as also of his own adventures. The more he saw of her, the more he was struck by her natural refinement and intelligence, and the amount of information which she had been able to obtain. At length the secret was told to Dame Pearson. At first she would scarcely believe that Jack was the same youth she had formerly known, and she had to examine his countenance very narrowly before she would believe his and Elizabeth's assertions. At length, however, she was convinced. "I see no more reason to doubt," she observed, "after all, that you should have changed from a drover to a naval officer, than that we, after living quiet lives as farmers in old England, should have become outcasts and wanderers on the earth." Jack had almost recovered even before Pearson left the island, but he did not wish to appear so, lest it should be the signal for his being dismissed from the cottage. Now, however, being able to leave the house, he rapidly regained his strength, and was able to walk about the island in company with Elizabeth. Those were happy days. He no longer concealed from himself that he had given her his heart, and he had good reason to suspect that he possessed hers in return. They took care in their walks to keep at a good distance from the huts, the permanent residents in the island consisting chiefly of old buccaneers, and the wives and families of others away in the ships. These latter were, however, chiefly mulattoes or negresses, and if any of them caught sight of him and Elizabeth, they merely stared, taking him probably for one of the buccaneers. He passed his evenings in company with Dame Pearson and Elizabeth, reading and talking while they sat at their work. The poor lady was at first somewhat reserved, but as her confidence in Jack was established, she described to him her grief and sorrow when she discovered the course her husband proposed to pursue. On the discovery of the Jacobite plot, believing that he himself would be betrayed, he suddenly determined to quit England, said the dame, continuing a narrative she had begun. Going to a seaport, he at first took out a licence as a privateer. That was bad enough, for his crew were bold and daring, and were constantly chasing or being chased, now and then fighting, but generally only attacking unarmed traders. Not knowing what to do with Elizabeth, and finding she was not averse to accompanying us, I had at first consented to bring her to sea, not at all aware of the life we were to lead. Although several prizes were thus taken, this slow mode of gaining wealth did not suit the captain or the majority of his men, and they therefore resolved to go out to the West Indies and to hoist the black flag. The plan had been kept from Dame Pearson and her daughter, but they heard of it, though they in vain urged Pearson to abandon the undertaking. He laughed at their scruples, and promised that in a few years they would make enough to enable them to retire to Virginia, or to some other plantation, and there settle down and enjoy the fruits of their enterprise. "Why should not I do as well as Sir Henry Morgan and 50 other fine fellows have done?" he exclaimed. "To be sure, some have lost their lives, but they were either drunkards or too audacious. But I am much too careful to be caught as they were." He only laughed at his wife when she pointed out to him the sinfulness of this proposed occupation, and at length told her that he had been a robber all his life, and that he had no intention of turning an honest man till he had made his fortune. This was the first intimation the poor woman had had of his career on shore, whatever might have been her suspicions on the subject. She was anxious on her own account, and still more unhappy on that of Elizabeth, when she found that nothing would turn her husband from his resolution. Still he had not lost all his former respect for her, and at length he consented to fix his abode on the island where Jack had found her. She had therefore only to wait patiently, hoping that he would soon put in execution the plan he had proposed of finally settling down in one of the plantations. She had kept Elizabeth as much as possible in ignorance of Pearson's character, but she had, however, at length found it out, and though looking at him with a feeling somewhat akin to horror, still she had determined not to desert, even should she have the opportunity, the kind woman who had adopted her and ever treated her as a daughter. Elizabeth herself, however, was not free from annoyances, for her youth and beauty had attracted the attention of several of the buccaneers, or, as they called themselves, gentlemen of fortune, and 2 or 3 of the officers, who looked upon their qualifications as superior to those of their companions, had made overtures to their chief for the hand of his supposed daughter. She, however, had rejected them with scorn, and Pearson still entertained so much respect and regard for her that he had sworn that no man should have her against her will. "Ah, Master Deane, you little know what quarrels have taken place about her," said the dame, one day when Elizabeth was absent. "3 or 4 duels have been fought to my certain knowledge, and one young man among the gang was run through the body and killed, because he had sworn that no other than himself should be her husband. At last the captain had to declare that he would shoot the first man who killed another in any duel about her, and that, for a time, put a stop to the quarrels among them. I always thought myself that she was of gentle blood, from the account my husband gave me of the lady who placed her in his arms, and I am thankful, therefore, that she should not have been thrown away on any one beneath the rank of a gentleman, still more on any of these ruffian buccaneers, who, in spite of all their boasting, would very soon have broken her heart. The only wife fit for one of them is a girl who is pleased with being covered with gold chains and rings and jewels, and cares nothing for her husband's love. I know by experience how sad a thing it is for a wife to be mated to a man below her in rank, however kind and generous he may be. Such my husband has always been to me since he saved my life, but I was born and educated as a gentlewoman, and I have frequently had cause to feel a difference between us. Since my marriage I have never met with any of my family. They were all dispersed in the civil wars. Many of my brothers were probably killed fighting on the king's side, and the youngest had set his heart on following the sea, which he probably did. But as our home was broken up, there was no place to which I could write to obtain tidings of them. Jack felt that he should be very sorry when the pleasant life he was now leading should come to an end. He spent his days in greater ease and idleness than he had enjoyed since he left home, most of the time sitting by the side of Elizabeth, or taking walks with her along the seashore or through the woods. One day, as he was sitting on a rock by the seaside with Elizabeth, holding her hand in his, and talking of that happy future of which lovers delight to discourse, a white speck appeared in the horizon, which they well knew to be a sail. Gradually it increased in size. Higher and higher it rose, till the white canvas of a tall ship appeared above the long, unbroken line in the distance. The hull next came in sight, and the ship glided on rapidly towards the island. While the lovers were watching her, wondering what she could be, whether the pirate vessel or some stranger, another appeared in the same spot where she had first been seen. Gradually the sails of that one also rose upward, till the whole ship came in sight. Both of them were nearly before the wind, carrying as much canvas as they were able to bear. The first came rapidly on. "She is bound in for the harbour," observed Jack, "and from my recollection of the vessel which boarded us when I was made prisoner, I have no doubt that that is the same. If so, we must expect to have the pirate and his gang on shore again." "But what can that other vessel be?" asked Elizabeth, pointing towards the stranger. Jack stood up to examine her, shading his eyes with his hand. "She looks to me wonderfully like a man of war. It is possible that she may be in chase of the pirate. And see, here comes another vessel. Her topsails are already above the horizon, and a third also. The pirates have brought a whole host of their enemies down upon them. The authorities in Jamaica have, I know, long been on the lookout to discover the headquarters of the buccaneers. They have come for the purpose of attacking the island, and will not let a pirate escape if they can help it. Ah, see, there flies out the black flag. A daring fellow commands that vessel, and depend upon it, he is resolved to fight it out to the last. The Queen's ship has hoisted her colours also. The object of the other is to disable her before her consorts can come up, and if he succeeds in that, he hopes to get into the harbour and there defend himself." The rock on which Deane and Elizabeth had taken their seat commanded not only a view of the sea and of the entrance of the harbour, but also of a considerable part of the harbour itself. They could thus, from their position, watch all that was taking place. The royal cruiser, under all sail, had stood in shore, to intercept the piratical vessel, which it was naturally supposed would make for the harbour, and it was important, therefore, to prevent her doing this. It was only, indeed, when the wind blew right in, that a vessel could enter under sail. On other occasions it was necessary to warp or tow her in, an operation which could not be performed under the fire of an enemy. The pirate, finding that he could not get into the harbour unmolested, hauled up his courses, and boldly stood back towards the British ship, receiving her fire and returning it with interest. Elizabeth gazed with lips apart and pale cheeks at the combatants, which now, surrounded by clouds of smoke, were rapidly exchanging broadsides. "Oh, how dreadful!" she exclaimed. "It seems as if they must destroy each other. How many souls will thus be launched into eternity! How fearful, too, if the pirate gains the victory! For I have heard tales of the horrible way they treat those they conquer, when their blood is up in such a fight as this." "Little fear of that," remarked Deane. "Our brave countrymen are not likely to give in to a set of mongrel outlaws, as are these buccaneers. But mongrels as they are, they fight well, I acknowledge that. See, there goes the mast of one of the ships." "I can scarcely distinguish one from the other through the smoke," said Elizabeth. "It's the frigate's foremast, I fear," exclaimed Deane. "She is attempting to board the pirate. But no, she has not succeeded. The other sheers off, and continues firing at a distance." As he spoke, the two vessels, which had for some short time been so close together as scarcely to be distinguished in the mists of the smoke, now separated, the pirate steering towards the land, while the frigate lay, with her foremast gone, and several spars shot away from the mainmast, while the rigging of the pirate seemed but little injured. "How fearful!" exclaimed Elizabeth. "The pirates seem to have gained the victory." "Not at all," answered Deane. "See, the red flag of England still flies triumphant, and probably, if we could see the decks of the two vessels, we should find that the pirate has been the greater sufferer. His object was to cripple his antagonist, and he has done so successfully, while the wish of the English captain has been to destroy the pirates." Although the pirate was so standing that only her after-guns could be brought to bear on the frigate, she continued firing with them, in return for a shot which the latter sent after her. She now stood directly in for the mouth of the harbour, and as she approached close to it, her sails were quickly furled, and several boats went out to her, to assist in getting her in, while her own boats were lowered for the same purpose. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea, by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 32, The Island Captured. "The game is not over yet," observed Deane, who, with Elizabeth, stood still on the rock, watching the progress of the fight. "The crew of the frigate are busily employed in repairing damages. As soon as that is done, and the other two ships come up, depend upon it, they will attack the island, and with the strong force the English will then have, the pirates will be utterly unable to resist them." "Alas! Alas! I wish we could have escaped from the island before this had occurred. I tremble for the fate of my poor mother, for such I must still call her, and what will become of Master Pearson? For, as far as I can judge, he seems to be the head of the whole community. For the kindness with which he has ever treated you, if he escapes with his life from the battle, I will use all my influence to protect him," answered Deane. "At the same time, I think it likely he will fight to the last. He seems a man who would not yield, as long as a hope of success remains." "Let me go then and tell my poor mother of what has occurred, and prepare her for the worst," exclaimed Elizabeth. "Oh, no, stay here, let me entreat you," he answered. "You will be safer on this rock, and I may possibly be able to make some signal to the boats as they come in, and thus you will escape the desperate struggle which is likely to take place when the crews land and attack the pirates. Or stay, if you can persuade Mistress Pearson to come here, she will be safer than in her own house. But you must not go alone. I will accompany you and try and bring her back." To this plan Elizabeth willingly agreed, and she and Deane immediately hurried forward towards the village. The alarm of the poor lady was very great when she heard what was likely to occur, but she positively refused to quit the house. "Go, go," she replied to Elizabeth's entreaties. "Leave me to my fate. Mr. Deane will protect you better than I can, and you are not bound either to that unhappy man, my husband, or to me." Deane had now some difficulty in persuading Elizabeth to return with him, for she was unwilling to leave poor Mistress Pearson to the danger to which she would be exposed should the village be stormed, as it was too likely to be. At length, however, she yielded to her and Jack's united entreaties, and returned to the rock with Deane. By the time they reached it, the other English vessels had almost come up with their crippled consort, and a considerable flotilla of boats was seen collecting round them. The pirates, meantime, having warped their vessel into the harbour, had placed her across its mouth, so that her guns pointed directly down towards an enemy approaching in that direction. A considerable number of the people were also engaged on shore in throwing up breastworks at various points likely to be assailed. Guns were being brought down from the stores and from the other vessels up the harbour, and every effort was being made which desperate men could think of to defend the place. The English seemed to guess what the pirates were about by the rapidity of their movements, for not a moment was lost after the vessels had met, before the boats began to pull at a rapid rate towards the mouth of the harbour. There were 12 boats in all, carrying a considerable body of men. The ships at the same time stood in as close as they could venture to cover the attack with their guns. Between the rock on which Deane and Elizabeth stood was a sandy bay affording tolerably safe landing. This spot the pirates seemed to have overlooked, though the English were evidently aware of it, for while one party of boats pulled towards the mouth of the harbour, another, suddenly leaving the main body, made a dash towards the bay, for the purpose of landing before the pirates discovered it and were prepared to resist them. On came 5 boats at a rapid rate, the water foaming at their bows as their crews urged them through it. Deane could with difficulty resist the temptation of hurrying forward to meet them, but he could not leave Elizabeth, nor could he place her in the danger to which she would be exposed had he carried her with him. As soon as the ships came close enough, they opened their fire at the hastily thrown up forts at the harbour's mouth, while the flotilla of boats dashed forward for the purpose of storming them, before the enemy had recovered from the effects of the cannonading. The pirates, however, had been too long accustomed to desperate fighting of all sorts to be easily daunted, and the places of those who fell were quickly supplied by others who rushed forward to work their guns. Before, however, they could load and fire them, the boats' crews, springing on shore, rushed forward and attacked them, hanger in hand, and quickly mastered the fort. The pirate ship now opened her fire upon the boats advancing up the harbour. This told with great effect, and again they were struck, but still undaunted they pulled on. Meantime the other boats had reached the bay, and their crews also quickly threw themselves on shore. The pirates did not perceive their intention till it was too late to prevent them, and now in steady order they were soon advancing up from the shore towards the fort, which was also greatly annoying the boats in their advance. Taken in the rear, its defenders were quickly cut down, and now the party of English bluejackets rushed up towards the pirate ship, but some of her guns being directed at them and others at the boats, no great loss was sustained by either. So quickly, indeed, did the party advance that very few shot took effect among them. At length they got close up to the ship and opened a hot fire of musketry upon her, killing and wounding the men at her guns. The boats were thus able to advance with much less molestation than before, and getting alongside, their crews with loud shouts dashed on board. The pirates fought desperately, but nothing could resist the courage of the English. The outlaws were seen jumping overboard on either side, and many were shot while attempting to swim on shore. No quarter was asked for by them. They had seldom given it themselves. Still, however, they exhibited great courage and hardihood, fighting desperately to the last. Meantime, a party of them who had remained on shore, manning several boats, put off to the rescue of their comrades. Thus, before the English could prevent them, a considerable number had managed to escape from the ship, taking their way to a point up the harbour where they could land without being molested. The men-of-war's boats had been left with their boat-keepers in the bay. As soon as Deane saw that he could reach them without running the risk of encountering the pirates, he determined to place Elizabeth on board them. "If we stay here, we shall very probably fall in with the buccaneers, who are likely to fly to this rock in the hope of defending themselves. Our way is now clear to the boats, and I will carry you there," he said, taking Elizabeth's arm. "Whatever you think best, I am ready to do," she answered, and they hurried towards the bay. Fortunately, the officer in charge of the boats belonged to Deane's own ship, and recognizing him, at once received Elizabeth on board. "Now I have placed you in safety, I will go back and endeavour to protect our kind friend, Mistress Pearson," he said. Elizabeth thanked him warmly, though she evidently at the same time dreaded losing sight of him. Deane knew well there was no time to be lost, for the sound of the firing and the shouts and cries of the combatants told him that they were approaching the village. He hurried back, therefore, taking a sheltered way among the trees. He had just reached the house when he saw a number of buccaneers rushing towards the village, with the intention, he judged, of attempting to defend themselves behind the walls of the buildings. He found Mistress Pearson standing pale with terror at the sound of the guns which had reached her ears, not knowing which party had been successful. Deane once more entreated her to fly. "If you remain, you will too probably lose your life in the struggle," he said. Scarcely waiting for her answer, he had drawn her to the door, when he was seen by some of the pirates. "Down with the villain! Down with the traitor who has brought the enemy upon us!" they shouted. They raised their muskets, but Mistress Pearson, standing between them and Deane, prevented them from firing. Some of the fiercest were, however, rushing forward with the intention of cutting him down, when the cry arose, "The enemy are upon us! Defend yourselves, lads!" and they had to face about to receive the charge of the British sailors, who dashed out from among the trees towards them. Several bullets whistled by Deane's and the poor dame's ears. The fighting was desperate. The pirates defended themselves, knowing that they should receive no quarter, but in spite of their bravery they were cut down on all sides. Deane had 2 or 3 times, amid the clouds of smoke, caught sight of Pearson, who was leading on the men, shouting to them to fight boldly. More seamen arriving, led on by a superior officer, the pirates at length began to retreat. As they reached the house of their chief, however, they made a stand. Some threw themselves inside and began to fire through the windows, and others got behind the walls, where they were sheltered from the fire of their enemies. Deane attempted to carry poor Dame Pearson to a place of shelter. Paralyzed with fear, she could scarcely move. He found himself, therefore, surrounded by the combatants, and in great risk every instant of being shot. The pirates here made a desperate stand, but the British seamen, again rushing on, cut down numbers with their hangers. Just then the house burst out into flames, and, surrounded by smoke, Deane could not be distinguished from the pirates who stood on the other side of him. 2 or 3 seamen were on the point of cutting him down, when their officer interposed his sword. "Hold, lads!" he shouted. "As I live, there is my friend John Deane, and protecting a lady too." This timely exclamation saved Deane's life. He had no time, however, to exchange greetings with the officer, whom he recognized as the captain of his own ship, as the latter had to lead on his men in pursuit of the flying pirates. The good dame now entreated him to look for her husband, but he remembered that after the commencement of the fight he had nowhere seen him. What had become of him he could not tell, and all he could do was to assure her he had not seen him fall. Jack was anxious to convey her to the boats, that she might be carried on board and placed in safety. But just as he was leaving the village, Captain Davis returned, saying that all the pirates to be found had been killed or made prisoners. "I am thankful indeed to hear it, Captain Davis," said Deane, "and now I will ask you to assist me in conveying this lady on board." "Captain Davis!" exclaimed Mistress Pearson. "Let me see you, sir. That was my maiden name, and I had a brother who went to sea, from whom I have been parted for many long years. Can you be Richard Davis, the youngest son of Colonel Davis, of Knoll Park?" "Yes, indeed, I am, madam," answered the captain, coming up to her. "I was one of a numerous family, all of whom, to the best of my belief, have long since been dead." "One of them is still alive," answered Mistress Pearson, "though a most unhappy woman. Do you not remember your sister Maria? Come, let me gaze on your countenance, for my heart tells me that in you I shall find one of my brothers. Yes, yes, I recognize your features, though I scarcely could expect you to know mine, so sadly changed as they must be." She had taken the captain's hand, and gazed into his face as she spoke. "No, I should not remember you," he answered, "but yet I remember the voice of the kind sister who was always ready to suffer for the sake of her wild brothers. Yes, Maria, I know that you are my sister, and I am thankful that I have been the means of rescuing you from this place. How you came here you must tell me by and by, and now I would wish you to go at once on board the frigate under the charge of Mr. Deane, while we make a further search round the island for any fugitives who may have concealed themselves." Mistress Pearson trembled as her brother spoke these words. "There is one for whom I would intercede," she said. "Mr. Deane will tell you about him. He has ever been a kind husband to me, and never till lately did I suspect his occupations. If he has escaped death, let me entreat you not to hunt him down, and I feel sure that he will turn to some nobler course, where he will redeem the crimes he has committed." Captain Davis very wisely made no answer to this appeal, but directed Deane, with a party of the seamen as a guard, to convey his new-found sister down to the boats, and to place her at once on board the frigate. He, meantime, having collected his men, commenced a further search for the pirates, some of whom, he was convinced, must have concealed themselves. The day was thus spent, though with no further success, and as night was coming on, a large party being placed on board the captured ships, the remainder returned in the boats to the vessels outside. The next day the search was continued, but no signs were discovered of the chief and other officers and men who were supposed to have escaped with him. The numerous prizes were carried out of the harbour, while all the huts and storehouses and other buildings were set on fire and destroyed, so that in a short time the whole island was reduced to that state of desolation in which the pirates had found it. While the rest of the squadron returned to Jamaica, one vessel was left to cruise off the island, on the chance of Pearson and his followers, should they have been concealed on it, attempting to make their escape. When Jack arrived on board the Venus, he found the two young midshipmen, Hooke and Lovett, and the old quartermaster, Burridge, who welcomed him warmly. They told him that they had managed to make their escape exactly as they had proposed while the buccaneers were carousing, and had, fortunately, fallen in with the squadron which had been dispatched on purpose to try and discover their haunts. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea, by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 33. Sir George Hooke takes the Spanish galleons in Vigo Bay. Elizabeth's joy at seeing Mistress Pearson was very great, and she did her utmost to comfort her in her affliction, aided by Captain Davis and Deane. As soon as they arrived at Port Royal, Captain Davis took a house for her on shore, where she and Elizabeth went to reside until a plan for their future proceedings could be arranged. Deane immediately wrote to Monsieur de Mertens and told him of his recovery of his daughter, saying that she was still with her kind guardian, in whose company he hoped that he should, without delay, be able to escort her to England. In those days the climate of the West Indies was as dangerous to Europeans as at the present, and ships seldom remained long on the station without losing many of their officers and men. The honest old Admiral Benbow was still alive, although rapidly sinking from the effects of his wounds and his annoyance at the conduct of his officers in the action with the French. Hearing of Jack's conduct, he appointed him second lieutenant of the Ruby, in the place of an officer who had died. He was sorry to leave Captain Davis, especially as he expected now to have fewer opportunities of meeting Elizabeth. He had, however, the consolation to know that Captain Davis expected immediately to be sent home, and proposed taking his sister and Elizabeth with him. John Deane met with no adventures worth recording during his next cruise. On the return of the Ruby to Port Royal, our hero found that the Venus had already sailed, and his ship was shortly afterwards also ordered home. On reaching England he was immediately appointed to the Lennox of 70 guns, commanded by his old friend Captain Jumper. She formed one of the squadron under Admiral Sir George Rooke, just on the point of sailing for the coast of Spain. Being unable to obtain leave of absence, he wrote to Nottingham and Norwich, but before he received answers to his letters, his ship put to sea. Sir George Rooke had his flag flying on board the Royal Sovereign. On board the fleet were a large number of troops, under the command of the Duke of Ormond. On the 12th August they anchored before the harbour of Cadiz. Next day the Duke of Ormond sent in a trumpeter with a letter requiring the governor to surrender. The brave governor replied that as he had been appointed to the command of the place by his lawful sovereign, he would not yield it up as long as he could hold it. On the 15th the Duke of Ormond therefore landed with the troops, and in a few days took possession of the forts of St. Catherine and St. Mary. It being found difficult to approach Cadiz while the Spaniards were in possession of Matagorda Fort, an assault was ordered. The Spaniards defended the place bravely, and it was found that the English force was far too small to hope for success. The troops were therefore re-embarked, with the intention of returning home. Soon after this, while the fleet was off the coast of Portugal, Captain Hardy of the Pembroke brought the intelligence that the Galleons from the West Indies had put into Vigo Bay, under convoy of a French squadron. Sir George Rooke immediately called a council of war, and it was resolved to make an attack at once on the enemy in the port of Vigo. A strong gale of wind, however, drove the fleet to the north of Cape Finisterre, which prevented their getting off Vigo before the 11th of October. The passage into the harbour was extremely narrow, and well defended by batteries on both sides. Across the entrance a strong boom was also laid, at each end of which was moored with chains a 74-gun ship. Nearer the boom were laid, also moored, 5 ships, each carrying 60 to 70 guns, with their broadsides to the sea, to defend the passage. The shoals and sandbanks, and the shallowness of the water within the harbour, made it dangerous for ships of the first and second rates to enter without a leading wind. Notwithstanding the strong force opposed to them, and the batteries on either side of the harbour, the English admirals resolved to attempt the capture of the galleons, and it being considered impossible for the larger ships to get up the harbour, they shifted their flags on board smaller vessels. A boat was then dispatched up the harbour to gain intelligence respecting the disposition of the French and Spanish ships. This being obtained, it was resolved that as the whole fleet could not together act upon the enemy's ships, but would from crowding the harbour impede each other's movements, 15 English and 10 Dutch men of war, with all the fire ships, would proceed in to destroy the enemy's fleet. The frigates and the bomb vessels were directed to follow this detachment, and the larger ships were to proceed in afterwards, should their assistance be found necessary. It was arranged that the troops should at the same time land and attack the forts on either side of the harbour. Vice Admiral Hopson was ordered to lead the van, followed by Vice Admiral Vandergoes. Sir George Rooke commanded the centre division, and Rear Admiral Graydon brought up the rear. Sir George Rooke spent the greater part of the night going from ship to ship in his own boat, to ascertain that each captain understood clearly the plan of the attack and the part he was to take in it. The following morning, the 12th of October, the squadron got under way and stood in for the harbour. Great was the disappointment of all on board, when, just as the van division had almost reached within gunshot of the batteries, the wind died away, and it was necessary to anchor. A strong breeze, however, shortly afterwards sprang up, when Vice Admiral Hopson, in the Torbay, cutting his cable, crowded every sail his ship could carry, and bore down upon the boom. The velocity gained by the ship gave her such power that the boom was snapped in two, and the "Torbay" was instantly placed between the two French line-of-battle ships, the "Bourbon" and "Esperance." These two ships immediately opened a desperate fire upon the "Torbay," which gallantly replied to them, though most of her men were falling, killed and wounded from the fierce fire to which she was exposed. Scarcely had the breeze carried her into this post of danger than it again fell, and the other ships of the squadron had considerable difficulty in following her. While they were endeavouring to get up the harbour, a fire ship was seen descending directly for the "Torbay." On it came. The destruction of the "Torbay" seemed inevitable. Now the flames burst out on either side from the fire ship. The brave crew of the "Torbay" instantly lowered their boats for the purpose of towing her off, but two of the boats were struck and swamped, and many of those in them were drowned before help could be rendered by those on board. Just as the flames seemed about to catch the "Torbay," they suddenly decreased and were deadened. It seemed almost like a miracle, but when the men afterwards examined the fire ship, she was found to be loaded with snuff, which immediately the fire reached it completely deadened the flames. While this event was taking place, Vice Admiral Vandergoes and the rest of the squadron made their way through the passage which the brave Hopson had opened up, and directed their fire upon the "Bourbon," which in a short time was captured. The "Torbay," however, suffered very severely, losing 115 men killed and drowned, besides many wounded, including among the latter Captain Moody, her brave captain. While the troops were advancing, Captain Beckenham, in the Association, of 90 guns, laid his broadside against a battery of 17 guns on the left side of the harbour, and Captain Wyville, in the Barfleur, was seen to batter the fort on the other side, while there was a considerable firing from great guns and small arms on both sides. The other ships defending the harbour were now attacked. They replied to the fire of the English with considerable vigour, though they in vain attempted to resist their advance. Meantime the Duke of Ormond had landed in a sandy bay about 2 leagues distant from Vigo. His Grace, meeting with no opposition, ordered the grenadiers under Lord Shannon and Colonel Pierce to march directly to the forts which guarded the entrance to the harbour, where the boom lay. This they executed with much courage and alacrity, and so furious was their attack that they soon made themselves masters of this important fort. The Duke himself, at the head of the rest of the forces, in the meantime marched on foot over craggy mountains to support the first detachment. As they advanced, they saw before them about 8,000 Spaniards, prepared, apparently, to contest their advance between the fort and the hills. These, however, only engaged in a little skirmishing at a distance, and as the grenadiers advanced, they retired. The batteries having been taken, the enemy retreated into an old tower, or stone castle. From thence, for some time, they fired briskly upon the English. It was said that there were nearly 20,000 French and Spanish troops in and about Vigo at that time. But undaunted by the superiority of the enemy, the British troops pushed on. They plied the defenders of the tower so warmly with their grenadoes, and pelted them so sharply with their fusées, that they soon made the place too hot for them. Finding this, Monsieur de Sorel, the valiant captain of a French man-of-war, who commanded in the fort, having encouraged his men to make a daring push for their lives, opened the gates, intending to force his way through the English, sword in hand. The grenadiers, however, rushed immediately into the castle, made themselves masters of it, and took nearly 300 French seamen and 50 Spaniards, with their officers, prisoners at discretion. A small party of the enemy endeavoured to make their escape through the water, but were stopped by a detachment of the Dutch. As soon as this was done, the boats of the squadron pushed up the harbour to take possession of the galleons. The French admiral, however, finding that all hope of defending the place was gone, gave orders for setting the shipping on fire. Before these orders could be executed, a considerable number of the ships were taken possession of by the boats. Besides 17 ships, carrying between them 960 guns, destroyed or captured by the English and Dutch, 3 Spanish men of war carrying 178 guns were destroyed, and 15 galleons were found there. 4 of them were taken by the English, 5 by the Dutch, and 4 destroyed. The brave admirals Rooke, Hopson, and Vandergoes were still furiously attacking the French ships placed across the harbour behind the boom. Suddenly flames were seen to burst forth from the French admiral's ship. This was soon discovered to be done on purpose, for immediately afterwards they burst forth from the other French ships, from which boats were at the same time seen putting off towards the shore. The French admiral, indeed, finding that the forts were in the hands of his victorious enemies, his fire-ships spent in vain, the Bourbon captured, the boom cut, and the Confederate fleet pouring in upon him, so that the battle was lost, hoped by burning his ships to prevent their falling into their hands. The order he issued, however, was not punctually obeyed, in consequence of the haste of the French to get on shore. Immediately this was perceived, the boats of the squadron were ordered in to take possession of the galleons. John Deane found himself in one of the leading boats. Onward they dashed, amid the burning ships. On one side the Torbay lay with her fore topmast shot away, her sails burnt and scorched, her foreyard burnt to a coal, and her larboard shrouds, fore and aft, burned to the dead-eyes, so that indeed it appeared surprising that she had not been burned altogether. The leading boats dashed alongside some of the largest ships, which were so imperfectly set on fire that the Confederates were unable to extinguish the flames before they had spread far. They then pulled, as fast as they could bend to their oars, up the harbour towards the galleons, which lay at the farther end. Every man had heard of the vast amount of wealth reputed to be on board these vessels, and all were eager to capture them, therefore, before they were destroyed by the enemy. Already flames were bursting out from some of them, and the French and Spanish boats were alongside, preparing for their destruction. The Dutch and English joined each other in the race. They rowed past the town, which the British troops, having captured the forts, were already entering. Now the boats got alongside the long-looked-for galleons. Already some were in flames, which had extended too far to allow of their being extinguished, but many others were saved. So rapid had been the movements of the Allies that the Spaniards had not had time to remove the cargoes of several of the galleons. These were in truth real prizes, and the wealth found on board them stimulated the crews of the boats to make desperate attempts to save the rest. Several, however, just as the flotilla approached them, went down at their anchors, but altogether the larger number were saved. Great was the disappointment of the Allies when they found that the Spaniards had landed the larger portion of the money with which the galleons had been freighted. Seldom, however, has a naval expedition been more judiciously planned and more completely carried out. This glorious and memorable victory, too, was obtained with a very inconsiderable loss on the side of the British, for, with the exception of the loss on board Vice Admiral Hopson's ship, as already described, very few seamen were either killed or wounded, nor did the ships receive more than a slight damage. Of the land forces, 2 lieutenants and about 40 rank and file were killed, and 5 officers and about 30 men wounded. Of the French, about 400 officers and men were taken prisoners, among whom was the Spanish admiral Don Joseph Chasson, several French captains, and other officers of note. The result of this victory was a vast booty, both of plate and other things, the value of which cannot well be computed. The fleet, indeed, was the richest that had ever come from the West Indies to Europe. The silver and gold was computed to amount to 20 millions of 8, of which 14 millions had been taken out of the galleons and secured by the enemy before the attack. The rest was either taken or left in the galleons that were burned and sunk. The goods were valued also at 20 millions of pieces of 8, 1/4 part of which was saved by the Spaniards, nearly 2 parts destroyed, and the other 1/4 taken by the Confederates. Besides the property already mentioned, there was a great deal of plate and goods on board belonging to private persons, most of which was taken or lost. The prize money which thus fell to John Deane's share was very considerable, and it induced him to begin setting up a castle in the air, which he hoped to commence in a more substantial manner on his return to England, as he expected by the time he should get there to find Elizabeth restored to her parents, as he had left with her and Captain Davis full directions by which they could be found. One thing most remarkable with regard to this victory was not only the courage and sagacity of Sir George Rooke and the other admirals, but their readiness to sacrifice themselves and to risk their safety to ensure the success of the undertaking. This was shown by the way in which they left their large ships and placed themselves on board the smaller ones, as also by their leading the way into the midst of the enemy, strongly posted as they were. Great credit was also due to the land forces for the mode in which they cooperated with the navy. Scarcely had the action concluded when Sir Cloudesley Shovel, with a large squadron, hove in sight. The Duke of Ormond proposed to keep possession of Vigo for Don Carlos, considering it a safe place for the army to take up their quarters in, having a naval force to assist them. Sir George Rooke, however, thought that it was necessary to return home for want of stores and provisions. He left, therefore, Sir Cloudesley Shovel, to whom was entrusted the task of fitting out the prizes. He succeeded also in rescuing a large portion of treasure from the sunken galleons, and he recovered the Dartmouth, an English 50-gun ship which had been captured in the previous war. He also took out of some of the French ships lying aground, partially destroyed, 50 brass guns and about 60 from the shore, and before sailing from the port he completed the destruction of every ship that he could not bring away. The importance of this success was very great, as not only did the Spaniards suffer a heavy loss, but the naval power of France was considerably crippled by it. Nor indeed did she, during the war, recover from its effects. Jack remained with the fleet under Sir Cloudesley Shovel. All hands were busily employed in fitting out the captured ships and preparing them for sea. At length, in a week, all those fit for sea were got ready, when the rest, amounting to a considerable number, were set on fire, and the squadron, as the flames bursting fiercely forth sent them to the bottom, sailed away down the harbour. On the 25th of October Sir Cloudesley got clear of Vigo, but it proving calm, he anchored in the channel in the port of Bayonne, where, with a flag of truce, he sent several prisoners on shore, receiving some English who had been captured by the Spaniards. The next day he got under sail again, with the intention of going through the North Channel, but the wind taking him short, he was obliged to drop anchor. Here a galleon, a prize to the Monmouth, struck upon a sunken rock. Immediately the water rushed into her, and before it could be pumped out she foundered. Fortunately several frigates were on each side of her, and their boats putting off, all her crew were saved, with the exception of 2 who were below. The same day the fleet was joined by the Dragon, a 50-gun ship lately commanded by Captain Holyman. One of the officers came on board and gave an account of an engagement she had just had with a French man-of-war of 70 guns. In spite of the vast superiority of the enemy, Captain Holyman defended his ship with the greatest resolution. His crew worked their guns in a way British seamen have ever known how to do when alongside an enemy. At length the captain was killed, when his first lieutenant, Fotherby, continued the defence, urging his men not to strike as long as they had a cartridge remaining and a shot in the locker. At length, although themselves greatly crippled, they had the satisfaction of seeing the enemy brace up her yards and stand away. Loud cheers burst from their throats, though they had at first believed she had merely hauled off to repair damages. However, she continued standing away, and ultimately her topsails disappeared below the horizon. Besides her brave captain, the Dragon lost 25 of her crew killed, and many more wounded. The fleet on their passage home encountered very bad weather. One of the ships, the Nassau, had, in spite of the gale, the good fortune to make a rich prize. Standing in towards the fleet, however, the sea ran so high that the prize foundered. The gale continued to increase, and the whole squadron was thus separated, every ship shifting for herself. At length all got into the Downs. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 34, Hurricane in the British Channel. Sir George Rooke takes Gibraltar. Sea fight off Malaga. On reaching England once more, our hero had great hopes of being able to get on shore to visit his own family, as well as to make inquiries about Elizabeth, of whose arrival he had not yet heard. He had actually obtained leave to go on shore, and was proposing to set off the following day, when he experienced the truth of the old saying, "There is many a slip between the cup and the lip." On the 26th of November, while his ship lay in the Downs, the weather having hitherto been fine, about 11 o'clock the wind began to blow most violently from the west-southwest. John Deane was the officer on watch. He had been walking the deck for some time, looking out on either side, for those were days when it was necessary for seamen to have their eyes about them, when he observed in the quarter from whence the wind was coming bright flashes of lightning. Soon the sea appeared through the gloom, covered with a sheet of foam. Every instant the lightning increased in vividness, and now loud roars of thunder reverberated through the sky. Clouds came rushing on in vast masses. "Call the captain," said Deane to the midshipman of the watch. "We are going to have a night of it, and he's not the man to remain in his bed at such a time. All hands on deck," he shouted immediately afterwards. The crew came rushing up from below with a speed which would have astonished anyone, not knowing how quickly sailors can put on their clothes, many of them, indeed, bringing them up in their hands and dressing on their way. "Strike top-gallant masts!" he cried out. "Mr. Grummet, range another cable for the best bower anchor. We shall want every anchor out tonight." Scarcely had these judicious orders been given when the captain himself came on deck and took the command, next ordering the topsail yards to be lowered and the topmasts to be housed. Now, with a loud roar, the gale burst upon the fleet, which lay at anchor in that exposed situation. The sea, rising rapidly, torn up by the furious tempest, caused the ships to pitch and roll in a fearful manner, as if it would wrench them from their anchors and drive them against the dangerous Goodwin Sands. As Jack looked out, he could see, indeed, some of the ships torn away from their anchors, apparently, and driven hopelessly before the gale. Over others the sea was breaking furiously, sending the spray high above them, and seeming every moment about to carry them to the bottom. Those who had been in many a battle, and gone through many a storm, felt their hearts, for the first time perhaps, sinking with fear, as the thunder crashed above their heads, and the lightning flashed about the masts, while the foaming seas dashed up and round them on every side. The position of the Lennox was indeed perilous in the extreme, and little comfort could her crew gain by watching the fate of others.
A large ship lay within sight. She was the Mary, with Rear Admiral Beaumont's flag flying on board. Sea after sea came dashing and breaking over her. Now those whose eyes were turned in that direction saw that she began to move. "She is driving! She is driving!" exclaimed several. An instant afterwards she was seen carried before the gale, and ere many minutes had passed, was thrown helplessly upon the Goodwins. Scarcely had she touched the fatal sands when her masts, bending like willow wands, went by the board. The seas leaped triumphantly over her, and in the short time of 1 hour scarce a timber of the stout ship hung together, while those who looked on knew well what must be the fate of all her brave crew. Not a man could be expected to live in that foaming sea. The same fate might any moment be the lot of those on board the Lennox. Thus the whole night was passed, no one knowing whether the next hour would not be their last. For a long time the gale gave no signs of abating. The thunder roared as loudly as ever, and the lightning flashed round their heads. Sometimes, as the vivid lightning enabled them to pierce the otherwise surrounding gloom, they saw far off some noble ship torn from her anchors, or the masts of another disappearing beneath the waves. When morning broke at length, fearful was the scene of destruction which met their gaze. Here and there fragments of wreck could be distinguished on the Goodwins, while many other ships which had escaped the hurricane presented a shattered and forlorn appearance. By 7 o'clock, providentially, the wind began to fall, and in a short time it ceased almost as rapidly as it had commenced. Sad was the number of ships which had foundered. Among those in the Downs was the Northumberland, not one of her company having escaped. The Stirling Castle had also gone down, 70 of her men only having got on shore, in their boats or on pieces of the wreck. Of Admiral Beaumont's ship, 1 man alone was saved on a piece of wreck, having been tossed about all night till at length he was cast on shore. The mortar bomb vessel had all her company lost. The number of sailors lost on the Goodwin Sands during that fatal night, and on all parts of the coast, many more being cast away in those few hours of the gale, amounted to 1,519. 13 men of war were totally wrecked, besides many others greatly injured. The newly erected Eddystone Lighthouse was also blown down and entirely destroyed, the unfortunate men who had charge of it losing their lives. Several ships were forced from their anchors. Among them was the Revenge, which drove over to the coast of Holland, where she was nearly cast away. Happily, however, sail was got on her, and she arrived safely in the river Medway. Another ship, the Dorset, after striking 3 times, drove a fortnight to sea, where she was knocking about in an almost helpless state, till she was enabled to jury-rig masts, and thus get safe back to the Nore. In London the accidents which happened were numerous, and a large amount of property was destroyed. The gale blew down a multitude of chimneys, and even whole buildings, lifted the tops of houses, tore up a number of trees in St. James's Park, in the Inns of Court, Moorfields, and at other places, by the roots, and broke off others in the middle. Several people were killed in their beds, among them Dr. Kidder, Bishop of Bath and Wells, with his wife. A great number of vessels, barges, and boats were sunk in the river Thames, and the arches of London Bridge were stopped with the wrecks of them. On the 12th of December the Queen published a proclamation for a general fast, which on Wednesday, 19th January following, was kept with great strictness. The order in council also appeared in the Gazette for an advance of wages to the families of those officers and seamen who had perished in the storm, in the same manner as if they had been killed in battle. The House of Commons also addressed Her Majesty upon this melancholy occasion, desiring her to give directions for repairing this loss, and to build such capital ships as she should think fit, and promising to make good the expense at their next meeting. Thus, great as was the loss, the British Navy was restored to that state of efficiency which it is most important that it should ever maintain. John Deane had a great disappointment in not being able, after all, to leave his ship. As soon as the damages she received in the storm were repaired, she was ordered to rejoin the fleet under Sir George Rooke. That admiral had been directed to convey the Archduke Charles of Austria to Lisbon. Before the fleet had reached Finisterre, another violent storm arose, which dispersed the ships and drove them back into the Channel. The tempestuous weather prevented the admiral from sailing before the 5th of February, and on the 15th of the same month he arrived at Lisbon. A short historical account is now necessary, that the cause of the long war in which England was engaged may be understood. The King of Spain, who died in 1700, declared by his will, real or pretended, the Duke of Anjou grandson to Louis XIV, king of the whole Spanish monarchy. The Spaniards, finding themselves threatened with war by the Emperor of Germany and by England, in conjunction with the United Provinces, delivered themselves up into the hands of France. In consequence, both the Spanish Netherlands and the Duchy of Milan received French garrisons, and the French fleet came to Cadiz. A squadron was also sent to the West Indies, so that the whole Spanish Empire fell into the hands of the French. The Duke of Burgundy then having no children, the King of Spain was likely to succeed to the crown of France, and thus the world saw that a new universal monarchy might possibly arise out of this conjunction. Hence arose the War of Succession in Spain. With the object above mentioned of placing the Duke of Anjou on the throne of Spain, Louis had sacrificed his charming and clever niece, the granddaughter of our King Charles I and Henrietta Maria, to an imbecile husband, the thought of whom was hateful to her, and he also had engaged in a variety of other intrigues with the same object. The Spaniards in general gave the preference to the Archduke Charles, or Don Carlos, who was the legitimate heir of the Spanish monarchy, second son of the Emperor of Austria. The object of Louis was first to secure his own authority over the Dutch, secondly, to injure the trade of England and also of Holland, and thirdly, to overthrow Protestantism in all the countries under his influence. The object of William and the British government, on the other hand, was, first, to exclude Louis from the Netherlands and West Indies, secondly, to prevent the union of France and Spain in the person of the Duke of Anjou or his posterity, and thirdly, to maintain the Protestant religion wherever it was established, including the Vaudois provinces. With these objects William had exerted his utmost energies to form the Grand Alliance of England, Austria, and the States General against France. To these were afterwards added some of the Italian states and Portugal. The War of Succession lasted, from first to last, 15 years. It ended by the accession of the Archduke Don Carlos to the imperial throne of Germany, and Philip V, Duke of Anjou, was then acknowledged by all European sovereigns King of Spain, on the condition of renouncing all claim to the throne of France for himself and his descendants. The war had now continued for about 2 years. The chief exploit which had hitherto been performed was the capture of the Galleons in the harbour of Vigo, which has already been described. The Archduke, having landed at Lisbon, marched into Spain with a considerable body of troops, but was not able to make any progress for a considerable time. Sir George Rooke, with the fleet, proceeded into the Mediterranean and made an attack on the important town of Barcelona. The fleet at length anchored in the roads of Tetuan, when, on the 17th of July, Sir George Rooke called a council of war, and placed before the members a plan he had devised for attacking the fortress of Gibraltar. Strong as it was, he believed that there was a prospect of capturing it, having received information that the garrison at that time was but small. It was a place also likely to prove of infinite importance during the war then going on, and it was hoped that the attacking this fortress would give a lustre to Queen Anne's armies, and possibly induce the Spaniards to favour the cause of King Charles. As no time was to be lost, the fleet sailed, in consequence of this resolution, for Gibraltar, and, prepared for battle, took up a position in the bay on the 21st of July. As the British gazed up on the lofty rock surmounted by cannon, they might well have felt that it would require all their bravery and hardihood to conquer the place. "It must be ours!" exclaimed John Deane, as he looked up at it, while he walked the quarter-deck. "It shall be," observed Captain Jumper, who overheard him. "Deane, you shall accompany me on shore, and I hope before the world is much older, you and I shall find ourselves inside those walls." "Or buried under them," said Deane. "For my part, however, I would as lief be on the top of them." Meantime the marines, English and Dutch, to the number of 1,800, were landed on the isthmus by which the rock is joined to the mainland, to cut off all communication between the town and the continent. It was only of late that this fine body of men had been organized and received the name of marines, their duty being especially to serve on board ships. They were under command of the Prince of Hesse. His Highness, having taken post on the isthmus, summoned the governor to surrender, but that brave officer returned an answer that he would defend the place to the last. On the 22nd, the admiral, at break of day, gave orders that the ships which had been appointed to cannonade the town, under the command of Rear Admiral Byng and Rear Admiral Vanderdozen, as also those which were to batter the South Mole Head, commanded by Captain Hicks of the Weymouth, should arrange themselves accordingly. The wind, however, blowing contrary, they could not get into their places till the day was well nigh spent. In the meantime, to amuse the enemy, Captain Whitaker was sent in with some boats, and a French privateer of 12 guns was burned at the Old Mole. On the 23rd, soon after break of day, the ships being all placed in their stations, the admiral gave the signal for beginning the cannonade, and now the guns opened with a furious fire. The shot, like hail, flew against the Spanish batteries. The British seamen, firing as fast as they could load, in 5 or 6 hours, upwards of 15,000 shot were calculated to have been discharged against the town, and the enemy were driven from their guns, especially at the South Mole Head. Seeing this, the admiral sent an order to Captain Whitaker to attack the town with all the boats of the fleet. In the meantime, however, Captain Jumper, who saw what was necessary to be done, and Captain Hicks, who both lay next the mole, had pushed on shore with their pinnaces and some other boats before the rest could come up. John Deane and 2 other lieutenants accompanied their captain. They, rushing forward as British seamen always will do when led by their officers, took possession of the fort with great bravery, but not without sustaining a considerable loss. As they, with swords and pistols in their hands, were rushing on, suddenly a fearful noise was heard. The earth seemed to lift up beneath their feet, and 40 men and 2 lieutenants were carried up, fearfully burned and shattered. The survivors, among whom was John Deane, undaunted by this disaster, fought their way on and took possession of the grand platform, where they remained until reinforced by a body of seamen who had come in the boats under Captain Whitaker. The whole body then advanced and took a redoubt half-way between the mole and the town, possessing themselves also of many of the enemy's cannon. The admiral then sent in a letter to the governor, and at the same time a message to the Prince of Hesse, directing him to send a peremptory summons, which his Highness accordingly did. While this was taking place, John Deane, who had previously surveyed the rock, got leave from Captain Jumper to lead a body of men up a part of the cliff which the Spaniards had never thought it possible any human beings could climb. Deane, however, had often scrambled over the nearly perpendicular rock on which Nottingham Castle stands, and up its old rugged towers which yet remain. He had no lack of volunteers, with 2 or 3 midshipmen ready to accompany him. Stealing away unperceived by the enemy, they got to the foot of the cliff. With their pistols in their belts and swords between their teeth, they commenced the perilous ascent. Many who saw them thought they would never succeed, but they had resolved to persevere. Slowly but surely they proceeded up, hanging on by each craggy projection, aided by the shrubs which here and there grew from between the crevices of the rock. At length, when one after the other they reached the summit, they saw before them a chapel filled with women, with a vast number of others coming in and going out of it. These poor creatures had come out of the town, prompted by their superstitious notions, to implore the protection of the Virgin, to whom the chapel was dedicated. Jack and his followers, springing forward, threw themselves between the chapel and the road which led to the town. By gestures more than by words, he endeavoured to persuade the frightened matrons and damsels that he and his followers would do them no harm. With difficulty, however, he could make them understand this, though he signified by signs that they were all to get inside the chapel again. Their fears were somewhat overcome when they found that no insult was offered to any of them. He allowed, however, one of them to go back into the town to inform the governor that they had fallen into the hands of the English. The governor, finding that the forts were in possession of the English, and that a large number of women had also fallen into their hands, consented to agree to the terms proposed by Admiral Rooke. Hostages were accordingly exchanged, and the capitulation being concluded, the Prince of Hesse marched into the town in the evening and took possession of the land and North Mole gates and the outworks. The Spanish troops were allowed to march out with all the honours of war and provisions for a 6 days' march. Such inhabitants and soldiers who were willing to take an oath of fidelity to Don Carlos III were allowed to remain. The Spaniards were also to discover all their magazines of powder and other ammunition or provision and arms in the city. All subjects of the French king were, however, excluded from any part of the terms of this capitulation. The town was found to be extremely strong, with 100 guns mounted facing the sea and the narrow pass towards the land. It was well supplied with ammunition, but the garrison consisted of only 150 men. However, in the opinion of officers who examined the works, 50 men might have defended them against thousands, so it was acknowledged that the attack made by the seamen was brave almost beyond example. The British lost 60 men killed, including 2 lieutenants and 1 master, and 216 wounded, including 1 captain, 7 lieutenants, and a boatswain. It is but justice to the naval part of the expedition to remark that, as this design was contrived by the admiral, so it was executed entirely by the seamen, and therefore the whole honour of it was due to them. Nothing, indeed, could have enabled the seamen to take the place but the cannonading of it in a way which obliged the Spaniards to quit their posts. After leaving as many men as could be spared to garrison the place under the command of the Prince of Hesse, the fleet sailed for Tetuan, in order to take in wood and water. Immediately the fleet had watered, it stood out again towards Gibraltar, when on the 12th of August about noon the enemy's fleet and galleys were discovered to the westward, near Cape Malaga, going free. The allied fleet accordingly bore after them in a line of battle. On the morning of the 13th of August they were within 3 leagues of the French, and then brought to, with their heads to the south, the wind being east, and lay in a posture to receive them. In the English line, Sir George Rooke, with Rear Admirals Byng and Dilkes, were in the centre. Sir Cloudesley Shovel and Sir John Leake led the van, and Vice Admiral Collenberg and Rear Admiral Vanderdosen commanded the ships in the rear. The English fleet consisted of 45 ships of the line and 18 smaller vessels. The Dutch had only 12 ships of the line, while the French fleet consisted of 50 ships of the line, 8 frigates, and 11 smaller vessels, the line of battleships alone carrying 3,530 guns, while the English ships together only carried 3,154 guns, and the Dutch ships about 1,000 guns. Though the French endeavoured at first to avoid the battle, yet they had the advantage over the combined fleet, as they were superior in force, and all their ships were clean and fully manned. They had also the advantage of fighting on the coast and near a harbour of their ally, and had the benefit of a large number of galleys. The Confederates, on the contrary, besides being away from any friendly port, were thinly manned, and had a great deficiency of stores and provisions, while the foulness of their ships was greatly to the prejudice in the day of battle. Notwithstanding this, they were eager for the engagement. The action which was about to commence was likely to prove of far more importance than any in which Deane had hitherto engaged, and his heart beat high as he saw the ships of England bear down upon the enemy. His own ship, the Lennox, was among those under the command of the brave Admiral Sir Cloudesley Shovel. At about 10 o'clock, when nearly half gunshot from the enemy, the French set all their sails at once, and seemed to intend to stretch ahead and weather the English fleet. Admiral Shovel, on discovering the enemy's intention, hauled his wind, and Sir George Rooke, seeing what would be the consequence if the van was intercepted, bore down upon the enemy with the rest of the Confederate fleet, and put out the signal for a fight, which was immediately begun by Admiral Shovel. The battle raged with great fury on both sides till about 2 in the afternoon, when the enemy's van gave way. The Dutch engaged the enemy with the greatest courage and alacrity, and being provided with ammunition, continued firing something later than the rest, but night coming on put a stop to the engagement. Several of the French ships were compelled to quit the fight long before it was over, to repair damages, some of them to stop leaks which would otherwise have caused them to founder. The French main body being very strong, with several ships of the Admiral's and Rear Admiral's Byng and Dilke's divisions being also forced to go out of the line for want of shot, the battle fell very heavily on the Admiral's own ship, the St. George, as also on the Shrewsbury. This being observed by Sir Cloudesley Shovel, he, like a good and valiant officer, immediately backed astern and endeavoured to reinforce the Admiral. This act of valour and of good seamanship had 2 useful effects. First, it drew several of the enemy's ship from the British centre, which was so hard pressed by a great superiority of strength and numbers; and secondly, it drove them at length out of the line, for after they had felt the effects of the guns of others of the ships of Sir Cloudesley Shovel's division, which were astern of him, they considered it more prudent not to advance along his broadside. Being clean and better sailors, they set their split sails, and with their boats ahead, towed away from him, without giving him the opportunity of exchanging a single broadside with them. There can be no doubt that the British would have gained a complete victory had they not have been in want of shot. This had been expended by the vast number of guns fired at Gibraltar, though every ship had been furnished with 25 rounds the day before the battle, which would have been sufficient had they got as near the enemy as the Admiral intended. As it was, every ship had expended her ammunition before night. In the centre of the line a furious action was going on. The Serio, a ship in the French Admiral's division commanded by Monsieur Champmelin, however, boarded the Monk, an English ship commanded by Captain Mills. He, with great activity and courage, every time cleared the deck of the enemy, and made them at last bear away. The same French commander had his ship afterwards so disabled that he was obliged with others to quit the line. Captain Jumper also added laurels to those he had already gained by engaging with his single ship 3 of the enemies. And on this occasion, as he had done at Gibraltar, John Deane especially distinguished himself. Captain Jumper shook him by the hand, and thanking him for the aid he had afforded, promised him that he would not rest till he had recommended him for promotion to the admiral. About 7 in the evening, one of the French admiral's seconds advanced out of the line and began a closer engagement with the St. George, commanded by Captain Jennings. But although the St. George had already suffered much, the French ship met with such rough treatment that she had great difficulty in rejoining the line, after the loss of both her captains and many of her men. Among the actions of other brave commanders, that of the gallant Earl of Dursley, commander of the Boyne, an 80-gun ship, must be mentioned. He was but 23 years of age, yet he gave numerous instances of his undaunted courage, steady resolution, and prudent conduct. The battle ended at the close of the day, when the enemy escaped with the help of their galleys to leeward. In the night the wind shifted to the north, and in the morning to the west, which placed the enemy on the weather side of the Confederates. Their fleet lay by all day within 3 leagues of the French. At night the latter stood away to the northward. The English lost 687 men killed and 1,632 wounded. The loss of the French was a rear admiral, 5 captains, and a number of other officers killed, with 150 wounded, and upwards of 3,000 men killed or wounded. Sir Cloudesley Shovel afterwards declared that this engagement was the most desperate that had ever taken place between 2 fleets in his time. Scarcely a ship escaped without being obliged to shift one of her masts, and many of them all. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea, by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 35, Home Again, Another Bitter Disappointment. Soon after the battle which has been described, the fleet once more returned to England. The admirals and many of the captains were presented to Queen Anne, who complimented them on the actions in which they had been engaged. Among the officers who received promotion was John Deane, who was raised to the rank of captain. At length, as he was now without a ship, he was able to set forward to pay his long-promised visit to his home. In those days the post was very irregular on shore, and sailors often went many years without receiving letters from home. Such had been John Deane's case, and he still remained in ignorance of all the events which had taken place among those he loved since his departure. One thing had troubled him greatly. It was at not hearing of the arrival of Elizabeth and her faithful guardian, Mistress Pearson. He had gained a large amount of prize money, which the agent at Portsmouth, where he landed, promised to remit to him at Nottingham. He took with him only a sum sufficient for his journey, and to supply his wants while he expected to remain on shore. He met with no adventure during his journey. The number of loose characters who had infested the roads in the early days of King William's reign had been drawn away to fight the battles of their country, either under Marlborough or at sea, and few highwaymen were to be met with in any part of the country. Deane would gladly have turned aside to go to Norwich, but it was greatly out of his way, and he felt that it was his duty in the first place to visit his own father and mother. He could scarcely restrain his eagerness as he passed over the Trent Bridge once more, and took his way through the well-known streets which led to the market-place. It was early in the day, but no one knew him in his richly laced coat,
his countenance well bronzed by sun and wind, and his whiskers and beard of no mean growth. At length he stopped before the door of the old house and threw himself from his horse, calling to a boy passing at the moment to hold it. Not till then did it occur to him how long he had been absent, and what great changes might have taken place. His heart sank, for he expected almost to see his mother hurrying to the door, with his old father's fine countenance peering behind her. But the door remained closed, and he had to knock more than once before it was opened. His voice trembled as he inquired of the serving damsel who opened the door whether Mr. and Mistress Deane were at home. "Aye," was the answer. "They are in the parlour at the back of the house." He pushed past her and hurried on. The old gentleman and lady rose from their seats as he threw open the door, at first not knowing him. "To what cause do we owe the honour of this visit, sir?" said old Mr. Deane, taking Jack to be an intruder, or one of the officers quartered in the town engaged in a frolic. "He is our son Jack!" exclaimed Mistress Deane, who, knowing him at a second glance, threw her arms around his neck. Old Mr. Deane hurried forward, and grasping his hand, almost wrung it off. Then his mother bestowed her kisses on his bronzed cheeks. "Yes, it's Jack. I know him now," exclaimed the old gentleman, drawing back a pace, that he might look at him from head to foot. "Well, thou art grown into a brave lad, Jack," he said, looking at him affectionately. And now Jack was seated between the two old people, who scarcely would allow him to ask any questions, so eager were they to hear his adventures. It was some time, therefore, before he could learn what had become of the rest of the family. "And how is Sister Polly and her husband, Tom Dovedale? It seems an age since the day they were spliced." "They live 6 doors off, and are wonderfully flourishing, for from morning to night they do little else than laugh and grow fat," was the answer. "And Jasper, where is he?" was the next question. "The father of 2 fine cherubs, and Alethea as beautiful and cheerful as ever. He is a fortunate fellow, your brother Jasper. Cousin Nat now lives with him, and has given him up all his business, so that Jasper is the leading physician in the town, and, on my word, he bears his honours bravely, and is in no way behind Cousin Nat in the estimation of the townspeople and neighbourhood. At first I feared that Jasper and Alethea would not have got on very smoothly together. She, as you remember, was a warm Jacobite, as was her poor father, but Jasper argued the matter so well with her that he soon brought her over, and she became as loyal a subject of King William as any to be found within the realm. Had it not been, indeed, for her marriage to Jasper, it would have gone hard with her, for poor Harwood was so implicated in the plot against King William that his property would have been confiscated. Cousin Nat and his other friends, however, so earnestly petitioned the government that it was preserved for the sake of his daughter, and Jasper, after poor Harwood's death, became the squire of Harwood Grange. "And have you heard from Kate and Dainsforth, mother?" asked Jack. He had another question which he was eager to ask, but he wished first to inquire about his own family. "Oh, yes, they're flourishing in their new plantation, and glowing are the accounts which they send us of the country. It must be a wonderful place, and although the free government we now enjoy makes fewer people wish to go over there, yet many are tempted, from time to time, from the accounts they receive from their friends settled there." Jack's next inquiry was about Mr. Gournay at Norwich. He could only learn that a foreign lady and gentleman were residing at his house, but not a word about Elizabeth could they tell him. He concluded that they alluded to Monsieur and Madame de Mertens, but they were not aware even that they had a daughter, nor could they give him any account of the arrival of their supposed daughter. Jack's visit to Jasper and Alethea and to Cousin Nat must be briefly passed over. Having spent a few days at Nottingham, he became eager to visit Norwich. he found Will Brinsmead, who, in spite of his age, continued his journeys through the country, about to set off in that direction. Will begged that he would give him the honour of his company, but Jack laughingly assured him that though he should have great delight in talking over old days, his eagerness to reach Norwich would not allow him to jog along behind the cattle. He, however, rode a few miles with him, when, just as the old man was beginning one of his lectures on the Pilgrim's Progress, Jack, shaking him warmly by the hand, pushed on his steed in advance of the herd. On making himself known to Mr Gournay, he was received in the kindest way by him and his wife. But Jack's astonishment and disappointment was very great when he found that they had not received the accounts he had sent home of his discovery of Elizabeth, and of her proposed return with Mistress Pearson, under charge of Captain Davis, to England. Monsieur and Madame de Mertens were residing, he found, in a small house in Norwich, and that they also had not received either his letter or one from Captain Davis. His heart sank within him. What was he now to do? The more he had of late thought of Elizabeth, the more completely he found that she had entwined herself round his heart, and he had anticipated the delight of meeting her again, and receiving her as his bride from the hands of her parents. All these delightful visions had now vanished. Monsieur and Madame de Mertens received him with every expression of regard and affection. "I can never forget the important service you rendered me in restoring to me my husband," said Madame de Mertens, "and I feel sure that, had it been in your power, you would have brought back to me my child. Even now I have a hope that you may possibly restore her to me." Jack spent some time with his friends, and finally came to the resolution of returning to the West Indies, in order to make inquiries about Elizabeth and Dame Pearson. "I will first go to the Admiralty and ascertain where the Venus frigate now is, and then I will communicate with Captain Davis," said Deane. "Should he be unable to give me the information I desire, I will immediately set off on my projected voyage." Captain Deane had been invited to return to Mr Gournay's to supper. On entering the house, the excellent Quaker met him with a letter in his hand. "I have just received this," he said, "from your brother-in-law, Giles Dainsforth. He mentions a curious circumstance which occurred some time ago, which may tend to solve the mystery concerning the fate of Elizabeth de Mertens and her friend. He writes me word that information had been received in the plantation of the wreck of a ship on an island off the American coast, with several passengers, among whom were said to be some ladies. A small boat which had left the island had, after a long voyage, the people undergoing great hardships, reached the mainland. They had come in the hopes of obtaining relief for those left behind. As soon as the information was received, a meeting of the inhabitants of Philadelphia was held, and it was resolved to send out a vessel for the rescue of the sufferers. Unfortunately, friend Giles does not mention the name of the vessel or the passengers, except casually he refers to the loss of a Queen's ship. This was indeed important information. It raised Captain Deane's hopes of the possibility of discovering Elizabeth. At the same time, he was well aware that there were many probabilities of the wreck being that of some other vessel. "Friend Dainsforth is very anxious that we should send out a vessel with a cargo of which he may dispose. It is a business in which I myself am not willing to enter," observed Mr Gournay, "but thou mayest find friends in Nottingham who will be more ready to engage in the speculation, and being thyself a seaman of experience, thou mightest take command of it. It will be far better for thee than following the occupation of fighting, in which thou hast been engaged." The plan thus suggested by Mr Gournay was much in accordance with Jack's taste. He, however, made up his mind in the first instance to go to London, that he might make inquiries as to the fate of the Venus. If she had left the West Indies, and had not since been heard of, or if it was supposed that she had been cast away, he would then have very little doubt of her being the ship of which Giles Dainsforth spoke. But if, on the contrary, she had returned to England, or been sent to some other station, he would then only suppose that the wreck alluded to in the letter must be that of another ship, and thus proceeding to Pennsylvania would in no way forward the great object he had in view. Mr Gournay having fully agreed with him in the wisdom of his plans, after he had bidden farewell to Monsieur and Madame de Mertens, he set off on his visit to London. Jack felt very differently from what he did before on his first visit to the metropolis in company with Long Sam. He was now a captain in the navy, with an honourable name and money in his pocket. On going to the Admiralty, however, he could gain no satisfactory information regarding the Venus or Captain Davis. One of the clerks told him that he believed she was still in the West Indies, another that she had been captured by the enemy. A third, of whom in his despair he made further inquiries, told him that she had been sunk, and another that she was on her passage home. He had just left the office, and was taking his way disconsolately along the street, when he met an old shipmate. "My dear fellow," he exclaimed, "you did not employ a golden key, I suspect, to unlock the mystery. Just go back with a doubloon in your hand, and cross the palm of Master Dick Grittifist, and you will soon find that he knows more about the matter than you supposed." Jack, though indignant that such a proceeding should be necessary, did as he was advised. "Oh, certainly, Captain Deane," answered Dick. "It was about the Venus you were inquiring. Let me see. She was ordered home in 1702, and immediately afterwards the order was countermanded, and she remained on the station for some time longer. Since then she was sent to visit the plantations on the mainland of North America, and in consequence of her not having been heard of for some time, it is feared that she must have met with some disaster. As soon as she had executed her mission, she was to return home, and I know that some months ago she was expected." This was all the information Jack required. He did not tell Master Grittifist the opinion he had formed of him, but hastening out of the office, took his way to his inn. Jack, as has been seen, was a man of action. He took care of the minutes, well knowing that the hours would take care of themselves. As soon as he had sufficiently fortified the inner man, he again mounted his horse, and, leaving all the wonders of London unvisited, spurred back northward towards Nottingham. At the inn where he rested the first night of his journey, he wrote an account of the information he had gained to his friends at Norwich, saying that he proposed carrying out the plan suggested by Giles Dainsforth, and that as soon as he could make the arrangements, he hoped to sail in a galley for Pennsylvania. On reaching home he found that Dainsforth had expressed the same opinion to his friends at Nottingham. He had, therefore, little difficulty in inducing them to join in a speculation for the purchase of a galley, to be freighted with goods suitable for the plantations, he himself having the command of her. Having made all the preliminary arrangements, he was about to start for London, when he received information from Mr Gournay that a galley admirably suited for his object was about to be launched at Lynn Regis. Scarcely had the letter been read when Jack was on horseback and spurring forward to that town. He was not disappointed in the appearance of the vessel. She was stoutly built and roomy, capable of carrying a large cargo. As she reached the water, she was named the Nottingham Galley. John Deane, whose manners were such as to gain the confidence of his fellow men, soon found a hardy crew to man her. By the time she was ready for sea, he had obtained a considerable share of his prize money. His brother Jasper, his cousin Nat, and his father, with several other influential persons at Nottingham, took shares in the speculation. It would be impossible to follow Deane in his various journeys backwards and forwards to Norwich, Lynn, and Nottingham, while the galley was getting ready for sea. At length, having received a part of her cargo on board, sent from Norwich and Nottingham, and other places to the west, he made sail for the Thames, where he was to receive the remainder. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. John Deane of Nottingham, Historic Adventures by Land and Sea, by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 36. Adventure in the Nottingham Galley. Shipwreck. Captain John Deane had now launched forth in a new character, that of a merchant adventurer, especially honored in those days, as it deserved to be. The merchant adventurers a century and a half ago were the promoters of civilization, the founders of kingdoms, while they were generally distinguished by their courage, perseverance, and honorable conduct. The Nottingham Galley had a crew of 40 men, and she mounted 20 guns, with which her captain hoped to defend her against any enemies she might encounter. He had hitherto been a successful man, and he began to think that it would never be his lot to be otherwise. The voyage was prosperous till the Nottingham Galley was within 50 leagues of the American coast. A furious gale then sprang up, and thick weather came on, so that no observations could be taken. Deane endeavored to bring the ship to, that he might keep off the coast till the weather should moderate. In vain, however, did he make the attempt. The aftermasts were carried away, and now the ship could only run before the gale, it being feared every moment that the seas which came roaring up astern would break on board. He hoped, however, that the weather might moderate before they reached the entrance of the Delaware River, up which the galley was bound. Vain hope! The darkness of night came on, and instead of moderating, the gale increased. The crew, hardy as they were, clung to the bulwarks and the shrouds, expecting that every moment would be their last. Still the fury of the tempest increased. The wind whistled through the shrouds, and the seas raged up alongside. A loud roar was heard ahead. "Breakers! Breakers!" shouted the crew. The next instant there came a fearful crash. The helpless galley was driven forward amid the rocks. The seas swept over her. Many were washed away or dashed furiously against the rocks. Deane felt himself lifted up by a sea which dashed against the devoted vessel. He suspected that the fate which had overtaken many of his crew would now be his. Onward the ship bore him. He struck out, struggling bravely for life. His feet touched the hard sand, and the next instant he was thrown high upon the beach. He staggered forward, and before the following sea had reached him, he had escaped from its clutches. The despairing shrieks of his crew reached his ears. In vain he endeavored to render them assistance. He rescued 2, however, at the risk of being himself thrown back into the foaming surges. 3 others had been thrown as he had been on shore. When morning at length broke, they were the only survivors of the gallant band which had manned the Nottingham Galley. Captain Deane's first thought was that possibly this might be the very island on which the Venus had been cast away, supposing it to be an island of which he was not yet sure. A vague feeling that even now Elizabeth and Mistress Pearson might be living on it induced him immediately to set forth to explore the country. He had not gone far before in front of him he saw several huts, constructed evidently out of the wreck of a vessel. He hurried on, eager to communicate with the inhabitants whom he expected to find within them. As he reached the huts, however, he soon saw by the open doors and the silence which reigned on every side that they were deserted. On searching around, however, he discovered signs that they had been inhabited by a considerable number of persons. One of the huts, built at a short distance from the others, was constructed in a better style. It was closed by a door placed on hinges, and there was a window which could be closed by a shutter. He lifted the latch. There were 2 neat bed places within. and on the table some small shreds of silk, and a few other articles, such as were used by females, met his sight. This then might possibly have been the abode of Elizabeth. He looked eagerly around with tender interest, in the hope of finding some sign by which he might ascertain the truth. All the articles of value had been removed, but still it was evident that the hut had been abandoned somewhat suddenly. At length he found an object sticking between the crib and the wall, as if it had fallen down between them. It was a book. He opened it eagerly. On the blank page at the commencement were the letters E.P. He had no longer any doubt that it was the property of Elizabeth. He placed it in his bosom and continued the search. There could be no doubt then that the vessel which Giles Dainsforth had mentioned as being on the point of sailing in search of the shipwrecked crew had reached the place and carried them off in safety. For this he was truly thankful, delighted as he would have been to have found Elizabeth still there, as he had almost expected to do. On his return he told his companions what he had discovered. Their spirits revived as they began to hope that some vessel might pass that way and carry them to the plantation. As they gazed, however, on the ocean, covered with foaming billows, their condition seemed perilous indeed. Of the ship herself, not a plank clung together, though the beach was strewed with various articles which had formed her cargo. One of her boats, too, had been cast ashore, without receiving any material damage. Deane immediately summoned his men around him and pointed out to them the necessity of saving whatever provisions were washed on shore. By this time the gale had considerably abated, and they were enabled to drag up several casks and cases containing food, which they so much required. In the same way, numerous bales and other articles which had formed the cargo of the ship were saved. They found themselves on an uninhabited island of small extent, which seemed likely to afford them but scanty means of subsistence. In the far distance could be seen a long blue ridge of land, which Deane knew must be the continent. Their great requirement, however, was water, for without it their stores and flour would have availed them but little. They therefore immediately set about searching for it, and at length a slight moisture was found oozing out from beneath the roots of a large tree. After eagerly scraping away the earth with their hands for some time, the hole they had formed was filled with a small portion of the precious liquid. This encouraged them to hope that a sufficient supply might be obtained, and with better heart than they had hitherto possessed, they took their first meal on the island. On examining the boat, Captain Deane was of opinion that if repaired she would carry them to the mainland, but as yet there were no tools found by which this could be accomplished. Thus were all their hopes of escaping frustrated. Their life on the island was that of most shipwrecked mariners. Even when partaking of their meals, they could not but feel that their store of provisions would in time come to an end, and that thus, unless relieved, famine would overtake them at last. Several days passed by, when as two of their number were wandering along the shore, a chest was seen fixed between two rocks. Summoning their companions, not without difficulty, they waded towards it. It was found to be a carpenter's chest. After considerable labour they contrived to break it open, when to their great joy they discovered within it a supply of tools and nails, with iron hoops and other necessary articles. They now eagerly set to work to repair their boat, but as none of them were carpenters, they found it a more difficult task than they had expected. Spars and oars and sails had also to be formed. No one, however, was idle, and they made up by diligence what they wanted in skill. The boat was at last launched and moored between the rocks. All the provisions they could collect, with a supply of water in such casks as would hold it, were placed on board. They had left the island astern when a sail appeared in sight, rapidly approaching them from the east. Deane, supposing she was some vessel bound up the Delaware for Philadelphia, hove to, proposing, if such was the case, to take a passage in her, instead of risking the voyage in their open boat. still imperfectly repaired. As she drew nearer, she was seen to be a large ship carrying several guns, yet she wanted the trim appearance of a man-of-war. No colours were flying at her masthead or peak, and altogether her appearance did not satisfy Captain Deane. It was now, however, too late to avoid her. Already the boat must have been seen by those on board. Still Deane thought it more prudent to fill his sails, and to stand away towards the opening which he took to be the mouth of the river of which he was in search. A shot from the ship told him that he had been discovered. It was the signal to sheer alongside and to come on board. There was no use attempting to disobey this order, as they were already under the ship's guns. Having secured the boat alongside, Deane and his men stepped on deck. From the appearance of the officers and the number of men composing the mongrel-looking crew on board, who seemed to be of all countries and of all shades of colour, the thought at once occurred to Captain Deane that the vessel was a pirate. "What have you been about, and where are you going?" asked a man who stepped forward from among the people on board. Though considerably older and knocked about by climate and hardship, Deane had little difficulty in recognizing his former acquaintance, Pearson. The pirate captain looked at him 2 or 3 times, but if he had recognized him for a moment, he soon seemed to have altered his opinion. Jack felt that the best plan, whether he was right or wrong in his conjectures, was to tell the whole truth of himself. Pearson seemed interested in hearing Nottingham spoken of, and it made him give another glance at Deane. "Ah, well, my man," he said, "we wish you no harm, but we can allow no vessel to proceed to the new plantations." "That's a hard rule, sir," answered Jack, "as we are likely enough to starve on the island we have just left, and if we remain at sea we shall perish in the next gale that comes on." "You have your remedy," said the pirate captain. "You may join our brave crew. You shall be an officer on board, and your men shall share with the rest." "We cannot accept your offer," answered Deane, "and perhaps for old acquaintance' sake, Master Pearson, you will grant my request." The pirate captain started on, hearing himself thus addressed. "Who are you?" he asked, looking again hard at Deane. "One you knew in his youth, and who has never ceased to wish you well," answered Jack. "You have served one sovereign, I have fought under the flag of another. Do you know me now?" "Yes, indeed I do, though you are greatly changed from the stripling you were when I knew you," answered Pearson, stretching out his hand. "I wish you well, for I thought you a brave and honest youth, and I am thankful to find you took your own course. Now, as I believe you to be unchanged, the promise I ask you to make, if I allow you to proceed, is, that you will not give information of my vessel being off the coast." Deane was rather perplexed what answer to make. "No," he answered at last, "I wish you no harm. At the same time, I cannot allow any honest traitor to fall into your hands. Now hear me, Master Pearson. My object in coming out here is to carry home 2 persons in whom you were once greatly interested, the little Elizabeth, whom you protected in her youth, and your own wife, who I am sure you once loved. I throw myself, therefore, on your generosity." Pearson seemed greatly agitated for some minutes. "I will not interfere with you," he answered. "I cannot force that poor lady to undergo the hardships into which I once led her, and I will therefore leave her to your kindness and charity. I would that I could accompany you, but I cannot desert my comrades. But the time may come ere long that I may enable them to secure their own safety, and I will then, if I still have the means, endeavour to visit Pennsylvania." Much on the same subject passed between the 2 former acquaintances. The pirate ship towed the boat to the mouth of the Delaware, when the latter cast off and stood up the river, while the pirate proceeded again towards the ocean. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of John Deane of Nottingham. Historic Adventures by Land and Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. John Deane of Nottingham. Historic Adventures by Land and Sea, by William Henry Giles Kingston. Pennsylvania, Return Home, Last Adventures, and Conclusion. Captain Deane and his companions had a prosperous voyage up the Delaware, and in 2 days the buildings of the new city appeared in sight, standing at the junction of the Delaware and the Schuylkill. The Delaware is a noble stream, and the Schuylkill is as broad as its mouth as the Thames is at Woolwich. The banks of the great river above which the town was laid out were bold and high, the air pure and wholesome, while the neighboring lands were free from swamps. Altogether the site was one admirably fitted for the purpose of a great city. Clay for making bricks was found on the spot, and quarries of good stone abounded within a few miles. Already the city was laid out according to the design of its sagacious founder, but as yet, although a considerable number of houses had been erected near to each other, forming streets, many were only scattered about here and there, according as the owners had purchased their town lots. 2 streets, one of them facing a magnificent row of red pines, were planned to front the rivers. The great public thoroughfare alone separated the houses from the banks. It was arranged that these streets were to be connected by the High Street, a magnificent avenue perfectly straight and 100 feet in width, to be adorned with trees and gardens. At a right angle with the High Street, a broad street of equal width was to cut the city in two from north to south. It was thus divided into 4 sections. In the exact center of the city, a large square of 10 acres was reserved for the advantage of the public, and in the middle of each quarter a smaller square of 8 acres was set apart for the same purpose. 8 streets, each 50 feet wide, were to be built parallel to the High Street, and 20 of the same width parallel to the rivers. Mr. Penn's great object was to give a rural appearance to the houses of his new city. The boat reached the shore before a large building, which from the signboard swinging in front of it, on which a large blue anchor was painted, was known to be a house of entertainment. Deane and his companions, hauling up their boat, hastened towards it, as he hoped there to obtain the information as to where Giles Dainsforth and his sister were to be found. This building was then one of the most important in the province. It was not only a beer house, but an exchange, a corn market, and a post office. It was formed of large rafters of wood, the interstices being filled with bricks, which had been brought in the vessels from England, in the same manner as houses to be found in Cheshire, and some built in the Tudor and Stuart periods. Already a magnificent quay of 300 feet in length had been formed by the side of the river, and there were also stone houses with pointed roofs and balconies and porches in different parts. Although in some portions of the city pine trees and pine stumps still remained, altogether upwards of 1,000 houses had been erected. Among them was a large building devoted to the purposes of a public school or college. A printing press had long been established in the city by William Bradford, a native of Leicester, who had accompanied Mr. Penn in the Welcome. Deane had, however, but little inclination to view the city until he had found his way to the house of his sister and brother-in-law. He had no great difficulty in discovering it, for Giles Dainsforth was already well known as a man of mark, as sagacious, steady, and industrious men are sure to be in a new settlement. "There is friend Dainsforth's house," said a worthy citizen, to whom Deane addressed himself, and he saw before him a fine and substantial stone building, with a broad veranda surrounded by trees and flowering shrubs. A gentle voice reached his ears, singing an air he knew well. The door stood open, and he entered. Passing through the house, he saw seated on a lawn, beneath the shade of the building, 3 ladies, while the same number of young children played about them. The nearest he recognized as his sister Kate, though grown into more matronly proportions than when he had last seen her. Near her was a fair girl. He required not a second glance to convince him that she was Elizabeth. He hurried forward, forgetting how he might startle them. A cry of delight escaped Elizabeth as she advanced to meet him. In another minute he found himself in the arms of his sister, while a sob of joy escaped from her companion's bosom. He's come, she exclaimed. I knew he would find us. The third lady was Mistress Pearson. She looked careworn and aged, as if her life had well nigh come to an end. Their history was soon told. When at length Captain Davis was ordered to visit the plantations previous to returning to England, he obtained permission to receive them on board and to convey them home. When the ship was cast away, with a few only of the crew had been rescued. The captain, however, although he was the last to leave the ship, had also been saved. Deane had fortunately told Elizabeth of the marriage of Giles Dainsforth to his sister, and of their intention of settling in Pennsylvania. On their arrival, therefore, at Philadelphia, hearing his name, she made herself known to him, and it was thus that she and Mistress Pearson became inmates of his house. In a short time, Giles Dainsforth himself, accompanied by Captain Davis, arrived at the house, and a happy party were soon assembled round the supper table. Deane heard a great deal of the flourishing condition of the plantation, and of its vast internal resources. He heard, too, from Dainsforth that the settlers had resolved not to allow the importation of slaves into the colony. They had established it because they themselves loved freedom, and they were resolved to employ free men alone in the cultivation of their lands. He also heard that the whole territory had been purchased from the native tribes, and that not the life of a single red man had been taken away by the settlers since their arrival in the country. From the first they had lived on the most friendly terms with the native tribes. This was indeed glorious news, especially in those days when the traffic in negroes was looked upon as lawful, and when in most instances might made right in all parts of the world. Altogether the account which Deane received of the colony was so favourable that he could not help longing to come and settle in it. He had, however, promised to bring Elizabeth back to her parents, and poor Mistress Pearson also was very anxious to lay her bones in her native land. Captain Davis likewise desired to return home on the first opportunity, that he might stand his trial for the loss of his ship, which he considered himself in honour bound to do. Deane, however, resolved not to run the risk of again being separated from Elizabeth. She having no legal guardian, he instituted himself as such, and then gave himself permission to marry her, which she, nothing loath, consented to do forthwith. The marriage was celebrated with such religious and legal ceremonies as were then considered sufficient in Philadelphia, Colonel Markham, the acting governor, being one of the witnesses. Jack and his bride, accompanied by Captain Davis and his sister, soon afterwards embarked on board a stout ship sailing for England. They arrived safely in London, whence Jack wrote to Norwich to announce his safe return. A few days were spent in the great city, that Elizabeth might recruit her strength after her voyage. During his stay there he met with an old brother officer, Captain Bertrand, who, hailing him with pleasure, told him that he was the very man he was looking out for. "I have taken service," he said, "with the permission of the British government, under the Tsar of Russia, the great Peter, for such he is indeed. You will remember his labouring as a shipwright in England not many years since, to gain a knowledge of shipbuilding. He is now constructing a large fleet, and he is anxious to secure the services of a number of active and intelligent officers like yourself. What do you say? I can promise you handsome pay and the command of a line-of-battle ship." Deane replied that he must think about it, as he had only lately married a wife and had no inclination to leave her. "Oh, you must bring her with you," was the answer. "You can establish her in the new city the Tsar is building on the Neva, and depend upon it you will have no long cruises to make. Foreign officers can be found, but he will have a difficulty in making seamen out of his serfs. Free men only are fit to become seamen, in my opinion." Captain Deane begged that his friend would give him his address, and should he determine to accept his offer, after he had visited his friends, he would communicate with him. Leaving the unhappy Mistress Pearson with her brother, Deane set forward in a coach with his bride for Norwich. He had fortunately been able to procure the balance of prize money due to him while he was in London, which amounted to a considerable sum, and he was thus, in spite of his heavy loss in the Nottingham galley, no longer crippled by want of means. Words can scarcely describe the joy with which Madame de Mertens and her husband received their long-lost daughter. Though she had grown from a young child into a woman, they immediately recognized her, while the trinket she had preserved prevented them having any doubt about the matter. After spending some time at Norwich, and receiving great kindness from the excellent Mr. Gournay and his lady, the young couple repaired to Nottingham. The loss of the Nottingham galley, however, caused Jack to be more coolly received by his friends than he had anticipated. In vain he tried to explain to them that they should find fault with the elements more than with him for the ill success of their speculation. He undertook, if it was their wish, to command another galley, and to embark all his property in the enterprise. To this, however, none of them would agree. Yet there were two of his friends who received him in a different manner to the rest, his sister Polly and his sister-in-law Alethea. Prosperity had not improved his brother Jasper, and he appeared to be more bitter than any of the family who suffered from the wreck of the galley. A reconciliation was, however, at last brought about by cousin Nat and Polly. Jack had been dining at the house of his sister and her husband, where he met Jasper, to whose house, in Fletchergate, he agreed to walk in the evening. On their way, some remarks made by Dr. Jasper irritated John Deane, as he considered them unfair and unjust, and angry words were heard by some of the passers-by, uttered by him to his brother. They reached the door together. A flight of stone steps led to it from the street. Unhappily, at this moment, the doctor repeated the expressions which had justly offended the captain, who declared that he would not allow himself to be addressed in so injurious a manner. As he spoke, he pushed impatiently past his brother, who at that moment stumbled down the steps. The doctor fell, and as Captain Deane stooped to lift him up, to his horror he found that he was dead. Rumour, with her 100 tongues, forthwith spread the report that the fire-eating captain had killed his brother. The verdict, however, of the jury who sat to decide the case was, that Dr. Jasper Deane had died by the visitation of God. Still Captain Deane was conscious of the angry feelings which had excited his bosom at the moment, and he felt that the mark of Cain was upon his forehead. He could no longer remain at home, and though those who loved him best knew of his innocence, and did their utmost to console him, he determined to leave the country. He accordingly wrote to Captain Bertrand, accepting his offer of a naval command under the Tsar of Russia, and in a short time he and Elizabeth sailed for the Baltic. He rendered great assistance in organizing the navy of that wonderful man, Peter the Great, and after serving with much credit for a few years, he returned to England. Captain Deane had, during this time, found a number of friends, and by their means he was soon afterwards appointed English consul at Ostend, where he lived with his wife Elizabeth till they were both advanced in life. As an elderly couple they came back to Nottingham once more, and went to live in the sweet village of Wilford, on the opposite side of the silvery Trent. It was the peaceful green retreat that had beckoned him back to England from many a scene of foreign grandeur, and smiled across many a time of tumult and of battle. He and his wife both loved the Dutch home where they had so long lived, and when he built a house for himself in a thorough English village, he constructed it in the Dutch style, which indeed in his early youth had been the very height of fashion. Next to his own, behind the same trim garden and row of silvery poplars, he built one also for his sister Polly, who was then a widow. Alethea, after the death of her husband, had returned to Harwood Grange with her children, and devoted herself to them, endeavouring so to bring them up that they might love and serve God. She by this time had also gone to her rest, so also had most of those who have been mentioned in the previous history. Mistress Pearson did not live long after her return to England, and she was saved the misery of hearing the tragical death of her husband, who, with all his faults, had at all events loved her. In a desperate action with the Queen's ship, he, with all his crew, had been blown up, shortly after Deane had encountered him at the mouth of the Delaware. The tomb of John Deane, Captain R.N., and of Elizabeth his wife, is to be seen on a little green promontory above the sparkling Trent, and near the chancel of the parish church, where sweet strains of music, accompanying the sound of human voices and the murmurs of the river, are wont to mingle in harmonious hymns of prayer and praise. A more fitting spot in which to await in readiness for the last hour of life than Wilford can scarcely be imagined, nor a sweeter place than its churchyard, in which the mortal may lie down to rest from toil, till summoned by the last trump to rise and put on immortality. End of chapter 37.